excited.
Yep.
And I saw that we actually have a very exciting announcement for IEM Oakland. We were talking about up-and-coming events.
Yep.
And word on the street is we might even get a Chinese presence.
Yeah, so Tai Lu, yeah, they've got their visas now for the US for 10 years. So they get to go to the iBuyPower event, which means is a qualifier for Oakland. The groups were drawn last night by Blue and Days. They did a good job of that. I watched it last night. And it's exciting now because there's no restrictions on this team anymore. I was really worried that they were going to have the same dramas, not getting visas, not being able to go where they need to. We're going to see them go for a boot camp in Europe later this year, and then, you know, they're going to be in the States. So it's really exciting. These guys get global.
Visas, dude,
that's huge.
That's
I wouldn't
awesome.
mind one of them.
Yeah, that would solve a lot of problems, especially as someone that just spent a lot of time at the visa center today.
Yeah, that was a long drive today to Frankfurt for nothing, but Alex Cartman, thank you very much for your prowess in the vehicle.
Well, I mastered the Russian visa, picking that up tomorrow.
You what?
Mastered it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, very happy with that one. I'm going to be heading to Moscow. I think that's been announced now. I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah.
But iBuyPower event, yeah, that's actually going to be quite stacked, though. Let's not mince words. Tai Lu not necessarily a guarantee to be picking up.
No, it's going to be difficult for them, and my boys Renegades will be there, so...
My boys.
My boys.
Yeah. I mean, are these still your boys? I saw some
I was kidding.
some controversial words on Drop the Bomb.
I don't often joke, but they did hurt my feelings.
They did.
You know, they're Australian, so I'm behind them.
As you always are behind Australians. Let's go ahead and start talking about our game. It's Navi Envy that's going to be coming up first. And now, we did hint at it already. We've suggested why this could be exciting. Not only are Navi in what seems like better form with Simple, but also the same kind of story stands for Envy. Two teams we were rather worried about. So they had a kind of I'd say a kind of downtrodden 3 weeks, but they have seemed to have risen from the ashes. And now seem to be flying rather high. Start talking, I believe, about the French side. I think that we'll start with them.
Okay, so obviously Devil, he's been removed from Envious, and now they've got Sixer. Sixer is, used to be a 1.6 player, used to play for Millennium. He was a pretty good player. Like he was quite explosive and stuff. Him and Madja were the ones who stuck out for me in 1.6 in the French.
So he was
scene.
a 1.6er.
Yes. Good one. But the reason I was talking to MBK, I don't know if I'm overstepping the bounds here. I don't think Nathan would care if I was saying this, but he's more experienced in the sense of he's been playing for like a longer period of time. They don't feel they need to tell him what to do in those situations.
Yeah.
He's somebody who can grow, and from what I've seen of him, he's quite an explosive player in terms of outside of the server. You know, helping with G'ing the players up and stuff and getting people fired up.
Did you see the handshake? You're thinking about the handshake.
Well, not only that, you know, you need somebody who can get you fired up, especially in that team when you have, you know, Happy doing this one all the time.
On
it can
round
get quite,
two, like they win the pistol.
Quite depressing.
Like this.
It can get quite depressing. So him yelling and stuff. Apex yells quite a bit. Kenny gets fired up. You got Next behind him. He's a good bloke, giving him pats on the back and stuff, doing all the high fives. So you bring up the morale of the team. I think he'll be good for that. And he's had good performances. Flip over to Na'Vi, like you said, they just lifted the trophy at New York. Fantastic performance. Simple is, there was questions, like people were going, oh, you know, he hasn't really won a major event, or he hasn't been like, yeah, but he's done it with Liquid now, and now he's won an event with Na'Vi, and he was the MVP of that event.
I mean, yeah, he makes it to 2 grand finals, and he lifts the trophy in one of them.
Yeah, so what is he, 19 or something? It's crazy for a kid that young to, you know, now be, it was his dream to play for Na'Vi, and now he gets to, and they're doing fantastically. The problem is, they're playing Cobble first, and that's been a sore point for Na'Vi.
Well, that's it. This is kind of such a intriguing choice. I mean, knowing that they're going up against Envy, and Na'Vi have had struggles on Cobble. Are you not surprised that it even slipped through the veto system?
So I don't know if the vetoes were done before they, I don't know how far out. I'd say probably last season when I was playing it was 2 weeks. So, you know, if you did the vetoes 2 weeks ago and you didn't suck on Cobble 2 weeks ago, and now you do, there's a quick turnaround like that. So I just brought up the stats quickly. Na'Vi have played Cobble quite a bit with Simple. They lost to Dignus 16-8. They lost to VP 16-3. They lost to Liquid 16-7. They lost to Hellraiser 16-5. And they also lost to VP again. And the only one they have won was versus Penta. This is with Simple in the team. Now, those teams I listed, most of them, maybe besides Hellraisers, are all considered relatively good at Cobble. So to lose, you know, that doesn't really, it doesn't matter too much. But to lose in that fashion, and the problems we saw with how out of position C's looked playing that drop area, he didn't look like he was comfortable. Henry and I talked a lot about how the Guardian and Simple setup, it didn't seem to be working because they're running 2 AWPs off the bat. They're not starting with rifles, then moving.
Their economy.
Yeah, and for me, I don't know if they were going to change it up. It's going to be very exciting to see. That's the one thing I want to see, how they have adapted that CT setup, because in my opinion, it needed work.
But I mean, we can all clarify as well that it doesn't take much to just kind of quickly review the demo and see that double AWPs early wasn't working. Like, surely.
Well,
Simple's a mad rifler as well. This
is the thing. Of course, Starks is going to be sitting there. He's going to be watching the demos and stuff. But they might be still. I know they've lost quite a lot of games on it, but they might still be thinking, you know, we can make this work, or we just need to change 1 or 2 things. When Simple used to play with the AWP for Liquid, they actually had a Liege playing the platform area for him and taking the main brunt. Now, when we watch them play, he seems to be going for the aggressive picks himself on the platform with the AWP and getting picked off, like maybe getting a pick 50% of the time and then dying the other 50% of the time.
So it's Guardian's responsibility to move to A, and that's just
Guardian's playing A with, I believe it's Edward. Whereas, like, I think Edward would be a really good platform player. You could have Seized, because, like, I'm not taking anything away from Seized. He's doing the in-game leading now. He's got more pressure on his shoulder. But MSL is an example of a player who does the solo A job with backup whenever they want to have it coming in. Get Seized to that. He can just focus on himself. He doesn't have to worry about drop. He doesn't have to worry about rotating for his teammates. Let him just focus on getting as many kills as he can and relaying all of his information. He can call over the rotation when they need it. And then you pick up the 2 AWPs. Now your Guardian, he has a good spawn for B. He goes to pick platform. Simple has a good spawn to go pick A long. You move the AWPs around. That's the great thing about AWPs is if you have 2 really proficient guys who can AWP just as well as one another, it doesn't matter who's using it or where they're using it on the map. If they're feeling it and you put them there, it's dangerous, And making it unexpected, that's one of the best things. A quick little pick, 4v5 straight away, drop back, play fundamental, Counter-Strike. You're always laughing.
It doesn't have to be as rigid as Simple. You play Plat, Guardian, you play A.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. And I think that's probably something that will come with time. You know, you start with your structure and then you develop it as time does go on. But currently, I mean, you're not wrong. That is very jarring to look at when you look at Navi's success on Cobble. 5 losses in the last 3 months, 1 win versus Penta in overtime.
Yeah, and then you flip it over to Envy. Now, they've played it only 4 times since the addition of Sixer, but every single one has been a win. So there's a confidence boost there. However, the teams they've played haven't been considered, I wouldn't consider as good on Cobble. So it's the new Fnatic. They beat Hellraisers, who did beat Na'Vi on it. They beat VP, who did beat Na'Vi on it. And then they beat Fish 123, Henry's boys from the UK.
UKCS boys. How do they do? They made them sweat though, right?
They got 12 rounds. That's not bad.
UKCS is back.
Yeah, they're back. They haven't been anywhere since 2008.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why it becomes such a horrible meme, but yeah, UKCS.
No, because now Henry's going to slam me and he's going to say easy skins and stuff when we lost to those guys in London after we literally got off the plane.
That's not how I roll.
Jet lag.
Jet lag.
It's the best excuse you got.
Well, I mean, I know all too well how jet lag can affect your performance.
You guys need to rest a little bit, I think.
At some point. Yeah, maybe Friday.
If you take my model and, you know, take a couple of days off here and there, chill out.
How does it feel, like, waking up and not having to do anything?
It's pretty boring because you guys are all away, so I got no one to hang out with.
Yeah.
But if I had something to do, it'd probably be really good.
You could have Googled something, like
I went and walked around Cologne. I did. I went and walked around, went to the Dom, went down and walked along the Rhine for a bit. There's too many people. If you want to see a photo, Google it. It's up here.
Now, this is a philosophy. There's photos on the internet.
Exactly.
Enjoy it. Experience the moment.
If you have a photo with a significant other, maybe it's a memory down the track.
Are you the guy that's that sits there in concerts like, why are you videoing and slamming phones out people's hands?
No, I'm not a party pooper in that sense. I just don't need it. But I'm going to get on the Instagram because apparently that's where all the cool kids are going.
Talking of party pooping, have you ever pooped in a club?
No.
Neither have I.
Why would you?
It's a very scary premise. I find it terrifying. Have you pooped in a club? Hashtag ESL Pro League.
If you don't lift the toilet seat when you urinate, you're a terrible human and you need to reevaluate your life.
It's true. It's true. Back into CS, I think.
Are you sure?
Just because I think they're nearly ready to go, and I want to ask.
Well, producer Matt hasn't said anything yet.
No, that's just me. I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Because I haven't asked you a question, and I don't want it to be irrelevant later on. Cobblestone is going in, and it seems like a lot of people are perhaps with Inferno's reinvention.
Those people are idiots.
People are throwing Cobble's name into the pool to be removed. What is the one at the tip of your tongue when I ask what would replace?
Okay, it has to be Dust 2. Dust 2 hasn't been updated. Yes. Everyone's like, oh my god,
but
you can't remove.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. What are you saying, people?
Inferno was a classic.
Exactly. They're going through the motions. They're replacing all the maps, and they're jazzing it up. This new Inferno running around it seemed amazing to me. You know, it seems nice and open, which is one of the things everybody was stressing. Obviously, with tweaks, this is the first iteration of it, and everyone's happy with it. Cobble should stay where it is. Maybe all the maps could use minor tweaks every now and again, right? But I don't think removing Cobble now, stick with it. Cobble's good. Let's watch Cobble.
Stay where it is, and so should you, because it's about to begin. It's time for our first game of the night. Navi and Envy are about to do battle on Cobble. One team sucks and one team doesn't on the map, according to the stats. Let's see if Navi can go ahead and break that trend right here, right now, with your casters.
All right, well, we will get into it. It is the hot match of the week. I'm not feeling too hot.
No.
But you're looking at Henry.
I'm feeling it today. Better than yesterday, at least.
Yeah.
Getting better.
Makes one of us.
Yeah? You still struggling?
Yeah. Death is warmed over, and welcome at this point.
Well, you've got a hot match to warm you up. The hot match of the week.
For right reasons. I mean, Na'Vi started this season off with, Simple playing the Zeus role, kind of a support role-esque, not really in the, his full loose cannon style, not on the second DWP. Flawless start, 7-1, I think, 6-0 at a point, and we thought this is, you know, these guys are going to run with the league. They switched roles. They obviously won New York. That's working, but it took them a little bit of time, excuse me, to implement that. And during that time, they ended up losing a number of matches and now find themselves in a bit of a tough position. Envy no differently, and this match means a lot for Sao Paulo.
Well, Navi, though, off the heels of victory in New York, Cobble still seems to be eluding them, though, to be fair. I think they've got one victory Simple in overall. I think they've played like 8 times.
I don't think they were that great on it before Simple.
Why is it slipped in here?
It's the blind ban process, blind pick, whatever you call it.
They're going to blind veto, right? So they're going to veto Cash. Should he get more than one veto? Presumably, I don't know really how it works, to be honest.
I think that, I mean, they're still kind of going to, but even, look, we used to identify the problems with it on their CT side before Simple era.
Yeah, it's
but when
true.
they only got 5 rounds, and that was if Guardian did something crazy to start off every round they got with, you know, 1 or 2 op shots.
Recently, it's quite rare they actually make double figures in the final scoreline.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty bad.
We'll see what they can do. The CT side, like you said, notoriously pretty weak, but it's going to be NB starting on the T side here. And we'll see what they bring to the table. It's going to be 4 sets of armor. 6, the new addition. We'll be bringing a smoke and a flashbang. It's simple to open things up, though. Aggressive towards long, gets the kill on Happy. The luck player, of course, for his teammates are making their way fast towards A.
Guardian looking for the shot down toward the ramp. It's Apex that'll find him instead. So Guardian gone. Simple to cover off from Stables, and a flank coming in fast from Edward that may get spotted from Apex early. Doesn't see him near the door. Look how many players there in front of him. 4 of them there, but Flamey also on the flank. He's going to make it work, and he gets down 3. Sees, jumps in. That had no business working out, and yet they did not expect the second man.
Wow. Well, it was Simple to go aggressive towards long A. You can see Envious were going to be sticking together at one point. It wasn't just Happy baiting them in towards B or anything like that. First player goes down, which is Happy, and his teammates try to commit towards middle, but they're actually walking for quite a long time there. The pincer comes in from Navi. They actually clear the B halls out and come in behind them at all angles as well. And it's just a complete massacre towards middle. So no bomb planted. Envious will be on to a force buy in the second round as a combination of Tech-9s and Deagles. They've got 1 smoke to work with and going aggressively towards long A. But once again, Simple waiting for them to hit some footsteps, start to fall back, and actually Happy towards Connector. Actually getting that first kill somehow with the P250. Gets taken on pretty swiftly though.
Simple waiting at cannons for the cross. In with the Tech-9. Kenny spots him up fast enough for Sixer to respond, and the call sufficient enough. Sixer's going to take down Guardian as well with the Deagle. It's now going to leave it to just Flamey 1 versus 2 in an M4. He's got a nade at the ready. Sixer's just going over to the safe spot. That'll catch the edge of him. Not to do much damage though. 91. So Flamey still has it all to do with the kit. As they pulled off the pistol on his performance, he's got to do this all on his own. They have picked up a Monster's armor on Sixer, who wants it and has it. Going to the UMP, Flamey gets caught out, so immediately Envious is going to get around. That's going to be a problem, because we just talked about Envious's lack of CT side rounds.
Yep.
If they could have got 3 off the start, we could have had a game on our hands.
Yeah, Navi definitely going to be feeling it after that one. It was somehow Happy. Fast towards drop down, going straight towards the window. They're getting that kill with the P250. That throws a spanner in the works there for Navi. They start falling around and actually not sure where the T's are coming from. It's actually a fast ape hit, and then the Deagles. 6 are doing some deep work there, and it's going to be 1-1. Of course, the force buy comes back in. Simple this time. Aggressive towards middle, but it looks like a 5-man setup from MBS towards B. And they've actually got rifles, nades, MAC-10s, everything they need to get into this efficiently. They'll be dropping the smokes, the flashbangs come in as well, the Molotovs towards upper platform, and surely they'll be going in once the next line of flashbangs are deployed.
Happy waiting to go down on drop. We've talked about his lurk as well, being a little bit too reactive, a little bit too late. It needs to be faster. He's going to go this time aggressively and try and distract away from his teammates at long. So you can just see him being proactive in this sense, but Simple goes overlooked, slips into the corner. 2 for him on the Deagle, a 3rd as well as he gets back in, and Sixer's the one he finds. Drops the bomb in front. He's got an M4 to work with, but MBK will eventually put him down, but he may have done enough, Simple, to give his team back the momentum we just talked about them losing.
Yeah, for some reason they're not checking Simple in that really tight left corner there. That's a position they flashed. He was there blind for about 2 or 3 seconds. No one thinks to check it. His teammates around him actually doing a very good job of taking the aggro away. So this position is very key to check, right? Apex jumps out. It's normally quite common. He's the entry fragger, of course, but look how much attention the C's took away from Simple, managing to pick up 3 kills there. The 3rd one was pretty exciting as he gets a headshot towards Sixer. But there it is, a force buy works in return. And of course, MVS will be trying it back once again. It begins the battle. As there's a Galil for MBK. They have got the same sort of buy, though. Kenny S not getting armor. Of course, it's Diorpa. So Tech-9s. Deagles fast towards long A. Simple can hear them. He used that incendiary to hold them off. Oh, decides not to. I thought he was going to try and stop them rushing at that point.
Apex. Tech-9 with Sixer. Going to try and push onto the A site. Bomb is with them. As we see it on the back of Apex. He's tagged down to 34. Sixer that goes further away. The M4 pays off. Edward misses a few shots early on, but still no one to follow up for the trade. He's alone with MBK, and that's good enough for the MAC-10 to do the work. Bomb drop down at the corner at long. I don't have nostrils, Henry. It makes breathing a little bit more difficult as Flamey is going to take down Happy. So 3-1. Now we're back to where we were. The open book left for the writing now for Na'Vi. If they can pick up 2 or 3 more even, it's better than we normally see on their CT.
Yeah, this is a promising start. Back and forth, 4 spies. Finally, Na'Vi break the serve and is going to be envious now. Surely on an eco, does PT50 as well they can really bring to this round. 1 flashbang as well in the hands of Happy. So there it is, Na'Vi getting that decent start we were hoping to see at some point on their cobble. Maybe this is a point of allowing it to come in towards Pro League and see whether they can improve on it. It's been a very rough experience for them overall since Simple has joined the roster. It's got actually somehow worse, even though the team has been improving. Guardian, aggressive, does spot a couple. Nade goes in, should do some considerable damage there. Does a ton. He gets the first kill with 6 takes it down with the PC-50.
Shots to come back with Sixer, though, onto Flamey. So we're not done just yet. He's going to backpedal slightly. It's 3 versus 3. Low HP on Sixer, but they can't commit to the site because there is one still inside of the drop arch, and that's going to cause them problems as Edward goes down to 5. He'll back away. The low HP does cost them in the end, though, as the bomb gets dropped inside of the open. Simple's trying to find the angle on Happy, but can't afford to give up all his ammo, and doing it gets tagged up, dinked, in fact.
Yep.
And he does manage to get Happy immediately after.
Well, 4-1, we do arrive at the first gun round finally here. It'll be in round number 6, and it's going to be open in the hands of Kenny S. 4 AKs as well. They did get a couple of kills in the previous round, but nothing really to report. Double orb setup once again for Na'Vi. Does Chad mention the desk? We're not a massive fan of it overall. Doesn't seem to be that successful for them. They seem to be running it every single opportunity they can. It's not even situational. Just every chance they get is being brought out. Maybe they've adjusted it slightly, and we'll see what they bring here. It's going to be Simple with the long A presence, trying to find that first pick. It's got a defensive hold from MBS to kick things off here. Just seeing if there is any initial pushes from the CTs. Edward, he'll be towards Danger, and then Simple backing him up as well. We'll see whether they can do anything with this. Guardian very aggressive on the upper platform. They've got a lot locked down here.
Smoke at the top of drop as well. Can't look over top of it just yet. Simple's going to get flashed off, pushed back, and it's the angle to Kenny. Went back for it, oddly enough. Usually you want to go passive in that situation, especially with no one to bait you back in.
Right.
It's going to be Sixer to follow up, and Edward goes down. NBK, smoke off toward the door. He'll make it up to the top of the ramp. And Flamey, he'll run through the flames. He gets back inside the site, drops in already. He's committed. And Apex is going to win the duel, surprisingly, because he was tagged low, and somehow he turns back to find the tracers. Was it? No, it was definitely not. There was a silencer on that M4, so just a lucky guess in the doorway.
Well, a nice round there from MBS. I absolutely agree with you. Once again, it's this double orb setup. It's quite easily shut down. That's 1 flashbang. Like you said, Simple, he gets fully flashed out of position. He has to fall back. He has no really justification to go back to that corner. Kenny S is waiting for him. Very simple frag, and the double orb setup shut down pretty quickly there. I don't think a single frag was found for Na'Vi. So they still have money left over, so they're going to have another buy here. A single orb can be purchased. It can be seized on the UMP, Simple down to the M4. This will probably be more successful for them, if I'm honest. Need to be playing more together towards that long A position. See if they can have bait in some kills for Edward as he's towards Danger. Simple can fall back and take the aggro away instead of taking single duels in every choke point available. So no, they've swapped things around. I think Edward's towards long A. This time Simple's in danger. Edwards has got the silenced M4. We're dropping a smoke there. Gives him more potential to spam through if he wants to. I like this little gap he's using. That's quite cool. Yeah, it's towards KR. That's good. X-ray shows it perfectly. Can he see the foot, though? Oh, dear. Maybe he overstayed his welcome there as Edward gets dropped.
Highly likely he did.
So it was quite a nice little idea there, but I think if you're aware that's a possibility, if you know that one-way smoke, then you need to be quite quick about it. Simple tries to reface there, but he gets an equal exchange. That's still pretty bad news for the CTs, especially when C's only has a UMP. We'll see what happens here as we go into the 1 minute mark. No, oh, there is one kit available, but no smokes now for the CTs. Just an incendiary. That's in the hands of C's. Happy, of course. He'll be patrolling towards a drop-down area. I think there's only one player towards B. That's going to be Guardian. Still a force to be reckoned with if he can find that first shot.
He absolutely is on this AWP. Looking already out toward the long B. Jump over, miss. Goes right between the two. And Guardian has to find a secondary angle. He can't find that either. That's going to be overwhelming. He missed 2. There's no chance with that many players walking toward the site. Kenny gets a nade kill onto Flamey. May have found one in between all of that chaos, but it won't matter. Kenny's going to close it off. He's looking sharp, so this is a problem for them. 4 kills now for that AWP. He's taking down Simple. Guardian's missing shots on the B site.
Those weren't even particularly hard shots, to be fair, but Guardian level. That was like all day long. A little flick shot for him, that's easy. Right in between 2 of them, like you said. And then a second shot crossing to the side as well. Maybe a little bit rusty, I'm not too sure, but that was Guardian-esque for sure. So, another eco here for Na'Vi. Will be balanced out 4-4, presumably. They could do something with the PT50s and 5.7s. There's only 2 of those available, though. Guardian has got the PT1000. Can't really invest too much. As we go into round number 8, this will be a chance for Envy to slow things down. They still have the Mac 10 in the hands of Apex, and we're trying to farm some cash here. He'll be thrown into the key choke points first, maybe towards long A. We'll see where he is. He's going to be, he'll be heading towards that area. So there's a little stack there from the CD. You can actually see 4 of them waiting towards long. I'll show you there are 4. Sees with the flashbang in hand there. If you could just go on Sees quickly. You see he's got the flashbang in hand ready to flash those CTs in. As soon as they hear a footstep or some sort of tell, then they'll flash over and try and do something with that.
Happy. Wants to go. Apex already down bottom danger. 4 players. And they're going to rotate back in that position, but they're not inside of the site yet. Not spotted. Apex thinks he's checked the corner. This could leave him actually in an awkward position when they get to the top of the ramp because Seized, he's still there. Bomb down. He's got it in the corner. He's got a gun grabbed. Positioning works out, and they just happen to be in the right place at the right time. A footstep further, and they would have been spotted by Apex as he wrapped in. But now Sixer's got to pull this back. The one saving grace is Happy, who's working very slowly back up into the position where the bomb is. And he's made it work.
Those are 4-man stack. Doesn't work the way it's designed at the start of the round, but Envious coming up towards mid. They managed to take one down the USP, pick up an AK, that Seized, finds another kill as well. Brings it down to a very tight situation, but Six are doing some good work there and Happy with the backstab. Pretty much guaranteed the round. So there it is, 4-4. Another gun round comes in. No orbs available for Na'Vi, though. They haven't stabilized quite yet. You can see they haven't got a kit. A single kit available, no orb. We know they'd rely on that double orb setup. And limited in terms of utility. They need 3 smokes, no incendiaries, no HEs. So definitely another weak buy for them. I certainly favour Envious, considering Kenny S with the orb as well. Actually, he has no smoke to contend with there at the start. There it is, finally comes in. They're trying to wait as long as they possibly could to deploy the first one, buy themselves some more time. It's going to be a nice little flash in, Guardian. Joined by Flamey as well, trying to see what they can do here. With the little utility they have to try and make something happen. Decent grenade damage, not really enough to justify a one-shot kill with the M4 just yet. Here he comes, though.
Yeah, he's already dropped in. They may have heard this. He's looking a little bit suspicious. Gets caught off as he's already well and truly crossed to the left. Guardian will pull that back. It's not the AWP this time. It's the M4. Silenced at that, but he's on 19. Flashed off. Goes for the repeat. MBK's already got position and Happy down drop. Again in a timely fashion. Looking better and better in that position. He'll catch off one more. And then, well, okay, extra money for MBK, but 2 kills immediately after for him. Did he get it or?
No, don't think so.
Okay, I
can confirm.
I was talking too much, Henry. It's pretty normal.
That is quite normal.
Didn't hear it. My ears are also struggling too, to be fair.
So am mine. I think it's because I wear a headset all the time.
Yeah, you know, and in flying, gotta get those Q-tips in there.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I'm like a dog getting scratched behind the ear with a Q-tip. I just like throw my head back and enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, another eco for Na'Vi. They're not enjoying this. It's definitely a two-sided map, and they had a decent start here, but since the gun rounds have started, it's Envious to take the lion's share of the round. It's going to be an aggressive play from Happy there towards the platform. Well, Flamey finds his head, takes him down, and now it's up to him. Kenny has to try and do something towards middle here. You can see he's sensing those shots coming for the door, decides better of it, falls back, as Kenny keeps coming in towards this mid position. In case he towards middle again, it's going to be simple. Dropping first with Season reply. It's going to be the man advantage, though, in that position for Envious. He's rotating through balcony.
Apex trying to find it with the Mac-10.
Oh dear.
Telephone poles are strong these days. It'll save him. Sure enough, he's still alive. It'll be Sixer to close out with 2. He's been pretty sharp again on this map. I remember when we did see him the other night. That time they got the plant down.
14 kills.
Yeah, I was going to say the other night when we saw him on this map, he had 17 in the first half as well and ended on 24 to 27, somewhere in that range. He was the second highest fragger in that game.
Yeah.
So this map for Cobblestone, he seems quite proficient on.
Yeah, 14 for 4 so far. Against a lot of egos, to be fair, but still close rounds that had impact on the game. It's going to be another double orb setup. Once again, this is strange. Not many teams will do this, man. We've talked about this a lot. Double orbs every single chance you can do it. It's just not normal. You can see they're limited. They've got no utility, got no kits to go with them. It's just, it's weird to see it every single time on CT Cobble. That one-way smoke comes in once again towards long, but Kenny is still hunting towards it. It's going to be simple towards danger. Gets the leg off, but that's all he'll get. Doesn't get the kill just yet. It's MBK. He takes the chance to push up towards mid and try and catch the CDs rotating back. Good flashbangs coming in.
Decent flashbang. Yeah, the quick bounce over the wall. Simple's blind again. He still hits Apex to start it off, and now it's going to be the M4 of Edward that comes back into the fray. Sixer to fall. Simple. He's found a better spot, a better angle out toward long, but watch the rotation back through danger. He's going to have to consider this. He's not. No one's even looking for it. And the Flames, it's going to try and hold off Happy, but he goes third to catch them, and he's going to get one. Simple needs to turn. He's caught in between 3 position players on the Envious side, and they make it work. Happy, again, is the one to do so. This is one of the best lurking games we've seen him play, as he gets behind them once more. And the push through the Flames entirely caught them off. Simple thought they were safe on that alone. Bomb plant seized, only one left alive. Does have a kit. Speaking of Flames, he's got a Molotov himself, but He's going to get back in the site first and foremost, and the Molotov's going to hold him off from doing so.
Nice little Molotov there. It's going to funnel him towards middle. They know that's a possibility, but Happy drops and then Kenny S pulls out of Tech9, finishes things there. Couldn't find the AWP shot, but still quite a fast-paced round there. They get sense that the AWP was towards danger at that point. They tried to push towards middle as the race began. Simple got the first frag, but he's stuck behind Stables at that point. Like you said, a really nice lug coming from Happy. Perfectly timed. He seems to be really on point at that moment. There was a point where he was actually almost detrimental to his team. He's coming in so late when the exchanges are already finished. Now he seems to be actually working out the timings a little bit more efficiently and actually finding really influential frags at around. It's going to be number 12 as we go into this one. It's quite a quick half so far. And another eco, or partial buy, I guess, for the CTs. MBK finds that first frag, though. Simple, aggressive once again towards danger. He gets dropped, and now it's just up to Edward towards A by himself. He has got a rotation coming in the form of Guardian, but I think it's in vain. It looks like the A side is going to be open for business here. Happy once again doing work as he goes into B once by himself. Now just Guardian. Gets one kill. That's all to get. MVS do win the half at this point. How many rounds down the row now? That's got to be quite a lot. I think it's 7. So
there you go. Oh, that's you. I was like, Rashley, why would you bring it up and put it down that fast?
Oh,
I was looking at your screen.
Yep.
It is 7.
Yeah, so since the gun rounds really begun, that's when NVS have really run away from this one.
And that's where we knew Na'Vi was always struggling. It's
Yeah.
the same thing all over again. Again, here we go. It's not situational. They want to go in the AWP, that double AWP
it's
setup.
such a weird one, isn't it? It's definitely it's a situational purchase on Cobble. I think it's one of the weaker setups you can actually have on Cobble overall. Just so vulnerable to full executions. Like Envy haven't even been doing that, and they're still shutting it down. So why keep going towards it?
Guardian. Oh, top box fell off it. I thought he was going to fire into that. I thought he had it lined up. Kenny was waiting. Couldn't quite see him in return. The shot towards boosted tree. They're going to know Flamey's there now. That could give them a chance to walk in from long. Good position in Chicken Coop this time. Finally, they're able to shut down one of the 2 choke points. Guardian goes early. Again, a missed shot, though. Slightly off tonight is Guardian, and it's costing them because Sixer gets inside the site. Another 2 entries for him, and he'll backpedal to try and find his way over toward Guardian, who's going to get naded out. And AK, it's so spammable, but he doesn't know the exact position by which he stands. But is staring him down, and it's Kenny, who has been hot, trying to find a way to get this bomb planted. 45 seconds. Guardian with 6. Tries to get back out. Thankfully, they have pulled 1 back, and Guardian gets in a position to get Kenny.
Oh, that's so sick from Guardian. Like, they know exactly where he is, but like you said, they don't want to waste the ammo and like give him an opportunity to face when they spray everything in towards it. His teammates just coming in, slowly picking off the terrorist there. So finally getting around. Guardian only gets 1 kill, but he's actually the one that wins it there, despite having the balls to stay alive in the chicken coop for so long, taking a bit of a risk, sitting in the smoke, and MV can't do anything about it. So 5 rounds have been found by Na'Vi. And still have the double orbs there available, and there will be an orb for MVS. Of course, they've got tons of money. I think Sixer was almost at 16k at one point, so he can drop a load of weapons. As we go into round number 14, the closing stages now. As we see Na'Vi fighting back here. So it's been a quiet game for Guardian. He's currently on 5 for 11. Hasn't really had that much work or inputs to the CT half, but we'll see if he can step up in the last couple of rounds. Default set up for now from the terrorist. Looks like they'll be focusing towards A at some point. Edward's going to be there by himself this time. Simple will actually be all the way towards top mid.
Simple with that slight crevice between stairs and entryway at the bottom of them. It's trying to find an angle. It's favorable for the AWP. Again, the double op. 5 rounds for Na'Vi seems to be quota, remember, in the former iterations.
That's true.
So we might have something
But
still to work with.
when their T-cell was really good.
It's true.
It doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
Definitely not, but I'm trying to be positive.
Yeah.
It's my new approach on life.
Well, you should be objective.
Also being objective, if you want to get technical about it.
Yeah.
Because we're talking strictly of the CT side, Henry.
Yeah.
Simple. And wait for the wide peak, but no one's going to go that far. It's going to be a spray through the wooden boards. Nearly took his teammate. I think he did hit him on the leg. In fact, he did, because he gets the assist on Edward, but he's made up for it. 2 kills. Kenny S and Sixer go down. Gets himself in the open. He'll take down MBK as well. Won't spot Happy, who's made it up inside the smoke. And a second kill for him on a seize is going to leave him a chance to grab the bomb, but it's forward of the wall. So a flash over just to grab it. 22 seconds. He's got to commit, but he's going to push through. He's going to try and catch them off. Movement mechanics. Pistol in hand. Needs the headshot. Going to go for it. Flamey pulls the same trick in reverse.
Yeah, got very close there. Had he found that kill on Flamey, could have got interesting there. But some good work from Simple. Finds 3 kills. One of them was in the arse of his teammate, but you know, that's fine. Doesn't matter if you make up for it. It's going to be 6 rounds obtained for Na'Vi. So we did say 5 was normally par for the course for them. They've gone 1 better this time. Maybe they've got a chance of picking up Cobble here, but I'd still favour Envy overall. We'll see what happens in the last round. There's still just about enough money available to this terrorist to get a full buy here. And a single AWP setup this time. Simple drops down to an M401S. Guardian will be on the AWPing responsibility towards B. And will we see that one-way smoke again towards long A? It looks like Simple by himself at this point. Edward is spotting towards mid with the knife. Just looking for a little gap there. As it will be another B commitment here from the French side. Oh, I think he's spot the arm.
Not quite. Guardian. As he stays deep inside B, the single op this time, he stays on B. Simple, who's normally on the other op, we've mentioned it time and time again, he's over toward A. And they're going to go corner boost by the looks of it on the A site. Simple, the one that's up on top, but Guardian's still trying to find a shot down this long corridor, and Flamey's here with him. Bullets off to stairs. Flamey gets forward of it. Tries to find a position with the AK, but he's got to consider drop room as well with the smokes inside of it. Edward's got to rotate, so just for the moment, while Edward does so, he's got to give his attention elsewhere in case they push through. Now that that's subsided and the smoke's gone back out for Guardian, he can start to try and play support to both because it's going to be a wide push to get by the smoke that Guardian's deployed, and that's as a result of the movement from the first player. Edward moving back toward the drop room. It is going to be Guardian that reads it well, takes down Apex. It's Flamey as well to find Unhappy, but let's not rule out Kenny. Yes, now we can.
Now you can, for sure. Well, pretty equal there. It was a really nice start from Na'Vi. Went up 4-1 at one point, but then when the gun rounds began, that's when Envious started to run away with it overall. You can feel like they were the stronger team there, but some decent rounds towards the end. Simple finding some form with that double AWP setup. We've criticised it for a couple of weeks now, but we'll see whether it's enough to actually continue. We said the T half was normally better in history, I guess, but who knows?
We'll find out when we come back. It's been an interesting half. Good start for Na'Vi. So 8-7 after, oh God, I look like a bag of nails, Henry. Yeah, 8-7 after the first half, the opening half. Pistol round one by Na'Vi. We thought, all right, good start. Get ecoed. We thought, here we go again. And then they pull it back, lose 7 rounds in a row, make it 8-7. So a very turbulent half, but overall better than we normally see from their CT side.
Better, certainly better. Still, it's a terrorist map. They managed to get 7 rounds, so it's not too bad. They win the pistol, got a good chance of winning this one. The problem, as we said, their T side has been poor overall recently, but they've had a they've had a couple of days off now. Maybe they'll have some practice to actually work things out and see whether they can get better at this map. I'm hoping to see some developments and see whether they got more. The problem was that the execution seemed poor before, like the timings with the smokes going down, the flashes. They seemed like they're getting caught out by their own timings, it seemed. So hopefully they can address that and maybe get a victory today. That'd be nice to see.
Yeah, rotation seems to be an issue for a few of the teams on Cobble as of late. And I don't know if it's the roster changes. Obviously, the iteration with Devil and Envy, we pointed out a number of situations where, specifically against Cloud9, they were abysmal at communication on this map.
Right. Yeah, that was when Apex was like alone towards A most of the time, it seemed like. He was always stuck in positions where Kenny S couldn't back him up. Kenny was just posted towards B every single round. That was weird, like considering if you think back to like Clue's era, that's when Kenny was AWPing towards A most of the time. They've changed that completely. We'll see what they bring to the table here today, but as the pistol not starting, this will be more warm-up. Don't get too excited just yet. But yeah, still anyone's game. Pistol will be indicative of which way it's going, but still the force buys for either of these sides are very strong indeed. You'll see Tech9's Deagles being a huge factor here. Almost every single round with the partial buys.
Yeah. Tech9s are still such a strong gun. I mean,
the Deagles seems to be...
Deagle's coming back in. I think people are getting used to it.
Yeah.
I think people are taking the time to actually play with it. People were really frustrated at first because there just wasn't Source.
It just used to be all about the Tech9,
yeah.
like especially in 2014, 2015.
And to be fair, Tech9 did get a nerf, but it's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, even after the nerf, it was still pretty prevalent for about 6 months. The Deagle's only recently come in the last few, like when everyone started to use it now, like more and more, and becoming really sick with it as well. Yeah, you see some really crazy highlight clips from that weapon. There's the old dragon.
Yeah, I agree. There is the old dragon. Oh, sorry, that's the dragon. I thought you were talking about my girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong monitor.
I haven't spoken to her in weeks.
Yeah, it's fine. Probably for the best.
Okay then, T side begins. It's going to be Na'Vi, 3 sets of armor, seized with a smoke, 2 flashbangs, simple, yet to buy. What's he bringing? Just armor, nothing exciting. No Superman. That's all we're calling the raid boss now. We've changed it.
Superman, I do like it a little more. Soldier Boy up in that. As he's going to go toward B. Flash over quickly. Smoke ready for the door. Fast play so far, but this could be a sales pitch because Bomb looking like it wants to head over toward A, at least for now. It's out toward long. Guardian down in window already, going to try and jump through. Happy's waiting for it. Gets caught out and spotted immediately. If he could have got to the corner faster, he might have found that man, Flamey, who is already making his way by. But Guardian's going to respond. MBK down a second player here. It's Kenny S. It's all trade so far. 3 versus 3 on a retake on A.
Yeah, lovely little execution here from Na'Vi, but it's being shut down quite rapidly by Kenny S here. A master with the pistols, Apex chiming in as well, just up to seized. He's detected now, the bomb's down in a tricky position. 2 players to find, but they are separated for now, but it doesn't matter. Sixer delivers the final blow. It's Kenny S there with some really nice shots towards the A side, but there it is. Na'Vi with that smoke on the upper B platform. The idea is they're going to do an A split at the start of the round. They're going through drop down. And once they get into connector, the idea is that smoke and connector actually stops the CDs rotating in. So if they find that first kill cleanly, they should have a pretty good run towards the A side. But Envy is stepping up there, especially Kenny with the USB and locking it down. 9-7. A much needed pistol out. As we go into the second round, no bomb planted, so it will be Tech9s and PD50s. They've got 2 smokes to work with here, and the majority of the T's heading towards long A. Long A is going to do a lot of damage, though. Lands on their feet, and Apex will be falling back after doing the damage. You would assume they'll be smoking towards the connector, maybe the balcony as well, and trying to do what they can towards the A side, see if we can get a plan down. The bomb's in the hands of Edward, and he will be at the front of the pack there, joined by Flamey.
Flamey's going to push Apex back slightly and do better than that round the corner. Remember the Tech9, we just talked about it. Certainly works for him there. His Guardian as well is going to push in. UMP in hand, jumps around the corner. First shot successful. Happy's going to fall. It's MBK and Kenny. Headshots on either. Guardian. Down he goes. Sixer with the kill. So it does stabilize eventually despite the Tech9s. Okay, hold on. Getting such a fast start. Bomb planted. Flank doesn't quite work for Seized as he nearly caught them off on balcony. Sixer on 12 HP. If he found that kill, he could have played the time, but Kenny's on the defuse. Neither of them did have a kit, so he definitely could have played the time.
Definitely could have played the time. But still, Na'Vi get a bomb plant down, they get 3 kills. Not the worst round or outcome for them overall. Definitely have a bit more potential there, but still Happy with an interesting decision on the side that is holding the flashbang out. He can hear them right next to him. I think he waited a little bit too long to actually do anything about it. It would have been better off just having the weapon out and challenging, but you know, that's the decision he made. He stands by it. Is this another force buy from Na'Vi? Oh no, okay. More of a partial buy. What have they got left over? 1,200. They're going to have 24. Well, it's not the best decision though. They'll be pretty weak into the next round, but still, they can get over a plant down here. I guess that's the objective. They'll be fine as they Barrel up towards the middle. No confrontations as of yet, but the player until to connect actually finds that first kill. It sees to drop Kenny S. MBK rotating in, the final kill on C's from Pizarro.
Well, it is going to be simple. But the only kill thus far, he's stepped it up. He's got NBK down as well. I said only kill. There was one that came in from C's that I did not see on my periphery, but it is going to now be another round for NB. 11-7, so Na'Vi quiet so far. And this is what we feared from them. You've been talking about the T side. You brought it up if we wanted to be objective, saying it hasn't been as good as of late. Now they've got the guns up, and they're going to have to step up considerably.
But that force buy just then, it makes things a little bit weak. They've got no Molotovs, a really key part of Cobble to actually get executing effectively. Molotov in the tree, the steps position, actually flushing out some CTs. They brought armor and tech lines once again after getting the bomb down. So, yes, they have the rifles, they have an open Guardian as well, but still, they'll have a tough time actually getting the CTs out of position. The good news is, it's a little bit of a bonus round for Envious here. You can see Apex, he's got the MP9 still, MPK on the FAMAS, so they're taking a bit of a risk in terms of the lesser weaponry to challenge the AKs as we go into round number 4 here. A big round, and if now we can pull this one off, they'll be right back into the game. We'll see what they can do here. As Edward has got some positional control towards long A. Simple, we boost it up, means you get a better angle towards the defending CTs. As they fall back though. Why you challenge that angle with an MP9, I have no idea, but he went with it, and it's going to be 2 kills going in favor of Na'Vi.
Huge problem for them, yep. Because now, okay, Guardian missing a shot again. They've got so much presence on the map. Guardian missing a shot, gets tagged up. Hold on. Sixer, he pulls back 3. Kenny's got the first, I take that back, but either way, it's 3 kills in succession for Envious. And they made a round out of nothing. Edward timing off, but he's fortunate that Sixer not looking in the correct direction as he's already inside of the site past the APC, and it's going to be a 1 versus 2 in the favor of Na'Vi, but that's taken back by Kenny on a fast nose go back to put his head down. He is very good at that mechanic, but he can't duck away from Simple in that time.
Wow, what a round that was. It seemed like Na'Vi had it all tied up there. They find their first 3 kills. Sixer and Kenny S find 3 in return very quickly though, and Kenny S brings it down to a 1v1. This is the big play here. USP, great work from Sixer. And Kenny S definitely in contention to win that round as well. The great first no-scope there, and he found out where the secondary terrorist was, but just couldn't find the shot. Could have gone either way. It's a force buy from Envious here. They're going to be going with 3 pistols though. 2 M4s. MBK just the deagle and body armor. Nothing else to speak of. Apex working towards danger. This will be a stir round for Na'Vi, you would assume, considering that now they have a few more grenades to work with. They still have a massive advantage in terms of the weaponry. That's going to be trying to work out what's available for the CTs at this point. We bleed out some of their utility as we get into round number 5 here. No one really contending anything just yet. Flamey's watching towards upper platform. Looks like they'll be falling back and focusing on the B area.
Smoke over toward the window, sees nade. How does he like to throw? I guess he goes for the straight bounce. Either way, it doesn't matter. The flash was perfectly timed at MBK. Fully whited out. He's going to fall. That gives them drop room to work with. Sixer's going to try and spot this pack, but he's already taken the flower pot down, which is half of the approach of trying to keep your head hidden and get the first shot. And he tried to pre-fire on the shoulder bait. I think it's going to be Sixer that does get Flamey in the end, but Simple's able to trade that. It is a man advantage as well. Make it 2 for Na'Vi as Guardian will hit happy. Apex with just the CZ75. Pretty straightforward, considering there was no guns bought. They did get 2 down, and this actually picking up the M4. He's already got armor, nades, and a kit. Is reasonable.
Yeah, but they're only a first stage loss benefit now. This will be second, so we'll get $900. It's going to be an almost certain eco. So yes, he saves an M4, but it's not like it's going to be hugely influential to the next round. It was an AWP, maybe something to write home about, but an M4, I guess I can find 1 or 2 kills. It's just going to take your teammates, though, who will be limited to PD50. They can't really justify much more than that. Maybe a 5-7 here or there, but we'll see what happens. Apex will be saving a kit as well. Could have an impact, you know. Someone like him needs to go maybe boost it up towards drop down, try and find that first kill. As he will survive here. Just Guardian is simple. But with the force buy for Envious, not really working out for them there. You can see the money. Very limited indeed. So a couple of CZs for now. And I think maybe that was Apex who had the CZ. He's dropped it over. He picked it up from a dead teammate. So his teammates didn't actually be buying anything at all. I would guess they'll boost him up and drop down. He also likes to play towards danger. Maybe he'll just go and face aggressively towards mid.
Edward's going to get ready for a push. But are they ready to do so? It looked like they wanted to with 3 players out toward long, but Kenny's going to hold up at the corner. Here's the man we need to keep an eye on. The man with the gun, Apex, over on A. As they already start to clear out drop and potentially hold for long once this is established. Sixer getting pushed back immediately, even though I think he did spot the shoulder of Flamey. Should bring the ball back. Nice shot from Sixer on reapproach.
Yeah, good job. The P250 manages to take down Flamey. 13 HP. The M4 will be rotating over towards B as well, so it's in the right position for now. Navi looking like they'll be setting something up towards B.
Sixer's going to try and hold this off still. Again, that first shot on Flamey is haunting because the P250 is dead even almost in this situation. It's one more bullet. Guardian, lovely entry though, finds NBK in behind the statue. It is going to be a nade into him. He's on 8. Sixer's doing work once more to get the HP low. In fact, look at 3 players on Navi because now Happy's got a chance, but he whiffs the first few.
Yeah.
And he can't compose himself immediately after. It's going to be Kenny versus 4. Yes, the situation's similar on the HP, but with bomb already down, no kit, no armor, Kenny's going to back away. There was a chance for a second there for Happy.
Yeah, absolutely. So many players low HP. Guardian, Simple, 28 between them. Kenny has, though, the money's still weak for the CD side. Happy is on $1,600 over a 3rd stage loss bonus after this, so $2,400 coming in. Still, they can buy. Won't be the best, though. They'll get M4s, maybe Famases and body armor, but they'll be limited. A real chance now for Navi to get back into this map. It will be 11-10, and we'll see what Kenny can do. Him saving the AK certainly helps things out. He can drop that over. I think he can afford an AWP just about. I love $5,400. But his teammates desperately need it. MBK's only got $3,750, so he'll drop that AK over to him. Let's get to 11-10. It's actually been a pretty decent T-half from Navi so far.
Yep.
Only 3 rounds in a row after losing the pistol.
Yeah, and the economy back in their favor. CT side playing catch-up at this point.
Yeah, MBK's just down to a max 7 here. Still a decent weapon on Cobble, but you can tell when things aren't ideal when you pull that out.
Oh, it's off down already. A drop. It's seized and Flamey that want to go out toward long. Nade this time toward the stairwell instead because Flamey wants to go fast. So you can anticipate that leaving the stairs open, well, it turns out to be a problem. It means that Flamey wants to get upon them himself and try and utilize inside of the site, but Sixer never gets pushed far enough back, and therefore the angle's still in his favor. It influences Navi elsewhere on the map. Over toward A instead, they'll start to look as they have the bomb in their hand. Guardian pre-scoped in, won't be making any further noise, aside from resounding thunder, which, yes, it does similarly sound that way now when he tries to find someone inside of the site. Checking all corners, creeping up. It's outside of stables that they're playing. It's becoming more common, but it's going to be Happy that gets Edward. Now Guardian has to go. Still scoped in. He's able to find the angle, but it's Apex tagging back. This nade could be the end of Guardian. If it bounces back far enough, not quite. He's already farther down the tunnel than that. It's going to put it onto the site. Seized. Wow. Good shot on Kenny. And Apex is there, struggling to stay alive. Just shuffles away from where the bullets land, and therefore he's still got a chance to try and shut them out, but it's Sixer that has to do the bigger damage. Bomb down, 44 seconds. He's got it back toward him at the bottom of the middle. And if Apex can find the shot on Guardian, it could have been the round over on that alone because Sixer's position was favorable. Now, he's in a 1 versus 2. And although he's not much worse for wear than seized, it's Guardian that's still on the map.
Yeah, but look at the bomb. It's in a great position for Sixer here. His is not ideal, though. If he gets one down, the other terrorist going to know exactly where he is. This kill decides it all. Caesar will be checking it, though, and he has the advantageous angle there. Takes him down. So Sixer did what he could to get them back into the round, drops upon in that position, but Apex, low HP on the site. He can't fend them off for long enough, and it's going to be 11-11. We've made it again, Matt. As we go into round number 8 here, and not really a buy available for Envious. They're coming in with partial here. Just going to be getting a shotgun for Happy and some CZs and a Desert Eagle. Really too much to work with here, but like we said, these guys can be very good with these upgraded pistols. Happy will be taking the shotgun towards Dangerous. Seems like to boosting the player. Oh, he gets boosted up himself. Okay. Oh, no. Yep.
Do it. Everyone try it. Do you remember when you could self-boost for about a week?
Yeah, what a weird week that was.
Weird push that is with no one watching it. Even though, yes, okay, they're on pistols. They just completely negate the fact that it's a possibility, and that's Flamey and Edward to do all the work. He's able to snap back and find Happy. Okay, calm down. He is indeed dead.
I haven't seen many sprays on the floor.
It's true. It's true. Maybe gentleman's agreement that no one sprays them, or just everyone disagreeing with the fact that they're in the game.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe the players did say, like, should we just not use them? Maybe there are
I did see one yesterday, I think, behind the bench on Mirage. We saw the knives, or the crown. The crown came out.
Yeah. Well, then, another gun round comes in, and it will be Envious with the AWP set up here. This is what I like to see there. They're not just sticking Kenny S towards B every single time. He's actually going to be towards long A. Looking for that first pick. Same angle Simple was holding before, where he got flashed off, and Kenny S got that first pick. exact same angle. Let's see whether he can have a better run with it.
Kenny has the angle held. Remember, oh, there it is.
He's so good at that shot.
He's perfectly timed. Flamey goes fast. Kenny's already responding. We saw him win the duel against Simple in reverse.
It's so standard for an AWP though. Like if you throw that flashbang, you want to be waiting for him to pull the trigger, then you go.
Yeah, I completely agree, but Flamey thinks for some reason he can beat him to it if he fell back. Doesn't work out. Sixer, he'll get seized as well. So it's Envy now, 2 for the price of 1. But Sixer is on 12 HP if there's any saving grace in it. It's Guardian, he'll smoke off down further on Tree. That'll allow them to cross over more comfortably. Simple's not quite wide enough to spot Sixer getting back toward Chicken Coop, but he's gonna find 1. He's so low on 12, they know he's there. Molotov.
Yeah,
well, we switched. Okay, I was very confused because we switched and I didn't hear it land. I was wondering where it went, but doesn't matter. It's Envious in the end. Apex with the 2 final kills. 12-12, we get right back into it. And for Na'Vi, it's the first loss in a while, so they are still decent on money.
Yeah, went for the long A default there. Like you said, the flashbang effective, but giving Kenny S the opportunity to take the Flaming down. Obviously, a bit of luck, a bit of skill there. Just having the awareness when to pull the trigger. Kenny S, whenever he's in an angle, always seems to nail it as well. With Flaming, like I said, there's definitely grounds for both arguments there. You can try and face it as soon as it goes off and take him down before he pre-fires. But the fact he just almost gifted in the kill there, like he's got no option just to pull it and fall back. He gets it. And MBK brings a Nova out, interesting enough. Not a weapon we see much these days. We saw Bardolph use one in a video recently.
It's true. He's a big, strong man that can shoot that. I think that gun would probably dislocate my shoulder. Guardian waiting for the op shot to present itself, but Happy gets back around with the compliments of a flash. So the op was already relocated and not staring down that angle. Therefore, he's able to pick up a kill. It's Apex to do the same onto Edward. Although Flamey's found the one. He's left in the open with more flashes, more utility raining down on top of him. Simple at least gets to long. Could have been a little bit swifter in doing so, and we're going to get locked up in behind the stables, but the horse has been released from the cart. Was the cart before the horse, Henry? Is that you're saying?
That's
what you would say.
Yeah. As we would both say.
It's true, we both say that. Usually, collectively, we finish each other's sentences.
Yeah.
A Simple bomb down to his left is going to try and walk back up through the stables, past the troughs, and find Sixer in behind the APC. He knew he was there. Nice pre-fire on door, too. Nearly catches out, I believe, MBK in that position, way back in, Kenny S. Way back down in toward the drop room, but he'll start to rotate over, having lost NBK inside of the site, and his further teammate, Sixer, who went down. So now Kenny, although dropping in at the balcony, has to catch off both. First shot's gonna miss, and that's gonna be the opportunity. Guardian actually hits it. I thought it would be Simple, but Guardian to pick up his second in the round, and 13th, one round for Envy and an immediate reset.
Yeah, a full reset of that as well. Na'Vi, we always said on the T-side, always struggling in those clutch situations, never seem to be working out for them, and now it actually seems that they're working as a good unit and actually getting the decent map control, executing nice and getting themselves in positions actually winnable. And there it is. It's going to be round number 11 and Envious. $1,500 for Sixer and MBK. Or they could buy into this one. It'd be 3 rifles just about. Kenny S would have to go SMG potentially. Could get dropped an AWP. I think they probably allow Na'Vi to go to 14 rounds. They take a little partial buy and then grind out the remaining rounds. I would say that's the best protocol here. Not too deep. If it had been 14-12, I'd say you have to force buy. That's why they're taking a pause right now, just to compose themselves. We're still on the hold. 2 minutes pause here. Really, I think we've only been to New York. That was the only event we had.
New York's the only one, and there was some interesting.
New York.
The interest, yes, exactly. So big they had to name it twice. There's something else I know they had to name twice too. There was the interesting thing about that event is there was only 3 teams that actually were running designated coaches at it, of the 8. So it was kind of an anomaly because most teams at a major, there's actually a majority that do run the coaches, but in the company that we had, we just didn't have the coaches present. We did get a bit mixed of results. Some teams thought it was favorable, it was good. You could use it to break up momentum. You could use it to try and, change things even when you're ahead. Because you had them in the first half and didn't take away any from the second, they don't stack. There's no need to save them. So you can kind of call it when you're in the lead to try and keep being innovative in that sense. But we also heard that it wasn't enough time and the coaches were feeling very, not useless, but redundant in situations where they wanted to speak up, but they couldn't until the team gave them the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, the coaches now definitely more like analysts, it seems. Like they can observe things and give their inputs twice a half and kind of spot some nuances and say, like, oh, you should give this a go, or you need to adjust this. It's much more reliant on the in-game leaders themselves to actually step up in the key situations, which I like, I'm not going to lie. I think that's the way CS should be overall. Obviously, it was just a bit of a shame considering we've crafted about 20 careers around the system we had. May have been shut down or maybe less impactful, but time will tell. We only had one event so far. We'll see how it develops. Back into it, it looks like it was a little partial buy here from Envious. Should be 14-12 here, but you never know with CSGO, Matt. You can never tell. Wasn't as... it was a lot more black and white in 1.6 and Source. The ecos and partial buys didn't really equate to instant round victories. Maybe not so much as Source, where the Deagle was OP as hell, but yeah, always difficult to tell with this game.
It is sometimes. Apex, this is 1, 2. Thank you very much. The AK did get flung. Oh no, he did get it. Okay, I thought it got shot by a second bullet that pushed it forward. He does go down in the end, but that AK could have been hugely problematic if he was able to pull it out and dress it in time.
He got a little bit carried away there, I think. When you get the 2 kills and you shut them down, you know the rest are there. I'd say fall back at that point, because as soon as you drop, your teammates haven't got weapons, right? He went for the Superman play, and you get punished for it. So they only get the 2 kills he got. Obviously, it's very easy to say that in hindsight. Had he pulled it off, I'd have been saying, oh, what an amazing play. But if you're talking about the safest thing to do there, you got 2 kills, you picked up an AK, I would say just fall back and then try and reposition, use the manpower against them. But there we go. Round number 12. When he comes back in for Envious. Navi on the cusp of taking map number 1 here. Do you know what the second map is? I think I missed it.
I missed it as well. I didn't. Well, to be fair, before the game, I was meditating to try and keep
I remember it was Mirage.
Yeah, keep my head from exploding with all the sinus congestion. But yes, it is Mirage. Thank you for.
I remember it. It was all me.
Definitely all you. Thanks, Matt.
Who's Matt?
Me.
Oh yeah.
Kenny, not the producer. Inside the arch, AWP, watching down the long corridor. Was a little bit of presence there, but it's already gone back away, and it's Edward that was the one trying to find... Actually, take that back, it's seized. Turn that 9 upside down, it's the 6 seized.
Well, long control coming in, it's Guardian clearing out every single angle here. Not going to have any confrontations with the CTs as of yet. It's going to be Happy and Apex patrolling towards top of mid. They normally go for a little boost setup here, but this time Stables and APC will be used. It's going to be Apex providing a smoke for his teammates, and Happy will just be listening for footsteps and calling in for utility if required. Apex patrolling towards mid. So they'll actually be executing all the way to A here. Plenty of opportunities to throw the smokes towards Connector from the long A position. Here they come. Flashes go over. Don't have to fully commit, can always go back towards B. The idea is to take the CT vision away and call them some rotations potentially here, but it looks like they will be actually committing as they push up towards middle.
Happy waiting with the flash, through the smoke he goes, Snacks-esque. But he loses himself slightly, and Edwards managed to get away and go back down toward long. He'll still find him with the M4, and then when he turns back, Simple's waiting. But not ready. The Seized is the only one to find a kill thus far from Na'Vi. Look at the pistols go to work, it's Envy again. And they'll make their way up to round number 13, MBK with 3 to close it out.
Very nice work at the 5-7 there. All 3 kills towards the end coming in from MBK. It can be a fantastic weapon in the right scenarios, and he shows exactly what can be done with it. Rotates in perfectly as a teammate. Happy does some substantial work there from the A side, pushing in towards long A. Finds 2, and then MBK coming in for the spray down to finish things off. So some chance for Envious to bite back here after being in some very difficult rounds. I think there will be a pause for Na'Vi this time, it seems. So, trying to work out how they finish one off. It's going to be even a good situation for them overall. Obviously got the open Guardian still, but after getting this deep once again and it's just to let Cobble slip away from them, they'll be gutting for them. It's a double up setup this time for Envious. So Kenny S and Happy coming in. And this is more situational, it seems like. They're not forcing it. They didn't buy into it. They picked up an AWP and they said, all right, let's try and make this work. We haven't done it once this game. And they'll be trying to adapt to us and we've changed our setup. That's when it makes sense, right? But it's doing it every single round. That's when I have a problem with it. From Navi's point of view, at least.
It's true. I concur.
Well, the full buy is there for Na'Vi as well. So they've got all the smokes they need. The Molotovs, I guess, at this point, are discussing how they can finish one off. And not even just get to map point first. Let's just make that the first objective. As they have been focusing quite heavily towards the A side, I have to say. Maybe a nice little B execution at this point. Get some drop down control, push towards the upper platform. Deploy the smokes, the Molotovs. Allow Guardian to get some presence towards the platform, try and get that first pick. We'll see what they can do here. But I'd assume Happy will be trying to be a thorn in their side of this secondary AWP. He'll be patrolling towards top of mid. Apex joining him. Looks like he... Is AFK, have we crashed or... Hello? Oh no, we're back.
Back indeed. Back in the room, as you would say, Henry.
Yeah.
Kenny jumping across, does get in toward the archway. Jumped over a few bullets to do so. Molotovs, flashes, all three down over top of drop. 3. There's the magic number for players out toward long as well for Na'Vi as they'll start to work around AWP in hand for Guardian. And Apex is going to try and push down with the AK-47 in hand. Flame to hold, but seized inside drop. This has potential to be an A split. With a wrap back through connector, this passive position that we're watching right now from Happy does watch long, but it's more important to see what MBK can control from the reverse side of window. Shot out, Happy's found Guardian, does manage to succeed over top of the hood, and MBK, we mentioned this position was going to be solid because now the split is possible. He goes down, Seeds can get onto the balcony, Apex so far forward in the site, this could be a bit of a problem for them. They're going to back away in the smoke though. They're actually going to pull this to reverse back over to B with Bomb. But they're a little bit hesitant because now they're finding kills on both sides. Sixers shut this down, and Bomb is waiting in the tunnels. The rotations come in, they've sold it. Happy's gonna find it, but they still don't have the information that the other two are there. So Bomb's gonna walk into B. It will be on its own, but Edward, he's gotta stay alive as long as possible to give Simple a chance at a 1 versus 3, and that's exactly what it will be. Simple planning in the open, he's got time to do so.
No nades though. So yes. And the plant's not great as well. With that time available, I'd say you want to play a little bit further back on the platform, allow yourself to at least have platform as a potential, but Simple now towards the drop-down room. This needs to do this kill by kill, see if you can find the first, and then make it a 2-on-1, a little bit more possible at that point.
Kenny gets through, down he goes. Now they know where he is. Bomb was planted wide enough for door, but not for inside a drop, so all they have to do is keep him busy, and Happy's going to do better than that. He'll get the kill. Envy's going to bring it back to 14-14.
Yeah, just going to be picking up those little drop torps there as well. And yeah, so Simple, I think he had a bit more time to work with there. In terms of like the way he could have planted and the positions he could have given himself, that could have been better, like you said. As soon as he lost that first kill, they know he's in drop down at that point, right? So even if he gets, even in the best scenario, he gets the kill, which he got, how is he winning the round? Because the CT is just going full defuse because he's got a horrible angle. One watches across, one gets the defuse on. It just wasn't really thought out, in my opinion, in terms of how he could have actually won the round overall. Anyway, it's going to be 14-14. And the money's starting to dwindle a little bit for Na'Vi. This could slip away from them. You can see they've got a Tech 9. Galil's limited in terms of grenades. And they will be going into another D4 here. He'll be seized by himself towards B while his teammates anxiously wait towards mid doors, hoping he can find something at the side of the round here.
Seized. Poised and ready, wants to push through. 2 inside the site.
Failed out.
1 inside the drop, did fail it. Didn't go through either, so it's all right. But he won't be able to hold or get any information. It's going to be Apex that's going to try and spot some heads at the top of the wall. Takes him almost the entire magazine to do so. The last page, that's where he found what he was looking for. Happy's going to take back Guardian. Flamey trading it, though, puts us to 3 versus 3. And look at Sixers rotation fast inside the site. He can't find the one that went toward Hut, so he goes back to find Flamey instead. And he's caught in between 3 of them. His teammates need to hurry up and get closer because Simple's going to cut off MBK. That's going to allow him to wrap back out, and Sixer will go down.
Well then. Another reset there for Envy, and a horrible time for it to come in as well. It was he's trying to show his hand towards the B side and maybe pull some rotations, and he actually fails to jump, but maybe that works out for them overall. He stays alive. His teammates actually catch Apex in a bad position. Yes, Apex gets 1, but he goes down, and his teammates in pretty poor positions to actually rotate and win the round for them. So here we go, then round number 15 comes in, and the second half, we've gone the full distance. 3 pistols, a UMP, and a FAMAS. No kits, 5 smokes, no incendiaries. They're going to have to do something big here to even have a chance of winning this round, but we do know Na'Vi can be pretty poor on Cobble. Let's see if they can get it to overtime somehow. This is a very influential game in the actual standings of Pro League as well, so this is huge.
It's absolutely massive, especially when we've got 1 night left after this. Our second last night, penultimate light, and we still don't know who's going to Brazil. I don't even know if I'm going to Brazil yet, Henry.
I am.
Oh, okay, thanks, UK. Apex, Smoke Out actually conceals Guardian. He still manages, to line that up and get the shot against him, but a pistol kill to start it off, although encouraging isn't necessarily enough, and Happy he's going to walk into his death. No idea that Edward was out that far.
They still, yes, they have the man advantage, but they don't have enough really to work with there in terms of they've got 3 pistols waiting towards B. He had to try and get some information at that point. I don't mind that at all, to be fair, and we'll see whether it's going to be the move that cost him the round. As Edward, he's looking towards A, can't really spot anything. His teammates will be going towards B, but Apex somehow got behind all of them. No one watching the flanks here. He did it before the CZ. Maybe he can pull something else off here. If he times this well, this is actually going to work out. It's going to overtime. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. Simple's pulled it back. He's got a headshot as well on the Kenny. He's looking, excuse me, for more. I did say I was sick, but so too is Simple in this round. As the tags are onto him in large, though. 3 HP. Simple's done it again. 6 are on a headshot. Down to a 1 versus 2. It is going to be the Deagle. Finally! And then he follows it up. As Edward gets caught in the open, MBK will send us to overtime.
Wow. Okay, then, Desert Eagle. I thought Simple had just done quite enough there, but he crosses to the side. The Deagle tag comes in, and then a headshot as well, of course. So it does go to overtime. Na'Vi so close there. It was a famous UMP and 3 CZ to keep Envious in the game. And what a play it was, 2 versus 1 to finish it off. Well, I didn't think that was going to work out for them at all. So overtime. It's MR3. First of 4 rounds, 10k either side. Definitely difficult scenario if you're going over to the CT side and trying to do double orbs, like Na'Vi potentially will bring to the table there. If you lose the first round, you're almost limited straight away. And we'll see what happens here. Envious, of course, will be staying on the CT side. You don't swap over. Stay on the side you're on. And Na'Vi, so close yet so far, Matt. 3 CZs and a UMP.
I do like 3 CZs and a UMP.
Do you?
I like the C. No, actually, I hate the CZ. I've never used it. Never even equipped it.
I don't like it either. I like the 5.7.
It's not for me as well. I think the 5.7 is a far superior weapon. But a lot of people, and I actually think there's probably, well, it's probably 50-50 right now, I think, the pro scene. It's pretty close.
Yeah, it is. There's just different playstyles, right? The CZ, I'd say it's actually harder to use overall, but it has a much higher chance of getting those. Well, it's got the value it can bring to a round can be much more impactful than a 5.7 in certain situations. You've got the big spray down opportunities, right? At close range, you can do a hell of a lot of work with the CZ. Same with the 5.7. I just feel like you can potentially get more done with the CZ. It's just much harder to use. And we'll see what happens there. Round number 1 comes in, and it's not the double orb setup for the CT. It's going to be MVS with Kenny S, of course. He'll actually be towards B this time. Maybe looking to go aggressive as Guardian. Challenging. Nice little run boost. We know MVS are so good at that. It's just a cool little move they do. Not going to find anything for it to kick things off, though.
Edward looking for shots toward hay bales. No one there. Flash well wide. Intended to catch the corner. Apex. You won't be blinded by that. As Simple's going to clear out danger as well. 3-2 split as it stands. No one really pressurizing B. Just sitting and waiting for answers and evaluation on the A site instead. Toward long balcony as well for the CT side. It is going to be the AWP. That's where Kenny's waiting.
Well, the round building up now. Lots of control for the terrorists here. But Sixer anxiously waits towards middle. He can sense the terrorists on the other side. There's a bit of presence from the terrorists towards B. And they'll be falling back now. Looks at the bomber is committed to the long A position. Look how many the rotations have pulled away towards the B side. No one's in A for now. Sixer thinks better of. Actually spots terrorists now. He's in a really tough position. Gonna have to wait for flashbangs from his teammates. They tried to replay mid with Guardians waiting for them. This was a really big call for the CT to set all 5 players there. Now they're gonna have a tough time actually regaining the bomb site here. Falls apart for Apex as well.
Flamey. Trips over his teammate, wants to get inside the A site, but it's gonna be Na'Vi. Potentially taking that away from Envious in style. 4 versus 2, but Kenny's still alive. He finds Simple over top of the APC and a push back through from Happy. He'll drop the bomb, but going down and Kenny missing a shot. It's gonna give Guardian a chance for the lineup. He can't land it. So Guardian with 2 in the round. Kenny with only 1. He's gonna try and shut this out. That actually baits it perfectly. Because if Kenny hits that, okay, lovely shot, but there's nothing he would have been able to do to time it for Flamey to peek him.
Yeah, that's actually quite a good point. The fact that they actually decided to not go for the plan and not make it 2 1v1 situations, just cancel the plan. He fires a shot, let's go take him down. Like you said, even if he kills the first one, he did be taken down in a second. So nice move there from Na'Vi to pick up the first round here of overtime. I said the CT money is a factor in the MR3 10k situation. You can see Kenny S, after this round, if they lose it, he's got nothing really to work with. He's only got $250 left over. So the AWPers always struggle on overtime here. Let's see whether CTs can find any form as we go to round number 2. Nothing really coming in heavily from the Terror so far. A little boost from Guardian. Pretty standard, pretty much at the beginning of every round. CT's willing to face his position, and the Terror's in a great position to defend it with this boost. So makes sense for either side to give it a crack. Flashes will come in as well, try and bait something out.
Sixer on top of the tree. He's just going to watch for anyone pushing in. Kenny is going to do the same. Inside of the statue, left side of the statue. Force commitment, therefore, to find that peak. And that's where the tree position comes into play. Flamey. Smoke. And then that which is a reference to the name, the flames toward the stairwell. Kenny changes his angle because the smoke's getting his way on the left, so he's got to go to the right. That doesn't give quite the same angle to his teammate on top of the tree, but Sixer, he'll find one regardless, and then immediate rotations back over to A, knowing there's only one set of footprints heading down toward that tunnel. And Happy's pushed through them. He's got behind, but Guardian, a lovely shot to turn back in time. Flash through Apex, he's going to whip as well, and it's going to be Simple and Edward to start it off and make it potentially 2-0. Not until Kenny gets his word in and voices himself loudly. 2 kills, 3 in total. And 16-16, it's 1-1 so far in overtime.
Wow, a nice little B fake coming in there from Na'Vi. They showed so much presence toward that side of the map, and then switching it up back towards A. Happy in a great position, walking through the smoke, bumping into all of them, and actually doesn't get anything for it. Guardian comes around and gives him a lovely little shot to the face. But then it's Kenny S stepping up once more. He's so strong on Cobble. He's got 25 kills right now. His form overall recently has been fantastic. It's going to be Sixer still leading the charge with 33 frags. Still 1-1. We balance things up. A much needed round for the CT set, like I said. Wouldn't have had any money going into the next round. And it's going to be Kenny S hunting towards top of middle here, using that smoke at the beginning just to give him a bit more cover as he hunts towards the top of middle. No one giving you anything to work with. But Apex to push through it. That's audacious. But Kenny S finds a kill in return. So it's all good at the moment. Managing to recover.
Flash down. Guardian trying to peek on top of it with the AWP. Checks left toward the arch, gets inside off the pallet. I don't think that was entirely timed perfectly to be masked by the bouncing smoke, but it won't matter. They're both down there. I think they'll be aware of it regardless. They're going to rotate around as well. Happy gives up window side. They've given up A in its entirety on this 4 versus 4. Okay, sure, yes, they've got an anchor and MBK, but it's, rather, excuse me, Kenny, but it's passive for the rotation toward B instead. As Guardian. Let's Flamey go forth, and he'll hold off the line, but Happy's going to find Flamey. Sees goes down, and Envious from being a second or two away from losing the A site and going down 0-2 in overtime, take the lead back in this round, and then as soon as I say that, things change once more. Simple and Guardian, but Guardian missing a shot toward the door. It's Kenny that responds. He was in a 1 versus 2, and Envious are going to take the 2-1 lead in overtime. Again, very, very important game for the context of the season and the land of Brazil.
Well, only fitting we get it down right down to the wire then, isn't it? Overtime, going to be going in favor of Envious. Not clean, to be fair. Lots of rounds that could have gone either way. Just some big individual plays overall from Envious, and it will be 2-1 in their favor as they switch over to the terrorist side here. I'm sure we'll be kicking off very shortly into the next half. We don't take a break here. We're just going to be getting into it.
Nope, we don't take breaks, Henry, you and I.
No, we actually don't. That's the funny thing, right?
That's
I think
true.
People are actually starting to get a little bit worried for us. The way people speak to me right now.
I'm genuinely worried for me right now.
The way that people speak to me like I'm really ill or something. It's like, oh, you guys, like, are you sure you're okay? Like, you haven't had a day off and all this time. It's like, yeah, we're fine, don't worry.
Well, I'm actually dying, but it's,
yeah.
Right now I am.
I guess right now everyone's ill, so probably everyone feels a bit sorry for all of us.
Yeah, no, we're fine. We're doing all right.
We wouldn't do it unless we were happy doing it.
Power through it.
Just got to get through it.
Set a record. Got to make it to 31 lands this year. That's the goal.
Is that the record last year?
I have no idea what the record was. I think Anderson did 25 last year.
You must be close to that.
22. 23 I've done already.
Okay.
So, and I think you're just 2 under me, and you're going to catch me by 1 in about a week.
Yeah.
Potentially. We'll see what the embassy says. Edward and Apex, 1-on-1 against each other out toward this long position, and Edward's going to fall back after throwing the nade toward Apex. Bounces by him, but it takes him down to 87. He's going to walk forth on it because the nade going in likely means he's falling away. Why else would he throw the HE nade and then not be still holding the corner of the early damage dealt? But it's Edward to get back passive inside of the A site, and there's a 3-man rotation. Or a 3-man setup, a 2-man rotation back to the A site, so there was 1 here to begin with. MBK is going to find the first on Symbol. That might encourage them to go, and this early rotation could still be a problem for them because Crossfire is established and set, but the utility well placed. Flamey's still going to find what doesn't matter. Kenny S and MBK, they'll find kills, and Kenny again greets seized in the window.
Very fast A attack coming in here this time. It's going to be Kenny S once again, finding 2 kills. Same story for MBK, and yeah, they can see the money's going to be affected. For Na'Vi go to the next round, they're going to be struggling. They're going to get $1,400 on top of what they have right now. And after the double offset coming in once again, they're not going to be in a fantastic position in terms of everything. You see Guardian, that's why he gets body armor and No kit as well, interesting enough. They're trying to keep the money as strong as possibly can. That's why he has a bit more than a simple. But still, that's one more for MVS. And that's actually them finding the draw as well, which is quite an interesting fact. So Guardian has to save his orb. Where is he right now? In Rapunzel.
Spots one. Saw. Oh, that little crouch peek.
It's worth going for him. They know where he is now. It's time to actually swing over there. Guardian knows it.
Yeah, they won't get this far.
HE could fly in still.
Did I ever tell you? Oh, it was close. Did I ever tell you the setup that I did one game?
No.
I think someone clipped it and tweeted it back at me. We took all 5 of us and stood in the ladder that goes up to the Rapunzel Tower.
What, so...
We all got inside that little long... If we got a chance, maybe
This
Rush
one?
can take us over there. Yeah, that one that goes up toward the tower. And all 5 of us crouched in there. And they were all looking for us. We couldn't figure out where we were anywhere on the map. And a guy walked in there, and we just shot through each other to kill him. It was pretty lovely. It was pretty hilarious. Kenny with AWP is going to look toward the broken wall. Guardian's going to flash back against them, and that won't really affect much other than trying to allow Guardian to get up toward the stairwell. I think Kenny wasn't fully caught by that because it went too deep close to the wall next to him, and therefore he spotted Guardian in this position, but the second flash more successful in that regard, and therefore Guardian does go for a fast peek. Kenny wants back out, baits out a shot from Guardian. Smoke's going to get deployed before either of them can do anything of it. So it's pistols in desperation, and Kenny gets tagged by that. I think it was quite low on 23 by a stray bullet. It's Flamey to save Guardian, and now he's going to rack back round. It's Guardian up close, Sixer down, and another one inside the smoke. Sixer, he came so close yet so far, and Flamey bailing out Guardian, keeps him alive in the round to keep the game alive for Na'Vi.
Well, MVS...
lost the gun at the end.
He did. Good point. Look at the money, actually. That's actually pretty exciting, you know. There it is. It's going to be 1-1. This round decides it. And Na'Vi can pick it up on a limited buy still. And have another set of overtime here. MVS looking to close things out. MVS going very fast and loose in their overtime rounds here. Just trying to commit to a bomb site, go in, going for the brawl, and actually seems to be paying off as well. Actually winning that first round. The last one comes down to a 1v1. Let's see what happens here. UMP only available for seized. Guardian, he's got the orb, but Simple not the same story. Actually limited on grenades as well. You can see Simple and Guardian, nothing left pretty much as we go into the final round here, the second half.
Apex, quick clearance of danger. Lets his teammate go out and check all the way through. That's going to be MBK. Flaming gets back down closer to the archway at the door as well. And he's waiting in the corner with... Well, Crosser was facing into the wall, waiting for a flash. He'll go in, he's baited from the corner, but Sixer's far enough back from Apex that it's favorable still to Envious, who sit on map point. We do reach the end of the first overtime, regardless of what the result may be. It's going to be Guardian for Na'Vi, but he gets taken down. Happy, yep, absolutely. In the vent, and it's all on to Seized. Caught out, Happy's going to do it. Envious will pick up the win. And Na'Vi, who started out the season so well, are now playing level to Envious in a match that's very important. Envy had an abysmal start to the season, to be fair.
Yeah, and it's once again, it's Cobble that Na'Vi just can't seem to suss out. They drop it again. This time it's overtime, but you have to say, Matt, towards the end of regulation, they're up against the 3 CZs, the UMP, the FAMAS. That was the chance to take it and slipped away from them in overtime. Still a very good game. Better from Na'Vi overall in terms of their approach to the map, getting it to overtime against Envy, which is probably one of their best maps overall, Cobble. I think that's one of their headline maps.
I would say.
And yeah, so it seems like they are working on it. It's getting better, but still need to address that orb situation, I think.
Well, with that said, we've got 2 lovely, splendid gentlemen on the desk, one of which is sick just like me, the other of which is Chad.
I'm also sick, but in a different possible way.
Whatever, I can't say it. That's what they say in Australia, though, either way. 17-19, the scoreline. Now, Chad, I like that Henry has started the discussion for me, because it's kind of where I wanted to take it. Na'Vi just made Envy sweat on Cobblestone. There has to be some praise given to Na'Vi, and you can't help but think that CZ round towards the end, that this could have been finished in regulation in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, look, I was actually really excited by that first half of Counter-Strike.
You loved it, right?
I loved it. I was really impressed with the way that Na'Vi adapted their CT side. I was very impressed with the way that Happy was lurking and leading with the team. I'll break those 2 points down for you so you can really just get stuck into my brain.
Warm my hands up.
So if you noticed the way that Na'Vi were playing their CT side to begin with, it was very committed to the A-long corridor danger section of the map. Simple and Edward. So Simple, the first thing to note is Simple had been moved to the A bomb site and Guardian had been moved to B, which is a change which I really liked.
You asked for in the pre-match.
Yeah, I think that was quite good. The issue was both players were very committed towards that section of the map. So normally what happens is if both players are committed and they slip up past mid or they push through the corridor, you usually give up the other one. You don't try and fall back and stop the floodgates. You used your rotating player to stop that. The best way to do it, most teams still play quite a heavy 4B at the start, you know, or at least 4 close to B.
Well, 4 going through the door at the start.
Exactly.
Of spawn.
And one player towards A just to listen, to negate with smokes and Molotovs, and then to say when he needs backup. So if you were playing A long, like Edward was doing towards the end, this is when they adjusted, and Simple was playing back towards the doors or the vent room, what happens is once Edward gets isolated, Simple can still see down mid, and he already has that point covered. Because Envy were playing such a team-based game, it was almost contact. Once they contacted on the 2 players who were playing in corridors, they just bypassed them, ran up mid, smoked a Molotov off the rotators, and then dealt with them while their teammates couldn't help them, got the bomb down, and won the rounds quite simply. The adjustment meant that once they saw where Edward was, they pushed through mid, assuming that both players were on that part of the map, and then Simple, you know, picked them off and rotations came in. So I was impressed with that adjustment. That was really good. And then the way that Happy was playing, and you saw this happen one round, C's basically sat in drop for the whole round. The A attack came in. Envy, they were taking A, and all 5 members were there, but Happy hadn't got a kill. He hadn't made an impact. He was still there with the team. He was throwing stuff. He was pushing up, doing his job. He hadn't got a kill. C's literally sat in drop, looking at the drop while the rest of his teammates rotated waiting for Happy. Happy didn't come. He wasted, what, 30 seconds, I think, waiting? And it was really good to see, like, that adjustment from Happy, because, like, that's what I want to see. He can play mind games with people. He's in such a powerful position because he's done what he's done for so long. If he can do that on more maps and even advance that to a few more steps, you know, where he's entry fragging, has his teammates behind him, and then they all bust out once he dies or gets a kill. The other team will already start rotating, thinking it's a normal Envy strat. So really happy with the way they both approached the game, and it was close. So both teams were playing a good branded Counter-Strike. Simple had some awesome rounds again. The thing was, they did have the chance to close it out, and they failed. It was a good play.
It's a bitter pill to swallow as well for Navi, not forgetting this will be their 10th loss.
Yep.
Now, we outlined at 16-10.
Is it their 10th loss?
I believe so. I'm looking at the scores now. It says they're 11-9.
Huh. All right. I'm pretty sure that's already been updated. I thought they were 11-8 before.
That was a quick update.
Today.
So, I'll refresh again.
I could. Anyway, let's pretend that.
Yeah, there it is. There's their 10th. So.
Yeah, I'm wrong.
It's okay, I'll forgive you. But
I'm very sorry.
conceding their 10th loss does mean that Navi have lost all margin for error now. Coming into this next map as well, it's going to be, if it's in particular, very important. We're going to be seeing how it does play out after our break. But we're going to be seeing Navi go up again. And it's going to be Mirage up next as well, if I'm not mistaken. So we get to see that one.
Should be another good one. I'm excited. This is used to be Navi's home map. So we'll see if they can pick it back up. And speaking of old Navi, Zeus, he's joined Gambit. I was reading that on the Score Esports app just before.
Check it out. There's an application that you have got the articles available to you. You can see Zeus's departure, his storyline, shed some light on indeed what has been going on with him. He's even made a fantastic video. I hope, have you seen it?
Yeah, loved it.
Yeah, definitely going to find that link at the Score Esports application. It will give you some esports nostalgia, there's no doubt about it, if you're an old hat like Chad. Right, we're going to take a break. When we do come back, map 2, Mirage will be going down. You're helping me out here.
That will be Panda picking up the pistol round. Took a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, you get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take inflation. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
The first game under our belt here at the ESL Pro League, Navi and Envy. And indeed, it was a spectacular affair. As you would expect, we see two names going to head-to-head at crunch time in the season. A 10th loss conceded now for Navi, and that is a big hit to the gut, the throat, and somewhere a little lower underneath that belt I mentioned earlier. Chad, coming into our second map, Mirage, I think it goes without saying that Navi have to split this series now.
Yeah, Navi are on their knees right now, which is definitely below the belt. So they need to get the 1-1 here, and then they need need to take FaZe down and 2 afterwards. So it's good to see somebody like Flamedogger playing well. He had a good first map. He was doing good stuff. Edward was quiet, which Edward's actually been on the rise lately. So to see him quiet is a bit unusual. However, he was towards that A-bomb, like getting caught out quite a lot. And then you look on the other side of this, Sixer was having a ball terror. He was smashing away.
Yeah.
And it's good to see that they have someone else, not just, normally we see Kenny and Apex playing consistently well. Apex,
recently. I mean, that's not necessarily
that combo
guaranteed.
usually carries this team, and then Happy, he chimes in and he gets his multi-frags, his clutches.
Yeah.
That's his addition to the team. And then Nathan's Mr. Reliable, just doing his job, being solid in his position. Now with Sixer, somebody who appears that he can play consistently, or quite well, at least on Cobblestone, that's where we've seen him have his best performances.
True.
It's exciting. So Mirage is where we're going now. We're going out to a map where Na'Vi are usually quite strong.
Yeah, and I mean, my question to you is actually, it does reflect a little bit on towards Cobble as well. Is how we started by saying Na'Vi could have finished that in regulation if they hadn't lost an Envy Force buy.
Yep.
Now, Envy relentlessly win these Force buys to the point where you sit there, I'll sit there, you watch the game, these are the rounds Envy win.
Yep.
The silly, 2 Kevlar, 3 Deagles, these messy buys. And I just want to ask you as to why it is that there is one team in particular that has this affinity to win these buys, more than any other team that we've really seen in recent times.
So they were the ones who made it popular.
They started
in the meta.
doing it. Okay.
Yeah, they were the ones who not revolutionized, but had the most success with it, and were always, you're always scared. So maybe that lingers a little bit in their mind that they can still pull it off. Teams are a lot better now at clearing out corners and that kind of stuff. But saying that, Cobble, we saw the teams forced by each other back in the first 5 rounds quite consistently, and then Na'Vi managed to string a couple together. There was a few close rounds there. But I think it's just these guys maybe have the mentality that we can win with no matter what weaponry we have, and we may as well take the fight to them. They like to make it close. Once it's quite demoralizing to lose a force buy round, and once you get on top of the opponent and you're winning with pistols, once you get those rifles in hand, you're going to keep stomping. I don't know if it's always the best decision. There's certain maps, me personally as an in-game leader, some maps I think you should force buy on, and others I think you should probably hold back.
Can we drop that list?
Up of maps? Mirage is one where I think you could potentially get away with a force buy. It's also side dependent as well. So Cobblestone T side, let's say you get the plant down on the first one. You know that you can get up some Tech 9s and smokes, and you can do a nice B execute. Be a good time to force. You get a nice set strategy coming up against people who had to buy rifles, have very limited utility, and it's a good way to do it. But sometimes on the T side, if you only manage to, you don't get the plant, you've got 1700, maybe grab a couple of pistols, wait out their early utility, grab one flash, do a flash explosion, try and get 1 or 2 kills. Really just depends on the way that you want to structure your team. But I think if you want to be competitive or you want to make sure that you don't let them blow out a massive lead, force buying, if you're confident in it, or you have a little set move or strategy, always good to use.
Well, the Masters of Force buys are ready to go. It's going to be Mirage that it's going to be doing battle upon now. And Envy, should they pick this one up, they are going to be riding a huge high as they take a massive, not even a step, a leap towards Sao Paulo, because this is going to put them, I believe, on the 13th, if not 14th. So
they'll be waving their baguettes.
They will be waving their baguettes. Are you waving your baguette? Hashtag ESL Pro League. Let's get to our casters, though. Quickly, prediction, give me a team name. Do they split the series?
Na'Vi need this. They're going to feel it in their waters, and they're going to take it.
Feeling it in their waters.
I don't know why they're doing
that. I haven't heard that in a while. Right, they're feeling it in their waters. Let's head over to the casters. How are your waters doing, boys?
Well, I could make a joke about my bladder, but honestly, my water's pretty good. I got it here to keep my throat nice and lubed up because I'm sick, and it keeps things better for the cast. You're 70% water. No, maybe that's the world's made up of 70% water.
No, yeah, you are as a human as well.
Okay, well,
yeah, I don't think it's 70, but it's something like that. Yeah.
I'm not.
So water levels are good here. We've worked out. But then we go into this one. Like we said, a big game for MBS. They can pick it up 2-0, puts them in a great position, and one step closer to Sao Paulo. I think Na'Vi, as Chad pointed out, do need this one, and then 2 versus FaZe as well. We'll see what happens as we kick things off for Mirage. It was overtime to kick things off here on Cobble. And we go into the pistol round. 5 sets of armor, interesting enough for MBS. Not a single kit or a bit of utility. On the other side, though, 3 smokes for Na'Vi. That almost suggests it'll be instantly an A-sided attack. They're going to be sending 5 players towards that area. It'll be smokes towards maybe the bomb site, the steps, jungle. Try and get a plant down nice and quickly, and we'll see whether they actually able to do that. 2 players waiting for them, though. It'll be Sixer and Apex. The smokes are deployed, and the execution will come in momentarily, primarily from Palace.
I'm surprised that more people don't try and body block that smoke when they see it coming in. I guess they don't want to leave themselves in the open if they were to push onto A ramp a little bit faster than that, because that one was easily blockable. Would have left that in sandwich and given a chance to peek, because now Na'Vi, with the mask of it, hold Sixer in that position. Guardian's able to get the kill. They're already pushed through the site. They've already got CT covered off. And it's a 4 versus 2, make it a 4 versus 1. This Simple's gonna find Happy. Kenny trying to get a lineup on them, but can't do it. Guardian there to find him as well.
Well, there it is. Quite a fast execution for Na'Vi, focusing heavily on A. 5 players there with 3 smokes as well.
Yeah, it's 90%. That's what I thought.
Is it 90?
Yeah, that's what people are saying. I knew one was 70 and one was 90.
Yeah, I've heard that stat before, but I couldn't tell what the number was. But yes, fast towards A, and MVS there, like I said, no flashbangs or kits to even get a retake going on there, losing all the initial exchanges, and only finding a couple of kills overall, I think. It's only 1 kill with total. Simple kicked things off, though. Takes out MBK. It is a force buy from the CTs here, the first body to fall, and it will be a 5-4 at this point. Navi, we always say, this is their bread and butter when they get the man advantage. Slow things right down, wait for the next mistake to come in, because here, a 4-man stack from the CTs towards the B-bomb side. Go on, what have you got for me?
I gotta read it.
Okay, I'll keep going.
60% of the human adult body is water.
Right, it's not 90%.
No, it's not 90%.
You trusted Twitch chat.
That was the worst mistake I ever did.
Not sure why you do that.
Brain and heart are composed of 73% water. Lungs are 83% water. The skin contains 64%. Muscles and kidneys are 79%, and even the bones are watery, 37%, or 31%. But the bones, making up such a majority, bring the average back down. Simple's going to go in toward the B site. MBK already killed in his hands. He's looking to be a bloody murderer and find 4 more, because that's a stack. At least he figured this out and goes early and sends the bomb back over toward A.
Yeah, pretty foregone conclusion now. The CTs probably is going to be saving the CZ and armor. They're on the defense now, believe it or not, as the terrorists start to swarm in towards that B site. Obviously going to keep one just watching the bomb. Don't want to give anything away at this point, and see if they can find these remaining kills in the CTs here. They're obviously trying to save their upgraded pistols and armor into the next round. 4 players still alive for now. Terrorists actually not challenging that hard. They're the ones who've got the greatest bounty to drop at this point, and there's the first one going down. It's flaming. Nice little boost from Happy there on the bomb site. Still holding on here. They'll be able to pick up that UMP just about. Kenny gets it, but Simple looking for frags.
Simple's looking for frags, but he's going to go down in the end of the 6er.
Oh my God.
They're getting a lot of guns here. They can actually get 1 AK, throw it back. Apex, well, he only got the 1. No one else was there behind him to pick it up. So he does pull 1 AK over, which is better than nothing, considering it's the CT side and they're down 2-0.
Yeah, so still in contention for this round. They got 3 players with head armor, 2 CZs, 3 with the 1 dropped over the Kenny S as well, and Apex got an AK-47. So still quite a strong chance they can do something at this round. We'll see what they bring to the table. It's Apex jumping out the mid window, going to be making his way towards Connect, looking for that first frag, but quite a passive hold here overall from Na'Vi. But 1 player goes very aggressive. That's Guardian with the Mac 10, jumps through the smoke. Actually finding one of the armored players there. It's AKEG in the hands of Apex. It goes down first. Happy finds the kill and return. But a B play comes in. It's all a ruse, and the bomb will be planted. And once again, an option to save the Mac 10 and the AK.
Yeah, indeed. Smoke in the window. Edward on the catwalk takes down 2. 6er and Happy. Very little they could do. It's going to be MBK left toward the cash register, backs away. Through the vents as well. Mac 10 held. AK-47 downed on catwalk will not be grabbable. It's protected by 2 members, C's being one of which with the UMP. Kenny with this Mac 10 though. Every kill counts for Kenny at this moment. If he can find a kill here, aim punch was a problem for him. It gets him that much closer to the AWP.
Well, money now available overall for MVS, but not amazing. A couple of force buys there and saving the weapons over. You can see they've got an AWP and Kenny S, but it's a glass cannon.
Glass cannon 2 flash.
Oh, this actually is quite a difficult buy overall. The 6er is working on how he's going to buy into this one. There it is. He gets out head armor in the end. He will be only having 1 smoke though. No kits purchased, so a very difficult buy for the CTs. Navi in a fantastic position to take this to 4-0. It was a nice spawn there for Flamey to try and get the vision in towards the A side, but denied by the smoke. As we go into a mid-hold here, but it's Kenny S to get the first kill, takes down Guardian, and that's towards the B apartments. Looking for a second one as well, as a player jumps across. I think it's seized, yeah, he's recovered the AWP as well. He'll be falling back and narrowly misses out on Def as he throws a flash over.
And fading away from the B tunnels, it's going to be Edward up toward the cubby. Short corner. Take it back. For some reason, when we snapped a 6er, I thought he was on short corner. He's not, Henry. He's a top connector.
He is.
The mini-map should tell you that.
Oh.
Did you see the list of suggestions that Sapphire had to improve spectating?
I saw it being posted around. I didn't click on it.
Oh, well, that's very rude of you.
Well,
there was some good ones. There was one that I'd like. I think that every time players join into a server, they should pre-select their number slot before the game. And then therefore, if you came into a server, Apex would, in this case, number 2, would always be number 2. And then it would be easier to identify for fans knowing the number of their corresponding player to see where people are, instead of looking at the minimap, looking back down at the HUD, and then figuring out who's where. Simple He's going to try and hold off back toward with the AWP jungle. 2 entry kills were happening in the while toward Tetris. It's going to be Kenny with no smoke in front of him, trying to get back inside the site. Quick shot towards Simple. He's going to get tagged up, taken down in the end. Through, actually, a headshot from Kenny. It looked like as they switched angles that it was going to be from Connector. Through onto Cat. But it is going to be now Na'Vi with 2. Flamey and Seized able to respond. MBK last alive. He's got to find 2 still inside of the site. He's backing away already. No Kit, you said it. It was a tough buy for them all along, including the glass cannon.
Yeah.
Never worked out.
Even with that initial pick as well, doesn't work out for them in the end. It will be Flamey getting 2 kills on towards that A site and just getting equal exchanges from there on in. And unfortunately, like I said, MBK, no kits, just to be saving the AWP at this point. Might not even do that as Ed was waiting for an CD spawn. Oh, I thought it was a good shot. Unable to connect it there, and there's the 4-0. It'll almost certainly be an eco now for the CTs, and Nightmare Star for them, as they will be going down 5-0. Can definitely justify a few more upgraded pistols here, but can't get the armor to go with it. So Navi, when Didic start here, CZ's Desert Eagles, a couple of players get head armor. They will be on maximum loss minutes next round, as long as you keep the money around the 2k mark, as long as you're on an AWP, that's fine. So that'll be MBK just below 2,000. He gets the Deagle body armor. Same story for Apex, but he gets the CZ instead. Kenny S going aggressive towards the Palace area, detected by 2 players, though. Very impressively gets 1. Does a little bit of damage towards Flamey, that's all he'll get. And 6 out. Oh, that's a big nade, and he drops as well.
Drops indeed, as the bullets came through immediately after. The Bullet Storm. Do you remember that game?
Bullet Storm.
Yeah.
Remind me.
Yes, I think in 2011.
Was it like a winter one?
I think there was a winter map. You could like leash people, pull them toward you, and shoot them in midair, and then kick them away from you and stuff. Either way, yeah, it's pretty average. My brother played it. Simple, he's going to get up on top of the ledge, fall off of it. Never mind. Doesn't like to do anything that I say. Simple doesn't like to do anything that many people say, unless he's on Na'Vi. Now he's finally coming into his own. Guardian, he'll take down Apex. It's Happy. Immediately there to find Flamey. Sees at 75 deep in enemy territory, as it soon becomes, as they take over the A site. They seem to be surrounded, found, and taken down. Edward the one to do so. 5-0 Na'Vi. Looking more than convincing thus far.
5-0. Wasn't much for MBS to have to work with there in the previous round, but this is the first real gun round. They actually have utility, orbs, a couple of diffuse kits as well. Obviously, we had the first gun round, but it was a very limited buy for MBS. Now they actually have much more to work with. They have the smokes, incendiaries, 2 kits, and Kenny S once again on the AWP. He was able to get that first pick before. This time he's going towards Palace by the looks of things. A nice fast push from him. Drops in the smoke to protect him from A ramp as well. Let's see if he's challenged at all. I think there's one player actually pushing up right next to him as Simple. Could be a nice little surprise here. Oh, Kenny misses the first shot, but able to fall back as Apex takes down Flamey in the meanwhile.
The smoke. Oh no, that kick through the doorway inside of the site. Nothing we can do to chase down, but Edward gets toward Connector early enough. Kenny's there. Slides back out, quick shuffle. Little 2-step, and Kenny's got the shot, but Guardian, as he goes back for more, is there to hold the angle. Nice push from Apex back in front of A main, all the way through to T-spawn. Seized, found, drops, and they have to rotate over toward B. Bomb is going to slow down and wait to see what they can possibly get from Guardian. Is Happy. Good positioning, could cancel this out. Guardian would be spotted just barely if he went toward that connector position.
Yeah, it's actually quite cool from Happy. It's a very strong position, all things considered.
Standing up, though, nearly gives it away. Guardian doesn't hit the shot. That could have been a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 3 versus 1 now. Simple. Surely not going to find anything out of this round. Has got an open A side for now, but it's Apex coming from Palace, so even if he gets a plant down, he'll be shut down very quickly. Has time to play with, though. And play it in towards jungle. He won't actually be committed. He's Happy actually by the vent. And if timing works in Simple's favour, could potentially sneak out of this one. And it will indeed. No knife, please.
Oh! Happy's 7 million sensitivity? Just swings around. Why no knife, Henry? You don't like knives?
Not in this scenario, no.
Well, Simple's going to keep go. MBK, come on, you have to be aware. Surely, well, it doesn't matter. He's going to go for the plant. 6 seconds, he has to. MBK knows it now. I would have thought MBK would have already been staring at that window, given that his teammate went down inside of the main window itself at jungle, but Simple nearly makes something of it, and we finally get their first round. 2 players left alive, though, on a reset.
Yeah, definitely huge reset potential there, if you're unaware. What we're talking about basically means you win 1 round like this, and you keep 2 players alive. If you lose this one, you're down to a double eco, almost for sure. And we don't have much to work with. going forward, but Kenny's takes another shot towards middle there, can't land it to kick things off. Apex aggressive towards A ramp once again, but it's his connector play coming in. Flamey won't check the tight corner, and Happy, he takes advantage, gets that first frag in his favor, looking to get the double here. It's close, but Seas finds his teammate in return. That's the AWP dropping, and Happy sprays that USP off, but still frags being exchanged left, right, and center here. It's going to be Envious for now with the advantage as MBK finds another frag on that.
Oh, and bomb trying to be planted. Again, in the hands of Simple, is going to get taken down. Envy with 2 back-to-back. Will avoid the reset. They're still not good for money, though, because they've got to buy once more, so still they have a chance to get broken here by none other than Na'Vi. Yeah, it'd be weird if it was someone other than Na'Vi, to be considering the circumstances of Counter-Strike and that there's only 2 teams invited to play on the server.
Well, this is the last buy for Na'Vi as well, so a big economical round coming in, round number 8. It was overtime before, and could well be, again, another map where both teams are particularly strong on. It'll be Kenny towards Connector this time. Not going to be challenged, though, as we can see B Apartment's presence from Guardian as he pushes in, trying to find that kill on towards MBK, pushing through the smoke here. Manages to get through safely. Does MBK dare face this?
Guardian's looking for it. Looking, oh, again. Again! God. MBK's suicidal. Happy doesn't quite have the lineup perfect to nail down the hallway. Boom, intentionally drop back towards spawn, and they'll start to push and probe on middle, try to breach onto the A site. It's going to be Apex to find Flamey doing so.
He's such a nuisance on the A ramp. Seems to be finding kills like that all the time, and as his timing's down to a T, it's going to be a 5-on-3 now. As Simple looks at something towards the window here. Sixer potentially could take him down. Flashbang comes in for his teammate. He gets 1. I didn't think he'd manage to do that, so still a beneficial frag for his teammates. Now 4-on-2. Guardian still alive, though, looking towards the connector area. Kenny S may challenge this. It's Guardian exposed for now, and there it is. Happy does find him in the end. Just poor old C's now, 40 seconds remaining. Has got the bomb, but Apex, once again, great positioning towards T-spawn. Will be getting good information in, almost guaranteeing any side of the attack can't come in.
C's just still pushing up tunnels as well. He's going to try and find himself in a position to take over these apartments with bomb 1 versus 4, but the positioning from MBK aggressive. Primed and ready. Elevated by none other than the casting couch itself. And he'll be able to take him down pretty straightforward. So Envious now with 3 in a row start to build the bank. Again, not convincingly because they are losing members, but they've now chipped away enough at Na'Vi that this is their chance to free kick.
Exactly. So this is a round for them to actually really stabilize their own money. 3 rounds in a row. Finally broken the terrorists down at this point. They won't be forcing into this. It's just Simple gets head armor, and there'll be a few deagles. 3 of them and 2 Glocks, and a shot comes in. Oh, Kenny is struggling there. He hits the first shot, goes back for more, but Edward does take him down with a deagle overall there. They're not able to salvage the weapon, obviously, but still, finding the first frag, definitely important. Six are trying to return the favor at this point.
And Apex is going to take down Flamey. Edward as well going to rotate back toward the horseshoe bombs already inside the B apartments and deep inside the site. That is why they've got seized in a position that can catch them off. MBK, no idea he's there. Gets it completely assassinated by Simple. Doesn't even need Seized to take the shot. He's low on HP on 20, but he's got the AK-47 now to work with, and Simple's going to go for the plant. A man advantage, but Seized no armor and already low is the one with the AK, so he needs to be very careful about how he chooses, if he chooses to peek at all. As he waits for Apex through the window, it sees, there it is, taken down. Apex the one to find it, but he did get happy immediately before. Still, though, they can't get over to where that AK is, and the M4s are doing work. Sixer's gonna get a shot in towards Simple, and it's down to just 2 remaining on the Na'Vi side. Deagle in hand for Guardian, though, and he's got a shot. Apex down, goes back out. Sixer's tagged, has to go to the bomb, and Guardian's gonna do it himself.
Wow. Okay, then a round where they only had 3 deagles, no nades, and somehow finding that first kill towards Kenny S as well. He dropped, came down to an equal exchange, but some great positional control there towards the B site. Somehow C's getting in behind them, completely undetected, but like you said, wasn't even required at that point. They find the kill on B. Bomb plunk comes in. Happy has to wait for his teammates to rotate at that point as well, and the round slips away from them. Na'Vi, very nice post-plant positions there, and it's going to be limited economy for the CTs once again. They do get a buy with an AWP, but you can see they've got a FAMAS, and push up middle towards Edward. He actually goes down first. Where's the refrag there? There it is. Guardian finally faces and brings it back to a 4-on-4.
Kenny, though, does get 1 shot. Fast round thus far. 25 seconds in. And 5 now dead already. Flamey gets caught by Kenny. 6-3. Na'Vi, we said there was a chance for Envy to free kick, and they steal it back. Are now trying to drive the point home, but Kenny's not allowing it very easily, is he? That pesky Kenny.
Well, they've got the man advantage for now. Simple And Guardian alive. Guardian's found both frags into the trap. Still have a minute to play with, and the bomb as well, as he scouts out towards connector, seeing if anyone would dare face him. And you can see, if you look on the minimap right now, no one will be challenging at all. Oh, just hiding. One in Palace, one towards City spawn, and then one at the back of the B side as well. There's Happy in Palace. Just trying to get one frag before they go down. That's the objective of HCT right now. They can bring it to a 2-on-1, they'll be happy with that, considering the position they have right now. Simple and Guardian, though, will be focusing towards A as Guardian slowly makes his way through connector.
Kenny, prime position, bomb down, Simple gone. 35 seconds, Guardian. It's going to be another silently creeping AWP. Kenny misses a shot. It's Guardian. Hopefully to catch him as he gets back around the corner. He's given a chance here as well, because bomb is now back in his possession. They're split on either side. Guardian's not going to go for the fast jump back up toward connector. That leaves him open, susceptible, and vulnerable to MBK.
Yeah. Well, MBS on a limited buy there. They do fight back and have reset Na'Vi in return. 3 versus 2 there, like we said. MBS just in positions where they want to get 1 frag each, but they actually set themselves up quite nicely there. It was the first exchange going in favor of Na'Vi, but MBK watching towards short, stopped the rotation coming in, and managing to lock it down. It will be another force buy for Na'Vi, interesting enough. I didn't think they'd go for this one. 2 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, and a Deagle. They have got a couple of smokes to work with. I wouldn't really say that justifies it, though. This is a big round for them. I guess at this point they have got the CT money down so low that they're happy to try and challenge them. You can see there's a famous 2 SMGs as well, so maybe this is the perfect time to try and fight back as Happy pushes off towards short, looking for that first frag.
Happy trying desperately, will go down eventually to Edward, but MBK still in a good position. The 4th round went to Envy. It could be a 5th to bring this within 1, especially with Kenny hitting shots across map. From Checker to the apartment, Simple will drop. Edward's got a kill that will allow Guardian to drop back in, and he's the one with the bomb. So a chance, but they've got to watch Apex, who's fast on the flank, and Guardian's well aware. Now seeing the smoke, that'll confirm his fears. Inside of smoke, speaking of, toward Catwalk, it's Sixer with an SMG. That will now upgrade onto an AK-47 as a result, and Guardian left in a 1 versus 3. Slipped through the site relatively quietly.
But you can see the CD's waiting for him, though.
That's the problem. They don't have information, and they know they don't, so they're not going to be careless about their positions. Kenny does give a look toward the window and spots the gun barrel as we see it, and, well, shot in. 6-5, 1 round the difference between Na'Vi and Envious.
Well, economical game comes to a pause at this point because, and the actual game comes to a pause. And that was Envious there. They were still slightly limited. Yes, they won the round before, but you could see they had the FAMAS, the UMPs. And Na'Vi were trying to capitalize on that. They did a force buy with the 2 AKs and the pistols themselves, trying to fight fire with fire at that point, but doesn't work out for them. Kenny S still had the AWP, and he finds some very influential frag. Great positioning from him overall, rotating at the perfect times, and we have a pause coming in from Na'Vi. Oh, technical. Okay. Not tactical.
Technical's a lovely version of pauses.
Yeah, well, online games, it could be anything, right? But
Cat is on the keyboard.
Yeah, right.
Dog is licking your feet
has
to go
got
outside.
160 ping.
That's probably what it is. Well, it's Kenny. We're getting confirmation that it is. They're mocking my suggestion that it's a fake technical. I think the pings are rather indicative of the fact that it could be. Kenny, Sixer, and Happy all well and truly skyrocketing.
Yeah.
MBK's going to have to carry. 2 of their pings are back down and stable. There we go.
Do you think they're on LAN?
No, those are not LAN pings. Those are not, okay, I know what you mean. They're playing online from a LAN, but they're not all consistent enough to be that way. Their pings would all be like very close together.
True. Might have the same ISP. Who knows? Looks like he's on pause though, has stabilized. And we do come into another Na'Vi eco here. They're going to have Desert Eagles. Actually, only, not plural, Desert Eagle, Edward, and Flamer brings a PT-50. So, although there are 2 Deagles now. There you go. Let's go running in towards A. Hope for the best. Do get that first kill though. This could be interesting. Picking up an MP9. That was Apex to drop first. Okay, it's falling apart.
Kenny goes down, sees he'll have to get away from the flames, but he wants the AWP closer to his teammates on the A site. And Sixer, who waits quietly, patiently, and a second shot at a Guardian who just barely went too far. Spotted up the end as Sixer pops a flashback toward jungle, but that's going to leave him exposed. It's simple. 3rd man's a charm walking up from A main. He's got to find him with that Deagle. It's MBK versus the man we mentioned. Simple bomb, AK-47, no armor.
No, MBK. FAMAS in hand. The mind games begin. So much time to work with Simple. Doesn't need to overcommit. He's in a good position. MBK won't be able to see him crossing to the side. Doesn't really have much to work with here. He'll just be holding jungle. In between both bomb sites, of course, is trying to read the situation. He does sense that Simple could come from that CD spawn area. Someone's thinking about it, but just waiting to see if there's any sort of tells that he can work with at this point. Presumably we'll plant to the A site, considering where he is right now. Plant comes in. Looks like MBK will be sussing out as an A-sided approach as the battle comes in, and he wins the spray down as well. It was simple without armor there, so always going to be vulnerable to that little spray as he tries to reposition towards A ramp, it seemed. MBK comes out on top and stabilizes a 6-6 here. It was a tricky round for them overall. Not really much invested there by Navi. They managed to get 4 kills and a bomb plant down, so pretty good outcome for them overall.
Yeah, very.
Now they go into 5 acres. We haven't seen too much in terms of execution here from Navi. It's been quite a default game for them, just working the picks, getting towards connector. And now another pause comes in. I just think the pings have done us in again. Yeah, they have.
Both matches are paused right now, Henry.
So does that mean there's a server issue?
It might be a server routing issue toward... Yeah. Well, who's playing on the other right now? It's... Why am I not aware? Why is no one telling me? It is Hellraisers and FaZe.
That's right.
I wonder if Kiyoshima has an issue. Is this some sort of French ISP issue?
Yeah.
Kiyo be in the UK, though, wouldn't he?
Yes, he's in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, both technical pauses. So, yeah, that suggests there's like a routing issue going on with the servers.
Yep. FaZe, Kiyo. I can't see pings. If I had an IP, I'd jump in and let you know, but it doesn't matter. It don't make no matter, Henry G. That's the start of my mixtape.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's how it starts. And then the bass drops, and it kicks in. And it cuts to a picture of Michael Scott dancing in the office.
Right, okay.
While I freestyle, and Chad's rubbing his hair in the next scene.
Okay.
We're back underway. Edwards at the top of the A ramp. He's going to walk in through the smoke, and Sixer greets him. Don't walk through smoke. That's going to be the third scene of my mixtape. As Sixer and Apex set a crossfire that absolutely cuts Navi apart. They had guns to work with. And 6-6 might be 7-6 very quickly. Never mind the ping issues.
Yeah, not a problem here. As MVS do shut down the nice fast contact play there from Navi. I say nice. It was a good idea, but didn't really work out for them too well today. It's going to be Apex, like we said. A little bit of a demon towards that A ramp. He seems to be in good form at the moment. And Sixer finds 2 frags as well, the new addition. And we'll go into round number 14 here in the first half. Almost over. Not much separating these two sides. We're going to see Navi once again limited to just Tech-9s and some armor. Not fully investing into this one. Will be a partial buy. And this map is what Chad was describing before. It's one of those maps where force buying with the Tech-9s and smokes and stuff, there are lots of options here for full executions to get the bomb down. That's exactly what Navi will be doing as we go into this one. The idea is to get a wall of smokes down, some molotovs in key positions, flash in, and see if you can overwhelm the CTs, potentially isolate one towards the shadow area or sandwich. But Apex will be playing in front of the smoke, so potentially can get the majority of the kills here as he drops another smoke on the A ramp. Here comes the execution play from the T's. Oh, actually waiting. Not going to be going straight for it. I guess they're going to wait for that smoke to go down first, so they're not running for a grey screen.
Kenny rotates back to the top of connector. Focusing on Palace will slow things temporarily toward the A take. It's going to be the Molotov as well on A main to do the same. Now they wrap around. Pistol's finding kills though. Flamey with 2 deagles, both through boxes, both into the heads of opposition, and now he's got an AK that'll find Sixer. He's giving his team a real chance in this. Flamey's going to go for the safe plant. All the work to one man's hands as he flashes himself back in a position, but Edward pushes forward. NBK goes down and it's just unhappy. A 1 versus 3 and simple. No, he turns, but he's got it. Flamey's got it. Ah.
He loves the knife. He really does.
Are you mad? Because I'm not.
Well, had he died, I would have been real mad.
Henry G would have gotten mad.
Yeah. But, no, it works out. It's fine. Flamey doing some great work there. The Deagles to kick things off. We have another pause coming in. Yeah, that's why those A-sided executions, can be so effective there. You just get that first frag, the smoke's down, you pick up a rifle, the bomb's planted, the CT's in a difficult position to retake at that point. And you can see it all fell apart, and even a knife stab to finish it off. It's going to be round number 15, and this is more technical issues, severe technical issues there. When you get 3 pauses at one half, I think you can call it severe.
You could. They still have a 7-7 game to work with, though. Perhaps impressive that they're able to control that situation. Considering the pings, get some rounds on the board, as you would say, Henry G.
I would say that. Well, round number 15, all for Kenny S. I think the money's pretty decent for Navi as well, of course. They were not fully invested the last round and won it as well. So they'll have AWPs, AKs, all the names required. There's an AWP on the floor waiting. Full Guardian there. Impulse comes in, we're back into it. So, who will be winning the half. It all comes down to round number 15. We haven't seen too much in terms of like crazy aggression towards middle. We've seen Apex challenge it a couple of times when they've been desperate for a few kills and been up against it in terms of the economy, but not much in terms of dynamic play from the CTs. We'll see whether they mix things up. Apex does jump out the window this time. Will it be pushing up? Oh, right on cue. Here it comes. Gets the first frag as well. Nice work. Wants to commit for the second. Maybe I'll state his welcome as Edward will take him down into a 4-on-4.
Edward does indeed, but Kenny, yep, inside window. Catches him out. Maybe just been able to spot. No, there's no way. The smoke was good enough.
Yeah.
So, lovely chance shot from Kenny. Now at jungle, he'll be able to watch off wide side smoke palace. Chance that they'll push immediately through and drop inside of the site. So crosshair placement, interesting choice from Kenny, but Seized is down below. Flash gonna go out. That's gonna land perfectly. Oh, in position, but by the time he realized it, one of the repeat, the Molotov had already landed at his feet. Nade to go further. Thank you for showing us where that would land, Rushley. I like that paint can very much. I'm a little bit disappointed that that Keller is on the ground rather than the Crimson Blood, but it is going to be Sixer inside sight, open against the wall, low HP, down he goes, happy. In shadow, does find one, and that's the bomb. But he's surrounded, and Seized able to pull that back. We'll leave it in the open for his teammate Flamey. It's MBK to rotate. Spotted by Seized immediately, and they know that he plays over toward B. He goes a bit deep, catches the edge of the chimney, and now he's got a chance, but watch toward jungle. That repeat could come in any second. He gets in sandwich. He could isolate this down. They still have to push through, and it's going to be Seized a little bit late in doing so. He's going to try and get above it, and MBK tries to get the read. Flamey does the task instead.
Well, there it is. It will be Na'Vi to win the half overall on the T side. If you are just joining us, it was Envious that picked up the win on Cobble in overtime, no less. So I think this game probably could do the same. It's almost the last night here of the online season of Pro League, and this game is very influential to Envious and Navi's chances overall of actually making the finals here. So it's only going to get better, and we'll find out who wins after we take a quick short break here, and we'll return with the second half.
We've switched servers.
We have. We had some ping issues going on there. So a chance to stabilize those and make sure we get a really...
That didn't work.
No? Well, everything, to be fair, of course, is the big games tonight. Need everything on point. Need the service to be running just as well as the players.
It's funny how, we said at the start of the season that it was going to be extremely close, that no matter what happened throughout the course of the matches early on, we were going to have matches that mattered early on. Yet when you get close to crunch time, you put so much more emphasis on these little details.
Yeah, sure.
It's
obviously,
like,
all of the games were important
exactly.
overall, but like now it's really telling as to who can make it, who can't. So like, I guess that's the more emphasis on it all.
It's almost like the procrastinator's mentality, right?
Yeah.
Last minute jam when all along you could have.
Well, in the exams tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like could have actually done used all the effort and all the importance towards the earlier part of the month, but. Yeah, it's still like, I think the stats are for Navi right now. They need to win this game, then they're playing phase next. They need to win all 3, and then they're guaranteed. Anything but that will be like an equation of maths and working out what's going to happen there. But hopefully we'll get into this one very shortly. If Envious, I think it's a similar story. They win this 2-0. They're in strong contention to make it. I'm not sure who they've got left to play, but we have the last game plays tomorrow, isn't it? That's when we have like 10 different games going on at once.
Yes. That's craziness. Tomorrow is literally going to be a Score Esports day where you're going to have the app running the entire time to keep up with who's going to make the LAN.
Yeah.
You're going to have every scoreboard constantly updating. And we'll be here sitting back with our feet up, celebrating the fact that we've ended the season.
I think the only 2 teams we have guaranteed so far is Mouse and NIP, right? They're the only
it's
guaranteed.
impressive for Mouse.
Yeah.
Considering the season they've had to go all over the place, really, with Oscar coming in, Oscar going out. Bringing in new bloods and
Lowell.
Yeah, Lowell comes in from Penta. It's been all over the place. It's been completely up and down for them, and yet somehow they've been just consistent enough.
Just about. Well, it's definitely a prestigious LAN to make. It's actually, how long is it now? A couple of weeks, maybe a little bit longer in Sao Paulo.
A week and well, it's the end of the month. So it's, if I'm not mistaken, what would that put it? I think the 24th is the travel date for talented teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a really cool event. We've been to one so far. We went to the one in UK last year. We started.
I did two.
Oh, that's right. You did the one in LA. Was it LA before?
Yeah, and I got there and they were like, "You're casting," and then I got there. They hand me a microphone and go, "Okay, go host the stage." I was like, "Really? Thanks for telling me that's what I was doing."
So yeah, so you did one in LA. Then we did the last one in Leicester and London. London one was really cool. I like that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that one was good. That one was a fun one. We started in Leicester, went down to London on this crazy VIP bus.
I didn't.
Oh, you drove your car. That's right. I drove up with. That's right. We stayed at your parents' house and then went up. I met the in-laws, and then we went up. I got on the VIP bus. There was 2 of them.
Oh, that's why you had like a big table. You were like facing each other. It was like a tour bus.
Yeah, huge tables, and there was a PlayStation in the back, and it was an hour-and-a-half drive. And guess who demanded we pull over just to have a cigarette?
Machine.
Which I absolutely do not condone. I'm not a smoker in the slightest. But if you come with a road trip with me in Canada, you're driving for 8 hours if your bladder can hold it. Or let me correct that, if my bladder can hold it, because I'm the driver, right?
Right.
Semler was instantly like, "No, we're pulling over."
Oh, it was Semler?
Yeah.
I thought it'd be Machine.
No.
I don't know.
It was Machine. No, Machine wasn't on board with that, I don't think. I think he was actually a little bit surprised that we had to stop too. It was shocking stuff. I was, I don't know if I'll ever be able to go on a road trip with Semler.
From LA to London to Sao Paulo, the next stop, coming in like 10 days or so, or whatever you said. I think we're going to throw to a break. The server issue is still going on. Severe technical issues. There's a bit of a lag thing. Is obviously these are big games, doing anything to go against us or against the team. So we're going to take a very quick break. I think we'll probably be about 5 minutes, I would say, but we'll be back very shortly. So don't go anywhere.
And hopefully ready to go. We've switched servers now twice, hoping that the French side will have pings stabilized for them.
Hopefully, that would be nice.
So everyone seems to be here. This is live. This is not live as in we are underway with the action, but we are not watching a replay package. Kind of live. That's what I mean by live.
I'm going to connect to the server myself.
It is real time. You can connect to the server if you'd like, Henry. That's fine.
I went to a Sturdy Kiss and joined the game server.
Well, the worst is actually when you do a Moses.
No, you did a Moses recently.
No, Moses dropped a kit, remember?
Oh, right, yeah. You had to pause the game when you joined once. And
yeah, the game froze on me.
I started panicking. I don't know what was going on.
And this was when we were at GMAC Bucharest, and the guy's name was Bader or something.
Yeah.
And then
it was you.
Yeah,
that's right, Bucharest. That was
kind of funny.
Okay, then. So this is it. We're live. We're back. So this is the second half. It was who won the first half? I think it was MVS 8-7 overall. Oh, it's been so long, I forgot it. It was 8-7 either side.
It was 8-7 for in fact Navi.
Okay.
So
good.
They pulled it back on the NV side. Considering they lost control of the economy at one point in time, they went down early on. They did do a reasonable job of making it that way. Simple's going to try and get deep inside the site. Backpedal toward. Checker, that seems to be my buzzword as of late. Backpedal. Maybe do the back crawl like Michael Phelps. Sixer almost at the ball playing an incompletion, but realizes they were closer than he thought, so he goes for the fight instead. And Edward can't afford to overcommit to a peak on either side of the pillar, because if he does, his teammate Flamey is not exactly in a prime position. Minute 12, he can be out of there. That was a shot that could have landed as well and made it down to a one-on-one, but he's on 19 and he wants the bomb plant more than anything else in the world. He split them by doing this, though. Flamey goes back toward connector, realizes he hasn't crossed yet. That should bring him back toward his teammate. He's just going to watch.
This is real smart. Now he actually has given himself an actual chance to plant here. At 2 versus 1, still has some grounds to win it. We'll see what he can do here as he picks up the P2000.
And again, there's low HP on one, but it's Edward that takes advantage. Very smart to divide them in that way. Like you say, bait them out, buys himself some time, and gets a bomb plant down. So money guaranteed in that sense.
Yeah, Edward very low HP as well. Definitely had an opportunity. He got himself to the bench position. Long-range battle. There's the headshot required. Could have been interesting, but gets the bomb down. It's actually really good work. He finds a kill on the bomb site. Gets that planted. We have seen a lot of teams here forcing on this second round. It doesn't look like that'll be coming this time. This PT50 buy suggests that won't be the case. That will just be a sign now. They'll be saving for the AKs in the third. As we go into it, it's going to be PT50s. No nades, nothing at all. Just trying to wait till that next round, trying to save as much money as possible. If they somehow get a plan out of this, I'll be very impressed. 3 players towards A for now. You okay?
Yeah, sorry, I just saw a GIF that's quite amazing. It is appropriate, but it's hard to describe on stream. So a dog just jumps across the stream and wrecks a little girl. Sixer with a deagle. You might stop in case there is a push, but it is 1-0 Navi. Make that 9-7 Navi. I'd love it if we could get a graphic somehow to update the score, so that we all knew exactly where we stood. Are you going to do it manually, Henry? Oh, I see what you're going to do. You're going to bring up the Score Esports app. That's actually quite smart.
That's what I've got. It was 8-7 Navi in the first half. So it's confirmed. It is 9-7 at this point.
Edward. Gap above the smoke. Can't necessarily find it, though. And Seas is able to spray down 2. They go low enough from all the shots in the ankle. Simple's able to find 2 of his own.
What's nice from Navi here is they didn't get a single SMG. They're reading the situation quite well. Obviously, they know the potential of the AKs coming out in the third. They get 5 rifles here, trying to have a clean as round as possible, and they manage to do it. So now they get all the nades. Now it can be a really equal battle to get into round number 3. They're not limiting themselves to the SMG. I actually like that approach a lot. It's a bit of a risk considering if Envy did force themselves, potentially got 2 AKs and utility and Tech 9s. Could have been a bit of a struggle holding them off with the nades, but still, this will be a big round. It's going to be 5 AKs 4 smokes and Apex with a flashbang. Guardian tries to go aggressive at the start with the Famis now, got himself in a world of trouble as he's stuck towards the underpass. Has to face his position. 6 is waiting for him. Surely going to punish at this point. They're going to be focusing on trying to get his kill on Guardian. So there it is. Apex takes him down. So Guardian starting off aggressive. Falls first.
Falls first indeed. Navi, as you say, they run this well in terms of economy. It's going to be Flamey, though, to find one back. It's Happy that falls in Apex. Turns and finds Flamey immediately after, but it's still Navi getting the kills. Losing HP in doing so. Edward goes down to 15, but it's Sixer and Kenny. They're the only 2 now remaining for Envy. And Bomb's going, oh, this is lovely, actually. That Bomb's going to go over to the A side. It's going to be a retake game. Sixer gets caught off, though. Good positioning from Z's as he rotates back around. That's going to leave the bomb to be planted. 1 versus 3 for Kenny.
Yeah, has to go for this one. If he just gets the plant down, he's in an okay position. He'll be third stage loss bonus after this one. Bomb planted as well, an extra hit on $800. Still probably an option to buy there. We'll see what they decide to do, but still, he has a chance to win this. Maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Doesn't get that first shot and takes a ding to the face in return, so he's going to be struggling now. No nades to work with, just hoping someone runs into his crosshair, trying to buy himself as much time as he can. As he goes towards city spawn, he might just be submitting at this point. Knows he probably can't win. Nades come in. That's the first kill. It was a simple, but that's all we'll get. So it will be a 3-0 in favour of Navi. Looking pretty strong now. So we'll have a look at the money as well for the terrorists. So they could bring Tech 9s in. I would say Tech 9s and some smokes where he wouldn't want to force into this one. Here, 4th stage next round. Just a little partial buy potentially here. But double AWP set up from Navi. We kind of criticise this on Cobble, but on Mirage it does make a lot more sense, I think. It's a lot more viable across the board. And there it is. The partial buy comes in for the French side. Are we getting those Tech 9s, Deagles? No smokes though. So they get all the armour, right? But it's difficult to make them actually do anything. We actually have the smokes to segregate the bomb sites and allow yourself to just focus on one area. Just have to rely on these 1Ds and see what they can do here. Guardian, aggressive, but wins the first kill, but Apex blows his head off there.
Yeah, it was a good thing Apex got to top mid when he did, because 2 good players facing. Guardian was able to get away from the second. He could have got backup connector if Apex wasn't there.
I feel like that's an overcommitment from Guardian, though.
Yeah, a little bit, considering they're against pistols.
Yeah, he got his pistols, he's got no one in connector to back him up, really. Had he had someone to watch up mid while he's doing it, sure, it makes more sense. But they got such a huge advantage, but now it's starting to fall apart. Simple.
Still gets to... Well, this is just a pea shooter.
Why didn't he... Did he like think that was a teammate or something?
I am not 100% sure. A little bit slow on the reactions.
The replay, guys. Can we have a look at that on the replay, please? If you can get that available, that'd be great. I was looking at the screen. I came back and he was like staring at a team and not doing anything about it. That was kind of weird. Anyway, 4-0. Navi do manage to pull it off. And where it is, 12-7. We got the graphic you asked for, Matt. Perfect.
Yay!
Not bad, is it?
Hashtag ESL production.
And they got the first map there as well. So that's everything you need. Perfect. Lovely stuff. Another gun round here for Envious, though. 4 AKs and Kenny S with the AWP. His glass cannon, of course, so fast mid-play coming in. All 4 players going very aggressively here. MBK gets the first kill. Going to be committing on this as well. Simple now. A double AWP setup, not looking as strong, but he manages to find a second kill here.
That's
3 on 3. What can he do to find something else?
Push through 2 smokes. Yep, of course. Just simple. He would, and he goes back for more. What? Okay, stupid enough, and I'm going to just say it, to go through the smokes on his own. But only Simple would be audacious enough to pull it off, and then he goes for more. He goes for a second peek, and it works. It works.
Still alive for now. Kenny S, you know he's going to go. Oh, okay.
What was he going to do?
You know Kenny S is going to pull this shot off, but okay, he doesn't. Simple. He takes the majority of the AWP kills there. Yes, I agree. It was a little bit cavalier to be pushing for that smoke, but sometimes those are the plays that teams don't expect to win you kills, you know? That's going to be a big round for him. 13-7 now. Tactical pause. So, Navi finding all the rounds required here to kick things off in the second half. 5-0. They lost the first map in overtime. That was a Cobble. We did see the graphic before that. And every map counts here. It's not a best-of-3 series. Every map counts as a point on the overall leaderboard here. So Navi need this win, and then they're playing FaZe straight after this as well. And if they can pull both those maps off as well, they'll be going to the finals. I think FaZe are probably pretty close as well. They had a great start this season, didn't they?
It's crazy how some of these teams that had such a brilliant start to the season are so close now.
Yeah.
Misleading starts.
So we're a maximum loss bonus for Envious. 13-7 scoreline. Doesn't look like they'll be buying into this. Another partial buy comes forward. So potentially 14-7 here for Navi. On Mirage, they're going to be purchasing Tech 9s, P250s, armor, smokes. Probably very similar to what we saw in the first half as well. Oh, okay. Maybe one player will be going all in. This isn't too bad, though. Like, it just means you'll have one player on a Tech 9 in the next round. It's not a big deal. And so MBK trying to just kind of swell the chances of them actually winning this round. It's certainly a common option, I would say. That Tech 9 into next round 4 AKs is not necessarily a big deal, and it does give them a greater chance of winning this one. We'll see what happens. Round number 6. They've got smokes, got flashbangs, they'll be focusing towards B though. All 5 players in the halls. Maybe just a B rush. As they do slow things down as they begin to walk.
Seas is waiting as well with the M4. Smoke out inside. Thrown from behind the canopy to cover off the apartment position, and the Tech 9s will cease to advance. They'll slow for a moment, at least, and the AK-47 for MBK is going to be in the mix as well. In that position, that nade is massive. Well, it doesn't do as much to any singular player, but it does do a good amount of damage overall.
Yeah, it does. It certainly helps when he comes with the spray down there. Some players going to be ding potential now. As he's now ready with the incendiary, spots a few. He'll be dropping that right now. Nice work. Now he's going to get double kill. It's Simple. There it is.
Through one into the other. Simple looking for more as well. Gets back toward bench. Quick no scope. Bye-bye, Sixter. That's going to be Apex on top toward the van, but will at least prevail to get one. This is the bigger problem for them now, NBS, because they're gone down to just one man remaining. Happy's gotten inside the site. Edward won't get there in time. Bomb. It's tantalizingly close. AWP picked up as well, and Happy going to try and catch them off as he gets by Guardian, but the gun barrel shows. Gets a quick shot toward him. Guardian staring it down. Oh, Happy. That's quite quick and lovely, but Flamey is there. It's 6-0 in this half. 8-7 was our halftime score. Henry thus do the math. It's 14-7.
We don't have to. The graphics back.
Hey, or ESL production, not NA. Opposite of NA production.
Opposite.
Yay.
Fantastic production. 6-0 here. So Navi can almost taste a victory. NBS now, they did take a pretty large investment in terms of MBK, so he'll be down to the Galil. Last cannon once again for Kenny S. It's not such a huge deal on Mirage, but we'll see what happens here. Guardian with the opportunity to get that first shot. It's going to be another fast short play here, and it's Apex to get the first frag as well. Edward drops, didn't see it coming. Through the smoke, they barrel through, and it's going to be the A side they'll focus on here as well. After focusing towards short at the beginning of the round, there's going to be 2 kills for the French side. Simple, though, he's been great with the AWP so far. Looking for another kill down. Not sure if he hit it. It will be a 4-on-3. Still a chance to win this one, but it's a double AWP setup to try and retake.
Guardian down to Kenny. Almost planted in all of this. 3 versus 3 on the retake. Just 2 rounds to go for Navi in the map. Or on the map, depending on how you want to take it.
In and on.
MBK is in an enclosure right now. There's a roof, so he is in the map. But Simple's on it, and he's going to be on top of the case as well as MBK will go down.
AWPs everywhere.
Why not? Sees with a smoke out in front. Bomb. He tried to tap onto it. Smoke wasn't in place in time, and Sixer's going to spray through. He and Happy will hold it off. And we finally get their first round of the second half. We go to 14-8.
Did they reclaim an AWP? I don't think they did. So, Kenny S. Oh, they did get one. It's fine. I didn't see if he picked up. I know it's going to be dropped over to Kenny. Now he has got armor as well. MBK will be buying his nades up, and they've got a nice healthy buy. Still some hope here. It's going to be 14-8 now. Into round number 8. You can see the CTs having some very close rounds. Even after winning 6 in a row, they will be broken down to an eco here. So just going to get Deagles and P250s. I'll have a look how close these rounds have been. So 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, they haven't really had any rounds, but they've kept a substantial members of the team alive there. So this makes sense. Apex now hunting towards underpass. They haven't really worked out it's an eco as of yet. Certainly aware of it, very passive, waiting for initial aggression from the CTs.
Kenny, tagged up, goes for a quick little foon. But his tomfoolery won't work here. As he'll go down, MBK is going to prevail. He gets 2 in return, both with the AK-47, and now they've got the man advantage to work with on the approach, the attacking side. Bomb toward middle as well. 1 player waiting out toward A main. That's Happy. Are you happy and you know it? Clap your hands.
Always. Don't have hands. Can't clap.
I believe that. I've seen you fight. You definitely don't have hands.
You see me fight?
Yeah.
When?
Definitely didn't see you fight. See, he's going to try and push up the stairwell. P250 in hand, 5-7 behind him nearly causes problems, but now MBK's open a gateway back toward the A site. And that's where they're going to go. Remember, I did say Happy was inside of middle, so he can hold off rotations as the bomb attempts to get in a better position.
2 players remaining. And it's seized. He's towards the end of B apartments. Apex, though. The standoff begins. Who gives him first? Doesn't matter. It's going to be Guardian finding the desert legal headshot. Seized it, drop. MBK has the final kill. This is just Navi being a little bit more conservative. They've got a huge bed of rounds to finish this one off. Don't want to be forcing into every situation. So once again, another partial buy. They definitely had enough to get rifles out, but just going to be taking things slower pace. Maybe get the double AWP set up again. It's going to be 14-9. They need 2 rounds to close this one out. And BS now have a chance to close the gap, though, as it will just be Deagles, CZs, and P250s. No kits purchased, but Edward gets some head armor, interestingly enough. Not really any need to against the AKs, but yeah, it's fine.
Sixer, who is big on cobblestone, will sit and hold the angle for anyone pushing in through the B apartments. And NVS will make decisions based on intuition and information provided early on. Pistols to work with just for Na'Vi. And that was lovely. Apex.
Goodbye.
Guardian's going to get smoked off. Stares it down in disbelief. Desperation, perhaps. Or despair. As that smoke will get redressed. It could be all of them. You're right. You'd be like Tom Hanks in Castaway.
Wilson.
I knew you were going to say it. Simple, lovely shot. Guardian's in with one as well on Apex. And Guardian's got another. Sixer's going to fall. He's the only one with the kill. Through the smoke, though, seized. He will get caught off at the end, but Flamey's there. It's down to a 1 versus 2. Guardian still watching from the same angle. AK picked up for Flamey. He's not quite on the scene yet. He's got to arrive, and Kenny swaps over to the Tech 9 to allow him to run, move, and cross, and they line up. Kenny closes it with 1 bullet onto 2 opponents.
That's how you finish it off.
Style.
Yeah. Just 1 bullet required. And there it is. Kenny S delivers. 2 versus 1. CD's only had the pistols there, but still a round where they managed to take 4 of the terrorists down, and they managed to get a nice full buy going forward here. So let's get into this now, shall we? It's going to be round number 10 coming to what feels like the end of this game as the double upsetter comes in once again. MBK feels confident, but takes a nade to the face there. Going to be still looking for this first pick of the AK. Could find Flamey and a lovely shot there to open things up.
14-10 on the back of that double from Kenny. As we get back into it, underway again. Na'Vi, Guardian going to be smoked off toward the jungle position. Kenny gets back across toward the Tetris position, but a denied plant by Edwards going to give them their best chance yet. Finally, something to get them onto that elusive 15th point. Happy the last alive, 1 versus 4. Spots up, 1 a ticket. And it's simple to get the shot. 7-3 in the half. 15-10 overall.
15-10 indeed, and the money is not in a good position for the French either. They're going to have to buy this one, obviously, and it's going to be Tech 9's head armor, and just hoping for the best. You'd assume some sort of execution. These guys are known for being very good on the upgraded pistols. Let's see whether they can deliver when it's really required at this point. Double up setup, they're going to be going straight in towards 8. I think that's 1 player. Let's assume it's Happy. It is, on the other side of the map. There's both orbs actually towards middle for now. Guardian and Simple were having a little party there in the window room. We'll see whether this execution works out for them. Flamey gets the first kill. It is match point. They find the first 2. Flamey's still in a good position to find more, but Kenny S takes him down.
Sixer's going to try and bypass the site. Running gun Tech 9 as Happy comes in, distracted as they are. He's able to pick up 1, nearly a second, but it's down to just 1 man remaining. Sixer! And he's got 1, only 1. Bomb planted, soon to have the wires snipped. Just like the umbilical cord, and it's going to be the round and the map for Na'Vi.
Yeah, very convincing in the second half there from Na'Vi. I think they went up 6-0 before MBS entered the game. You could see how close the rounds were, though. Every single round came down to a clutch situation, but Na'Vi winning the lion's share of them. And they had a few ecos in a row. They were just being a little bit conservative at that point, just allowing themselves to get the full money. That double orb set up once again, and they would have finished things up pretty convincingly there on Mirage. So it finishes off Cobble going in favor of Envious, Mirage going in favor of Na'Vi, and they play FaZe next. They need the next 2 maps to guarantee their spot in Sao Paulo.
And that's exactly right. They have to play another 2 maps tonight to decide if they are going through to Brazil. With that said, we'll see if their chances are any better than what they just were against Envy. Of course, it's a 1-1 split. It's Chad and Alex.
Sorry, we were just laughing at the way Matt was sitting. Sorry about that.
Matt needs to go to sleep, I think. He's been up. He got up very early today. We went on a long journey.
Yeah.
And I think he deserves a rest. He's been working very hard.
You were like, kind of like...
It's like you'd had an... Yeah.
That was a really good game. All right, over to the desk. That was all. Sorry about that. No, you do.
No, but that's why I'm saying. I was just saying you've had a
too.
very rough day and that you now can go get some rest.
Yeah.
And thank you for...
Good night, Matt.
Good night, Matt.
Well, we'll be seeing more of Matt later. No, I'm joking.
No, Matt is going to bed now.
We've got
He's
him in a
gonna rest
sleeping bag.
himself.
He's just going to go ahead and tuck himself in right now.
Yeah.
So while he goes to sleep, shall we have an opportunity to have a little chat, a chin wag, a natter about Navi and Envy. Now, we said Navi had split the series to have a chance to go to Brazil, and they've done so.
Yeah.
Was it convincing in your mind? I mean, admittedly, there was a little bit of a kind of confusing midway break. Can you put a piece it all together?
That break, it didn't hurt them. They came out swinging. You know, they strung together a lot of rounds again. They started both halves very strong, and I did put this in the favor of Navi. I'm just going to reiterate that point that I was correct.
You are amazing.
Thank you. I like to really, you know, get predictions right. It's the opposite to Yanko.
Yes.
However, the most important part of that game is how scary Navi are with Deagles. We've seen Simple do it time and time again. Guardian as well, known for being a beast with the Deagle. Flamey had that round where he came up A ramp, got 2 kills through the boxes with the Deagle, then grabbed the AK-1, and that's where it kind of broke Envy, I feel. There was that one, and there was one earlier on, I think, at the B site where Simple managed to get, I think, like, seized. He was sneaking in behind MBK, and he was probably going to try and get close to knife him because he had a Glock, and then Simple just went, good night, put him to bed. And they managed to pick up that round. That's where I think Envy, if they, because like, let's put this into terms. If they lost pistol round, they lost the 2 force by / anti-ecos, they lost the first gun round, and then they had to eco again, right? And this is where the CT economy hurts you. Those are 5 rounds down the drain before you even had a chance to do anything, right? 3 of those rounds, you've only had pistols, probably at best, or shotguns, or like very poor buys. They then went on to win 3 gun rounds in a row and bankrupt Navi. So that was perfect. You know, it
doesn't get better than
Kenny, he was disrupting the middle with AWP. He was making lots of picks. He was going really well at that point. Then when you lose the eco to 3 Deagles with no head armor, you'd done all the hard work. You'd beaten the gun rounds, and then it just crumbled on that point. So that, for me, was the turning point. They were to bounce back, but if they could have strung together, they could have won that half. They could have had 8.
I mean, like, okay, yes, it was outstanding for Navi to win that round, but like, it's not like Envy particularly made too many mistakes there. That was, I mean, how do you predict Flamey getting 2 wallbang headshot Deagles?
Yeah, that's a rough one.
It was through.
They're not really.
Firebox.
Yeah. It's hard. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's scary to play Navi. Like, you can't account for players like that. You can just do the smart situation, or you can prepare yourself for it. If somebody pulls off something like that, you just have to sit back and go, well, he just slammed us.
Just shrug it.
You can't, if somebody makes a mistake, or you're out of position, or you could have played a situation better, then sure, you can look at it and maybe you can discuss why. But sometimes you just have to say, this guy was just really sharp that round and he hit his shots.
Which we know Flamey is capable of. This is why, you know, Navi is so hype, and why we continue to talk about Navi after our break, because they've just got so much firepower. The addition of Simple, you've got Guardian, Flamey, even Seasoned Edward coming up the rear as well. We know how capable they can be at various intervals. It is more of a kind of an up and down thing with them, though. But yeah, I mean, the final point, closing thoughts. Envy losing that one, picking up Cobblestone. Still got a chance for the Brazil?
So overall, this makes it more exciting. Yeah. The next 2 maps are going to be very important for both Navi and Envy. Envy are going to be playing against Heroic, I believe.
I believe so, and that's on our B stream.
And Navi are going to be playing against FaZe right now. So where can you find all that information, Alex?
Yeah, right. So basically, if you want to understand what we're talking about, you want to visualize just how close these last couple of games are going to be for the ESL Pro League. You can get all that information. You can see exactly the games of the past. You can see what's coming up. All of that in a nice, digestible way over the Score Esports application. He's going to go ahead and check it out right now. So that's available on iOS, which he's running, or Google Play, which I'm running. So you go grab that, and when we do come back, we're talking more about Navi, this time going up against FaZe. Let's not forget, FaZe have not won a single game versus Navi in this iteration. Let's have a little look how it plays out after the break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the zone. FNX has to stay up. No! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still... Oh,
All right, guys, welcome back. Now, you may realize that I am not Machine. I've tried for years to be like him.
Really?
Yeah, when I grow up, I want to be like Alex.
Oh, okay.
You know, he's my idol. But yeah, he's going to be kind of chilling out a little bit here. You may have noticed that everyone is just about a little bit ill during this show. So we're just going to talk about the first matchup coming up here. At least, well, the second matchup for Na'Vi. These guys are having to play back-to-back. But they're facing off against FaZe now. First map coming up, Dust 2. Initial thoughts coming into this one?
Well, FaZe just came off of 2 wins versus Hellraisers. They were relatively close. So it's good that FaZe were able to get those wins. I believe FaZe won in their ECS match that they played recently as well.
Yeah.
So for them to be able to get victories and be having better form is really good for them. They need that if they want to have a good end to the season. They started really well. They had a very weak point in the middle. Now they're kind of gelling with Alu, and they're having a strong finish. They only need, I think, 2 more wins maybe, and it might guarantee them. I can't tell for certain right now.
Yeah, we need to see everything,
yeah.
We need to see everything kind of fall into place from all the other results as well, and we can kind of summarize at the end of the day. We'll have an updated league table for you guys at home, so you can find out basically who's in the runnings for going towards the finals. Things are still pretty close here. As you said, though, FaZe did have a phenomenal start to the season. They were one of the teams to really break ahead from the others. I guess they really took the opportunity to run ahead when everyone else was still recovering from that little bit of a break they had.
Yeah, definitely.
FaZe seemed to just kick things right back off, and I guess having incredibly talented individuals certainly assists towards just getting back onto point very, very quickly. Maybe not as tactically up-to-date as other teams, or maybe not as dependent on their tactical side as other teams.
Yeah, it's something that I think they need to address, though, the way that they apply the tactics. They clearly have them. They just use them in weird orders, or they don't set precedents by taking map territory and then falling back to executes. They usually just either go for a default strategy, trying to get picks, and then go from there, or they'll just do a full-on execute, and that sometimes doesn't work because they haven't had map presence anywhere else.
All right, we're going to be jumping in this one any second now. These guys aren't messing around. They want to get this underway. Of course, Na'Vi just want to get this one rolling off a really good result up against Envy. So this, I think, is this Mirage first? I thought it was Dust 2 first.
I thought it was Dust 2 first as well.
We're on Mirage right now. I don't know. Maybe that'll be switched up pretty soon. Everyone's in the server, so it won't take too long. But I'm going to push you for a prediction because Alex won't, you know, so I'm going to ask you on this one.
I think Na'Vi, they were looking really good then. They've warmed up now. I know both teams have had 2 matches so far, but I think they're too strong. I like the diversity. I like the flair. And I'm going to give it to the Ukrainians.
All right, well, that'll be starting up any second now. I think we're literally just about to jump into pistol. So it'll be FaZe starting up on the T side. On the CT side, it'll be Na'Vi. And I do believe it's Mirage to kick off with. So actually a little bit twisted around from the schedule. I'm not 100% sure what's gone on there, but no matter what happens, we're into the game anyway. It looks like FaZe already eyeing up a bit of a hit towards the A site as well. 3 players through Palace, 2 probably to set up the smokes for them, and just going to pour out.
Yeah, pretty straightforward A hit right now. Nobody really... Oh, Flamey with the Julies. That's going to be exciting. Might pay dividends right here. It's like, oh, Yakem through the smoke. Going to take Flamey's head off. That investment didn't go very well. No,
that's a bit of a shocker. Now, everyone's locked off. These smokes that came in towards jungle and stairs have really created a huge opportunity, but the retake is coming in incredibly strong, mostly thanks to Guardian. This guy's a beast on the P2K. I'm surprised every time I see it when he holds mid, but he does make it work. And now AZ is left with Rain, and Simple's found AZ, so it's all on the one man left standing. And Rain, well, you're not going to hit that shot at that point. Edward's going to come in to close it, and then we have the defuse coming out. But I like the theory behind FaZe doing that, but didn't really get the kills to kind of back it up. But they got a plant at least.
Well, yeah, they got that plant really easily. They made the entry onto the site, and then it just all fell apart when Guardian dropped into Sandwich. You got 2 nice headshots. So crisp work by him, and then it just fell apart from there. Seized is going to pick up those Julies that Flamey dropped, though, so that's a nice pickup for him. More bullets. You always need more ammo. Never enough bullets in Counter-Strike. That's why people use the Pro 90, right?
I'm so glad no one's bought that. That would.
So here's the choice that's been made by FaZe. They've decided to force buy in this one off the back of the plant, as opposed to taking the eco and getting the AKs up on that 3rd round. And they do have a bit of utility right now. So what they can do is they can use it to zone off or do a late execute. Once again, you can notice on the map in your top left-hand corner, people playing at home, you can't really see them zoning off. They threw that nade in mid, a tiny bit of presence, but no smoke. So Na'Vi know that if they're spotting mid, there's not a lot going on, and this B execute's coming in.
Yeah, and Cease's already spotted the smokes coming through. Simple as well. Going to spot where that falls, try and find a nice position to possibly work around it. But no quick hit off the back. Now it comes in. You can see the molly being put down. That's a bit of an issue. No one can really focus towards Seized, and he's allowed to get away with murder. Guardian's actually done the work with the molly itself, but this is big. Keo coming in with the Deagle, finding 2. That might create a chance for a plant, but the bomb's still in Keo's hands, and there's a lot of Na'Vi players on this side. But AZ's got his back, picking up the M4, but on the lurk is Guardian. Timing is perfect. He picks up AZ, and now Keo's got to go big. He's already found 2, and he might get the timing on Guardian if he hit a clean shot there, but he can't get a job done in the end. And Na'Vi will keep the rounds safe. They keep 2 of the rifles, which is fine for them. FaZe didn't get a plant there as well, which is a bit of a problem. And while Na'Vi, their money's not great, but they can rebuy here.
Yeah, the question right now for FaZe is you just took away 3 guns. They were fully bought. They had a lot of utility. do you buy back with 1.9 to 2.3k and just risk it again? Because you had a good showing just then. If you got that bomb down that round, it would be a no-brainer. That I would say they'd definitely rebuy right now, but it looks like they're opting to go for the eco. A couple of upgraded pistols, and one of them's going to be taken out straight away as Guardian takes off the head of Jacob, and they're pouring up that A ramp. The Colts are doing work right now. That's the M4s for those of you who aren't older than 12. And action is happening on this A side as Keo and Alu are able to get a little bit done right now. Guardian on 11 HP. He's had to limp away, reload, and wait for C's to regroup with him.
Okay, let's see what they can work off this one. This is still very, very dangerous, but no armor, so you're still seeing things like the MP9 being viable at
just
scene
halfway
range.
across the map.
Yeah, a little bit unnerving then. C's just going to show what he's made of, and now Alu's in a predicament. 1v2, but they're both in very isolated positions. They can't really create a huge crossfire. Guardian's basically watching his push, and he's going to take the fight, and he wins it. Alu goes down, and again, FaZe get it close. Are they going to fall into that trap of always wanting to buy up now, keeping this one going? Of course, they can buy now into this round perfectly fine, but again, up till this point, Na'Vi's money hasn't been completely stable.
Yeah, a lot of damage done there. If they're able to take this gun round, they will really hurt Na'Vi's economy, and we'll probably see them have to take an eco. But I wonder if we're going to see a map spread right now and them actually set a bit of precedent. They do have that AWP on Alu, and he will be taking on Guardian, who has picked one up himself. They are going for the standard smoke top mid, use the Molotovs, get a bit of control, just basically going through the paces right now. The whole idea behind this mid control is to force the rotations around, get the under window, get smokes in connector, take that area off the CTs. But Simple in window, going to find a nice kill on Rain and put them in a 4v5 situation nice and early.
Yeah, such a strong spot there from Simple as well, playing from the bricks in towards window. You can actually wallbang it to a degree, but again, why would you if you have no information that he's there? But FaZe previously have shown some real grit on this T side. I like normally their mid takes are very, very diligent, but right now, kind of being unfolded a little bit. But AZ's still kind of playing over by B, keeping some presence, keeping two players actually committed to this one. So again, doing well. Alu and Jacob may be waiting for more of an opportunity, putting those smokes up, seeing what they can play with into this. Guardian's going to reposition towards A, and Jacob's going walkabouts through connector.
Interesting to note, even though Na'Vi were able to get that opening kill, they still achieved the goal, and FaZe were able to get mid presence. It was given to them, basically. They played off mid, and now everything's falling apart as Guardian and Edward are going to find a frag apiece, and it's a 2-on-5 situation. I wonder why he's running, knife out. I think it's probably because if he snuck in there, he assumed window was clear, but if you're going to be noisy like an elephant, people are going to find you.
Yeah, and they already did. Well, Edward, they're going to find a very easy kill. Literally no threat to that now. Alu and Keo, Alu's got the AWP here, glass cannon, so he can't really withstand too much, and there's 3 players dedicated towards A, none of them particularly facing either, so FaZe will have to relatively commit to this, and that's what's going to happen. Keo gets picked up the second he steps out from apps, and now Alu's left in that sort of situation where it's like, well, what can I do here? I'd have to go 1v5, and I doubt I'm going to be able to keep hold of this AWP. He's going to try very, very hard, but trying's not enough at this point. Flamey's going to take him down, and they've got a double AWP now for free. Na'Vi stabilized on an incredibly important round for themselves.
I don't know what FaZe were trying to do there. When it was a 2v5 and you have about, I think it was like 28 seconds left, you may as well drop back and save those 2 rifles. You're not getting into a bomb site. You have no map presence. You have no map control. You may as well just let it go. They just thrown away an AWP and an AK, fully with head armor, ready to go, and now they have nothing but deagles and pistols, which is what they've had a bit more success with so far. So maybe this is a positive.
Maybe. We'll see. I can't wait for the 3-man face towards middle here. Guardian, not exactly that timing. And well, there we go. They trade out in the end. Guardian finds gear, Rain replies. But a great pickup of FaZe, considering they only have these pistols. And that's an AWP for free. Alu, come on.
No.
Alu.
Denied.
That's pretty awkward.
Yeah, that could have been a really good opening. Another deagle frag there by Rain. So maybe just stick with the pistols, boys. You're getting more kills so far this early on.
Finding 2 there. They did at least get one of the AWPs away. There was still a double AWP presence up for Na'Vi. One was in the hands of Simple, so they can always just drop that off to Guardian. He can rebuy it himself, though. They're getting decent for money here. They're getting a little bit of that nice buffer going. And where are these AWPs going? Yeah, back to where they were, pretty much. They're just kind of, I think Simple just dropped it out of habit, but Guardian already bought his. Perfectly fine, all well-rounded. Alu's now back on at least a buy where he's got armor with the AWP. First time we're going to see that, so maybe a little bit more longevity with it, not have to be so careful, so cautious. And Guardian going back out towards mid. Now, Jacob's going to fancy a bit of a run here. They're known for this quick aggression, and I like it. 3 players strobe connector. This time the smoke's still in place, so no frags coming in from Edward, and that's the impact we want to see. Quick, fast, and dirty from FaZe. Nice. Jacob and range, bang into the side, pick up 2, and it's theirs. That's the power these guys contain. They have that aim, they have that confidence. But Guardian might have other plans if only he knew. There it is, Guardian. Rain goes down, and now it's retake time. 2 AWPs on a retake is incredibly tricky.
It's going to be rough, but we've seen Simple work some magic before retaking this A bomb site. Can he do it again right now? As he has been spotted out there. Guardian tagging through the box, but Caesar's going to go down, and it's a 2-on-4 situation. Like you said, 2 orbs. Probably worth holding on to these. Do as much damage as you can, see if you can make a kill or 2, but these orbs are way too expensive. The kill reward is basically nothing. You want to hold on to those.
And that's exactly what they're doing. Running away, keeping hold of them. Guardian's perfectly fine in CT. Simple wants to at least get the window, make sure no one can push through it, find a bit of a safe spot for himself so they can't just get flanked in on if they were trying to get it away. But FaZe kind of bowing out of this one as well. Jacob's going on a little bit of a search, but not being particularly overzealous about it. Just relatively calm. But FaZe just kicking it up a gear then, just went full on out.
Yeah, FaZe are happy to let them save just there because they need the money too. They had to drop a rifle and they want to start building a bank. If you chase too hard into that and you lose too many rifles, you're going to hurt yourself more than them going into the following round. But that was really good. They did it just made it look like they were throwing the default mid smoke. Then one popped on just after that. Molotovs went and just nice quick interconnector. Hit their shots perfectly. Caught Na'Vi with their pants down, basically.
Oh, here's the reply. Guardian, you can't really get into connector right now. He still hits the shot and the smoke comes out. He gets away with murder. This is why I love Guardian. Look how ballsy he is at this. Now, Ali wants to get back into it, but Edward's taking it further. There's only 3 players remaining for FaZe. Maybe trying to go for a little bit of that slower mid play to a degree, because you've still got AZ over by B. C's has no trouble with that, flashed up or not. And now it's left Alu in an impossible spot. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And easily caught up by Edward there. This is a real shutout by Na'Vi, showing some class here on Mirage.
Yeah, it was almost a hard reset right there for FaZe. 2 guys had enough, or sorry, not 2, 4 had enough to get up proper rifles, and they're going to have a Tech 9. This move by Guardian, this is one of the first players I see doing this was Henny, or Enrique. He used to jump out, he'd actually throw a smoke down to cover him, and he'd be able to escape through it. But luckily he had Flamey there throwing a smoke down so he could get through that Molotov.
Double open window.
Yeah, you see this is one of the great things about these guys. They're both dynamic AWPers. They don't just have to sit there. They can be relatively aggressive, and that's such a strength for Na'Vi, having AWPers who know how to play passive, who know how to play aggressive, and this B-split's coming in right now. They're trying to isolate C's. He's going to grab one, Molotov off, and wait for rotations.
Yeah, even Rush can't keep up with these kills. They're coming in thick and fast. Finally catches one on C's there, finding Jacob, and now he's seen it all. The plan is certainly known now, and FaZe are just being absolutely decimated. This is big from Na'Vi. This is a resounding victory so far for them. 7-1 after what was a very rocky start. You know, those rounds were very close during the pistols. The first 3 were quite back and forward. Eventually, of course, closed down by Na'Vi. But the only round that FaZe have picked up so far is when they picked up that pace, went for that quick hit towards mid. But it looks like Na'Vi instantly have an answer for it.
Yeah, once you see something like that come through mid, you just want to shut it down. You can play retake on that A site. You dedicate more numbers to mid. You take the fight to them. And so far, Na'Vi have gotten a lot of, I guess, like free kills. Guardian's found a pick, and he hasn't been traded, or someone on no ground's really been gained, and they haven't been able to find a frag. So, getting into B nice and quickly here. You see what he did just there. He saw an opportunity. That's why he tried to take it. But they were set up and ready for that. And looks like Simple's going to jump up off the back of that flash and try and challenge Jacob out. Good night.
And bombs down. Kio's looking for kills. He's going to get one. But at this point, the money's pretty well set for Na'Vi. They're not in a real situation they need to be too worried about just yet. 10k on Edward there. Easy rebuy. Now, FaZe, when do we see them fall back to something different here? Because it looks like that mid-take is not working out. We saw that B hit coming through, which got unraveled by C's. When you're being shut down on every single front, it looks like you're hitting. Yeah. What do you fall to? Where do you go on this one?
Knowing the classic FaZe way of going about things, they might just go into a set execute now. They have seen success through middle, so maybe we'll see them try and rinse and repeat, but maybe turn it into a B split. That would be another, because you could basically faking what you just did before. And it looks like they have been favoring B quite a bit. We've seen them hit that site more often than A, I believe. They are setting up to go towards B. Right now, though, if you just look on the minimap, you can see how close the Na'Vi players are to A ramp. They have all the information in terms of sound cues. If people are out there setting up smokes or jumping around, they're posturing, whatever, they can hear everything. And at any given point, they can throw a simple flash, clear it out, and go, hey, boys, look, there's nothing over here. Rotate around, or we know this section of the map's clear. Keo, however, he's come in late, and he's been spotted out. See, that's the point now. He's going to tell his team, hey, they've got A ramp control. They know there's not a lot here. And the reason that can work 2 ways. It can be positive right now for FaZe because they can exploit that and go back and hit it very late and they get complacent. Or Na'Vi are going to rotate in, like we're seeing C's doing, take an aggressive pick here on mid, and because they know where the enemy's going to be and they can isolate players.
They're going to get the same sort of success probably by ramp there. Edward's going to find Keo, isolating these players, taking down FaZe one by one, finding those most opportune moments to really bring it home. Now, the last 3 for FaZe have limited real estate. Alu's still essentially in spawn, trying to find a way around it. Going to get the bomb at least to hand. So that's not been lost anywhere too bad just yet. But the 3 remaining players have 0 utility. No smokes, no flashes, nothing. And look at what's still left with Na'Vi. Molly, smokes, flashes galore. They have everything they need. But Jacob's got himself into at least a possible situation he can work out of here. Got some room towards window. But I think Flamey's already considering that one. So again, gonna be tricky, and that's not gonna help. Simple takes the head off of AZ, and now the plan might be unfolding. But AZ again has been testing the waters, and the timing is awful for Jacob. Gets the knife out as Flamey turns around, and Alu just gonna sacrifice himself towards Na'Vi in the end there. So it seems that FaZe is just running out of ideas. Now, historically, going back, if you look at the stats, FaZe have very rarely, I don't think they ever have actually picked up a win over Na'Vi at all. They have always struggled against this team. And is it the clash of styles? Is it a mental thing, do you think, for FaZe? Because FaZe are certainly contenders here. They are a good team. They've got incredibly talented players, but to be almost perpetually stumped by one team itself, is that a mental problem coming in, or?
The whole concept behind FaZe was meant to be like a star unit. However, you have a lot of people or a lot of players in this team who would be stars on other teams, right? They could probably you could get a lot more out of them with an in-game leader that builds a team around them or builds a system around them and uses them correctly. When you throw 5 stars together and you want them all to kind of be cohesive, the issue you have is a lot of these stars probably have similar roles, or they probably do similar things that make them stars. Now they're having to sacrifice something which may have gotten them kills in the past. Somebody's going to have to throw the grenades to set up other players. There's going to be issues in that regard, especially on the T side. On the CT side, it's not that you're being selfish, but you're more focused on holding your position, okay? You're still doing it as a team, you have team-based setups, you know how to rotate and stuff, but you're really just focusing on your crosshair and waiting for the baddies to step out. When you're a T, you kind of have to initialize the fight. And I think you have a similar thing with G2. On the CT side, they don't really, an opposite thing. They don't get to take the fight on their own terms, whereas the CT side for FaZe, they like that. They like players coming to them. G2 like T side where they get to run over them. So it's contrasting styles. Both of those teams you would say are very star and aim heavy. It's weird that they don't have similar flaws. We're going to see, it looks like a smoke execute come out onto A here. And at this point, if you're Na'Vi, you're going, okay, well, they haven't tried a smoke execute since, I think it was like what was that Tech9 buy-up round or something?
Yeah.
That was a B execute. So, let's get ready for that kind of situation. The smokes come in. This is telegraphed. FaZe rarely do fakes like this, and lots of Na'Vi players, I think 4 are already over at the bomb site.
Yeah, now Jacob's got a good bit of play there. At least takes down Flamey, but as you said, there was already 2 other players in Guardians giving us a show. Finding Alu with some swift form, and now Jacob left to try and make something happen. Not going to be really getting much out of that, and now, well, for Na'Vi, it's a walk in the park here. This scoreline is condemning if you're a FaZe fan.
Yeah, it looks like the guys on Na'Vi all have enough to get jet skis, a couple of trailers. They're sorted. They're laughing. They can have a party. Guardians died once. Season Simple have only died twice. So they're not having a rough time at all. No. It's a vacation right now for them. If I was FaZe, you need to have a change of pace. Probably this should have happened a bit earlier, like dropping right back, waiting out the utility, having a person spread out. So one spotting B, one spotting underpass, one very passive top mid like we just saw where Alu was, one palace and one A ramp. Call out all the utilities, do a very late round thing, a very Na'Vi-esque play, right? Where you get all the information and then you make a play. The only thing we've seen work from them is aggression, but that can only work so many times. And it comes down to luck on aggression. Like, you catch people off guard when you're aggressive. And Flamey right now, he's done a very aggressive push, and he gets caught off guard by Keo, who was actually moving back into his crosshair. And there's a 4v5 advantage for the FaZe boys.
Well, let's see if they can finally build off it. They've been rarely having advantages early into the round, so this is a bit of a stark contrast, but Guardian still doesn't care. This guy is so on point here, and Edward's even going to go aggressive, and they're hitting shots. When Eddie is on that sort of form, you're not going to stop this guy. Now, goes back for more, finally gets halted by Jacob. That's perfect, but still, the game plan's been spotted out. That's a bomb there coming towards ramp. But Guardian's in that sort of situation, spots out the leg, sees one connector, now knows the ramp is the next threat, but he can't be quick enough to deal with Alu. So again, now, this is good for FaZe. They finally got a good step towards the side. Cross gets spotted, the bomb goes down. That's big from Seized. Now the 2v2, Simple and Seized on the retake. Both were in towards CT, and they're actually going to play retake from CT now. Alu's up in towards Palace, so he can watch that one pretty well. The flash, not ideal. Doesn't quite make its way over the ledge. Simple with the shot towards Rain, and Simple again delivers. Huge retake capability from him, and we've seen it every single time he's been put into that situation, I feel.
The way that Simple just, it's game knowledge, it's game sense, the way that he steps out. Obviously, he's being very, I guess, thorough with the lines that he checks and stuff, but in the order, he always chooses to check them, and just the shots that he hits, he's just an all-round amazing player. It's great to watch.
See, the things that normally, well, previously, I guess, when you looked at Na'Vi, it was like, okay, if Guardian's down, they're on this retake, you wouldn't see it as possible, but when you've got Simple there still, it's just give them so much dynamic ability coming through it, and so many more capable situations to get closed down by him. But looks like FaZe actually going to go for the A hit here. Maybe playing ahead of the smokes. It doesn't look like they're setting up for it, so Flamey's going to get the first face of everything the face ball through, but he's kind of alone here. Na'Vi have 3 players focusing towards mid still, so FaZe's getting ahead way early here. I think he might just spotted Rain going in towards Sandwich, possibly, or maybe the radar just highlighted it. Flash to delay, allowing the likes of Guardian to get into position towards jungle, but AZ's already claimed Simple. So again, giving away a little bit of the game plan here, but it doesn't matter because AZ is landing them coming through Connector, and that molly is spreading, which could be a problem, but the bigger problem now being they're down to 2. Seized and Guardian now gonna play retake here. No Simple this time to provide the means for this, but Seized is gonna step up to the plate. The pop flash comes out, it's spotted out by Guardian, but completely catches the flash. Just not quick enough, and Jacob still gets the turn. Now, Seized 1v4, bomb plant in, still smokes, flashes aplenty. And I think Seized is kind of understanding, all right, this might be FaZe's second. I'll give it a good go, though. And there you go, Keo goes down. Finds himself a little molly. Yeah, why not? Absolutely nothing to lose here. They're all basically at full money, or at least Simple is at the very least. So Seized can just go in, make it costly as much as he can. Doesn't get anything else done. Rain will close it. And FaZe just finally getting a little bit of a play towards A.
Yeah, so if you watch what happened there, they did the AZ faked mid control. They threw the top mid smoke, he threw the connector Molotov, couple of flashes, and was able to survive behind the mid box / top mid. And then once they realized that there wasn't a presence on mid, they were rotating back to A. But at that point, the FaZe guys had already pushed up A ramp. They had sandwich control. They had Tetris control. It was awkward, though, because they had full utility and they didn't use any of it to gain that control. Flamey did the right thing by dropping back to play retake A because he'd been overwhelmed. He was giving the information to his team. Once AZ made that kill in mid, though, it kind of threw a spanner in the work because all the players were sandwiched and they had to watch multiple angles and just able to hit a couple of nice shots and clean up that round. So good stuff by FaZe. They got lucky with the timing on those rotations. If somebody had mollied AZ out of position, he could have been struggling. But Guardian, once again, finding a nice opening kill. Going for another. Going to drop back now. This is such a good thing with AWP. Is if you note the way that Guardian and Simple AWP on the CT side, they'll take a pick from one angle, they'll fall back to another angle and go for another line. If they want to repick the same angle, it's when they really don't have another choice and they've been forced out into it.
God almighty. Guardian is so dominant as well. Early round, Guardian is sick. And look at him. Look how aggressive that was. I'm just going to run ramp. Why not? And you got Flamey on the auto sniper. It's all going so well for them here. And Rain's got himself a good position, but it's almost for nothing here. The bomb's at ramp, so he still has to go back for it. Jungle's a potential threat. You can try and isolate that off. Okay, cover that away. Force Simple a little bit further back so it doesn't get the instant info. But now Rain's got 40 seconds, a flash and a molly, and a lot to do. But Rain's up to the challenge. Finds Seized, but can he make the cross? He expects Simple to be there. But will he expect Edward so close by? Spots the molly, takes the fight, but can't get it. I almost thought that could have come through then.
Yeah, Rain's the clutch master of FaZe. We've seen him pull it off so many times. He's a smart player and he also has great aim, so that's why he's always so proficient in the clutches and he does a good job. And now for the last round, FaZe are just going to have to scramble together whatever buy they can get. A couple of Tech 9s, Deagle, P250, and AK. It's not looking fantastic for them. 12-2 on Mirage, a map where you want 6 to 7 on that T-half. You'd be happy with a scoreline like that. They're definitely on struggle street.
Yep. Struggle Busters are waiting them to go into the second half after the break, but for now I have to see if FaZe can at least get 3, so maybe they can look towards getting that pistol and, you know, going through the grind. But they are a good CT side, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them, you know, pulling a few back if they get a buffer. But C's going to go for that Pronax style flash. Underhand, good work. Here comes the spray. There's 1 kill. He doesn't actually get any more. The CZ taking his time to come out and actually gets overwhelmed in the end. However, Simple's still there, so no problems. Bomb goes in. 3v4. Can't quite get the kills. FaZe still keeping this one relatively competitive, and it's now going to be tough for Na'Vi. Oh. Hello, Guardian. Guardian with the shots towards the bench. Not going to be connecting here. He knows there's one there. He's just trying to spam it out. You can hit shots through it, but not giving anything. This could be that third round that FaZe desperately needed, and Jacob's going to certainly try and do it. Rain does, in the end, find it. And a little bit of a, I guess, mayhem to kind of secure that round in the end. So 3 on their T side. It's a very small buffer.
Very convincing from Na'Vi. Good to see them, you know, playing some good Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I just want to note that they're playing a lot freer. You know how you mentioned like Guardian just getting a kill and then going aggressive on A-ramp. That's not the type of Na'Vi that we're used to seeing in the past, but now they have a lot more skill and they can get it. Like the addition of Simple, the way that he plays Counter-Strike is very confident. It probably lifts the whole team's confidence. The one thing I want to see going forward for them is if they can, you know, when the chips are down, if they can revert back to their structured style of Counter-Strike, because when you're not hitting shots, you need to have that base. And if you lose that base, you start to try and be too flashy and you can't revert back to it, you're going to have a rough time.
Well, it's something that maybe we won't have to see into this game just yet. Na'Vi looks strong, but there's still another map to go after this, but there's another half first. So, FaZe with 3 rounds at the moment. It's not quite enough, but guys, we're going to go to the break and see if they can recover on the second. FaZe having a bit of a slow start here, at least on the first half. 3 rounds under their belt. However, on the other side of things, Na'Vi looking very, very good. Confident, looking fluid, looking like they are ready to take this one nice and quickly. Now, I know it said Dust 2 actually was the first map, but I think we're getting a good display anyway from Na'Vi. And if there's anything to look at for the second map coming up after this could be a very quick evening.
Quick game's a good game. That's what my mum always used to say. Yeah, but Na'Vi, like you said, they're blistering, just like the Brazilian sun. I bet they can't wait to get their CIS skin under that. Get nice and
get a tan.
Get nice and tanned. Well, Simple needs one apparently.
I know. Yeah. Chad freak.
Anyway, quite convincing,
yes,
to say the least. There's not really too much to touch on. It was just very dominating. We saw aggression coming out from Na'Vi. They were making very flashy plays. Guardian in mid was a menace with the AWP. We saw a round where Simple and Guardian were double AWPing in the window. Just so many possibilities with this team, and as long as the other 3 players can be rocks in their position, have good communication, get that 1 kill, these other 2 are just going to run through everybody else. And if they're not on form, players like Edward, Seized, and Flamey, they're not too shabby themselves.
No, I think they'll be just fine. And it's kind of scary with Na'Vi, isn't it? Because they were known as, like, I guess before they'd be the quite, very CIS style in a way. That very slow, methodical, very, very good, don't get me wrong, incredibly powerful way of playing. But, now we're seeing this kind of a little bit more aggression to it, a little bit more pace to it, a little bit more confidence to it. And you said this could be kind of rounded up to the addition of Simple coming in, boosting the confidence, coming off the back of a very, very big win for themselves, of course, as well, pretty recently. So again, this is a terrifying Na'Vi more than anything. That you don't just get that same old Na'Vi anymore. You've got a lot more to it.
This isn't a criticism really, but the way that Na'Vi used to play was just very slow and methodical. And then when you had SK/Luminosity, when they were becoming the best team in the world, the style of Counter-Strike that they started or were initially known for was also very slow. But talking to Fallen, he said we realized we need to be able to play all styles of Counter-Strike. We need to be able to mix that with fast-paced plays. I had a very long chat with him at E-League, and he gave me some very good insight into the way that they approach the game and stuff. So they would always look at bringing in every facet, and that's what Na'Vi appear to have done. They have aggressive plays, they have slow plays, they have executes, they have information-based defaults. They have players who can react based off the information they're given. They look like they're able to mix up their CT setups quite well. So they're the full package right now. And having 3 teams or 4 teams in the world like VP, SK, Na'Vi, all looking very strong and with players who can step out at any given time, the Counter-Strike world at the moment is the most exciting I think it's probably ever been for CS:GO.
I think so too. There's a lot of contenders now at the top. It felt like we went through the kind of Fnatic era. It looked like the SK/Luminosity era for a while, but
NIP
now,
before that.
Yeah, exactly. NIP had their massive run, but it feels like we have a lot of contenders for that throne now. There's, as you said, about 4. You could argue maybe more, but 4 solid teams that can all play to such a high degree that you don't know quite who's going to be winning these events at the moment. We're going to have to keep our eyes on those next upcoming finals that are all going to be kind of trickling through in the next couple of months, because there's going to be some exciting times. But for now, getting back into the game, 12-3 is the scoreline. Na'Vi with a blistering start. Gonna look to try and take this one out nice and quickly for themselves. Gonna be up on the T side this time, and FaZe, they've got to get this one in the bag. They've got to get that pistol going, surely.
I really like what we're seeing from Na'Vi. If I was 12-3 up in this situation, you just want to kind of finish it. Take it to the other team, finish them off as quickly as possible. It looks like they're actually throwing in a fake here. So Jacob's going to be contact right now. He will find Flamey loitering in the kitchen, take his head off. Not going to see anybody else, but they're quickly peering around the corner. Going to take another one and not taking any damage so far.
Simple, would you like to hit that shot?
He only hit him once for 12 damage. So now the bomb's down. Jacob is laughing. He's getting the rotations. AZ's going to find Guardian through the smoke and sees the last man standing with a lot of work to do. All FaZe members have armor. Seized has nothing.
And Jacob just, I'm pretty sure he just turned on God mode then. There was 3 players facing, he finds a 4th as well. Now, that was it. And talking through Na'Vi's intentions that round, it looked quite a nice idea. Set the 2 smokes towards A, get everyone to rotate, which it actually did. They pulled the 4 players completely towards A, and they left 1 man on B.
That's what you want to do with FaZe. We talk about there being a skilled lineup. You want to stress them out. You want to make them get lost in communication. We have so many different languages being thrown in here. You try and do fakes and stuff on them and pull them around the map. However, it looked like Flamey was in the kitchen and he was looking back. He was like, guys, we're going to hit B. It's a fake. And they were like so far away. He wasn't really watching his crosshair. He wasn't ready for it. Stepped out. Jacob gets it done.
That was absolutely beautiful. Now, Na'Vi have gone onto the Deagle bite. Armor Deagles are plenty. The early nades coming through have certainly done some work, but so's Flamey. What a shot towards Rain. And now those UMPs going to be under a little bit of stress here. Not quite as, I guess, prevalent a range as maybe they'd hoped to against these Deagles. But we'll find out how much real work they can get done. The bomb is still in the hands of Seized, and that is not going towards A just yet. That's actually on the way towards B. So, again, Na'Vi throwing in these kind of a couple of fakes here and there, and FaZe trying to work this out, getting aggressive, trying to find that info. AZ's on the play through mid as well. But if Guardian shows a little bit of play, just a shot or two, a step, something simple, the same.
There's a massive flank, yeah. AZ's coming in behind. I think Simple knows he's coming. He's poised and ready, and Seized is going to sandwich him as well. So could be a nice little turnaround.
Look, AZ. Lovely
Nice
shot
one.
from Simple. Now, okay, we're 3v3. 2 UMPs, 1 M4 for FaZe. They've got some, they've got a flash, but no kits, 1 smoke, and
B-side's completely open right now.
that's the bomb. They're going to spot the bomb out. That's big now. So at least Jacob knows that. He's going to have to split towards B just in case. So they've actually pulled them apart even further.
Yeah, that was really good because they spotted the bomb. You're going to assume it's going to head towards that B side. Guardian's now poked out of Palace, and he's pushed one player all the way back. But Hollow up close, he's going to get it done, and this is all over. Guardian, 35 HP, going to be finished off there. Really good work by Na'Vi to try and, you know, pull FaZe across the map. It worked, but Alu in that close range resistant position taking on Deagles, he gets it done. The UMP showing why it's so powerful.
Yeah, again though, you've got to. I like Na'Vi's theory crafting to this. I like the way they come into it with the plans. And that wasn't even a plan though. It was just on the fly how they kind of pulled players across. You know, made them go back towards B, allowing just those 2 players to take over at A. Now, of course, they didn't know there was necessarily 2 players there, but still, they made such a calculated decision. But credit to FaZe individually for keeping this one in check, because all these rounds could have been a huge spiraling issue. But at the moment, it looks like Na'Vi just want to get that bomb down, and I don't know if they have much success on that right now. Those UMPs and the MP9 doing just so much damage here, and there we go. Just Simple remains, but Simple's a beast. At least finds one.
Yeah,
but
just,
that's it.
just shredding their heads there. No head armor, just pulling them apart with the MP9. I would probably hold on to those SMGs if I was FaZe. You can use them. This is the thing. People wonder why they don't just upgrade and stuff. You can actually use these guns quite well. And if you have moves or predetermined CT strategies or holds that you want to exploit to make the most out of these, you can use them very well. And the issue right now for Na'Vi is they don't have their AWP, and they're low on utility. They're going to throw the top mid smoke, they're going to feign out this default, they're going to take their time, bait out the utility, and even it up. So once the utility from FaZe has been used and we have like 40 seconds left on the clock, it just basically becomes a decision and aim battle at that point. Where are Na'Vi going to go, what rotation decisions have FaZe made, and who's going to hit their shots?
We're going to find out soon. Keo, Alu, and AZ are the ones in mid, waiting for this one. Edward's going to step out first in this. It's just shooting fish in a barrel. Guardian's been given everything. Alu and Keo, what were you doing? And now AZ's in trouble. Going to dance around those bullets, take his time on the cross out, so he doesn't just get spammed away. But Na'Vi given a step towards mid now. Player advantage too, but FaZe want to lock them in here. 3 players doing just that. AZ from short, Jacob kind of towards window, and Rain towards connector. The smokes are still in place, so they can't really see that full info.
AZ shouldn't have dropped back. The 3 of them could have collapsed on mid as a team and traded off. It was probably the best chance they had. Now they can potentially get isolated. Jacob's in a really good spot to peek out late and grab some kills if the timing permits. He might find Guardian right now, who's chilling on catwalk, checking each and every way. The timing really in the favor there of Guardian.
Yeah, and Rain's now, I guess, in a power position as such. Jacob doesn't quite hit the shot, and Rain doesn't want to give away his spot right now, and he had to be forced into something, and oh my word, trying to hit just anything, like just a hand on the gun barrel, whatever he could get. Couldn't get the shot to land in the end, and it's going to be Na'Vi turning the events here. 4 kills for Guardian as well that round. The first 2 coming in off the back of maybe AZ not fully committing to that play, as you said, maybe, but again, getting caught at the bottom of mid. With the smokes just starting to dissipate, kind of tricky phase to play out of, and now 6-13, Na'Vi do have a decent bit of money, still no AWP to come out yet, but still, looking good, got more utility to play on here.
This is the finishing blow right now from Na'Vi. If they grab this round, they're going to finish it pretty quickly, I believe. It's going to force FaZe onto pistols or potentially a force buy. But Alu's going to... See, when you don't see that smoke come over the top, a lot of the time you expect it. When you don't see it coming, you never really... like, you're ready, you're poised, but it's unusual in today's meta for people just to run out dry like that. So that's why you see people, when they run out with Deagles, catching people off guard. It's a little bit of delayed reaction. Keo's going to find Guardian over the smoke, and AZ now playing aggressive from Cat once more. Gonna cop a flash to the face there.
Just gonna keep him humble, you know, just right to the dome. Just gonna have to back away with a little bit of a mark on his forehead. But Alu's going back in again. A little bit dangerous, considering there is 1 nade still and a molly still. One of those coming through could do enough. But Flamey's got himself up in towards Ladderum. That's going to put more pressure on towards FaZe. They don't have particular safety right now, but Alu's going to just try and secure that as best he can. Flamey goes down, and they've regained some control here. Be it passive, they have something. Now, Na'Vi, where'd you set your sights towards? You've got 3 players left, no smokes, and just a touch of utility in the form of a molly, 2 flashes and a nade. Looks like a B hit's about to come into place.
You see what happened? Like, they went for mid control, they did a lot of damage, they forced the players back. Once they had forced the players back off mid, now they're still hitting a site, which is kind of not what you want to do. They don't have anyone coming through mid. Jacob's going to find C's. They know where the bomb is. AZ is also falling back to site. He was the cap player. Simple will get one, but I'm not going to talk too soon. This is Simple, the CS god.
Yeah, there's nothing simple about this man when it comes to CS. 26 seconds left, 1v3. He's got 34 HP. This shouldn't be possible. For most players, this shouldn't be possible. Now, this is a plant that's a little open here. He's got to be careful. He gets tagged up from the window, and Rain, the clutch master himself, will at least keep this one to hand. Doesn't want that to slip away too early. So they do stabilize to a degree here, FaZe, considering how they started out in the first half. This is starting to look a little bit more respectable. They've got Na'Vi off the money again. So this should be 8-13.
The purist in me would say, take that eco, you've got a lot of rounds to work with. But I think the money situation on FaZe is still able to be broken. This is a risk, but I really like the fact that Na'Vi are willing to take it, and, they know, like, they're backing themselves, right? They don't have a plan right now. They're just going to use the weaponry and find whatever kills they can. Unfortunately, I was going to find one early and a second. There goes the AWP. That's not the way you want to start the round.
No, and I didn't mind even Edward taking a couple of shots early with the deagle, just kind of keep them maybe thinking, oh, it's just going to be the pistol round, that's fine. But no. Yeah, Alu even on the peak then, maybe not what he would have done if he knew they were on the buy they were, but it still worked out so well for him. Jacob just make money now off the Mag 7 as well towards B. He's fine on that. He can do the Pronac style flash underhand just by the kind of wooden, I don't even know what it'd be called, just like the wooden kind of frames up above him. So he'll be fine holding that one, no real stress for him. AZ can take the jump peek and just see if anyone was there. Seized is keeping this pretty calm, cool and collected, but Guardian's found Alu, so it's not over yet. Now Seized waits for another peek, see if AZ would dare go for it again, but Jacob is the ace up the sleeve. Edward's going to try and make a bit of a play towards mid, maybe smoke off connector, maybe keep him guessing, see what he can do on this one. He's still got that smoke to play with, so he's still got some time to make something happen here. Guardian's got the AWP as well, and I wonder, would they even consider Jacob being in this spot at this point? Seized should be there to trade it if required. AZ's going to try and set him up for something. Smoke goes in. And now Jacob waits 35 seconds. There it is. Mag 7's just fine. He can go back in for the seconds. Now Guardian's got to be careful here. He might just lose everything, but here comes the pinch, actually. Edwards found play towards short. That's big. AZ goes down. Guardian now tries to make his move, but time is running short, and Jacob's reposition is perfect. Catching out Edwards towards the short play, but Guardian still stands. 17 seconds, 1v2. It's still Guardian. It may not be simple this time, but this man, with this sort of power, I wouldn't put it past him, and Keo is completely unaware. Here it is, 6 seconds left, now 1v1. Rain, what are you going to do, buddy? The two players who can go big in these situations. Guardian knows where he is, he doesn't land the shot, that's a little bit of surprise. Normally they land every single time. He's going to flash out, find another peek, doesn't land it, flash again. Rain is under severe pressure here, no kit as well. Timing is everything, and Guardian is waiting. He's picked an angle, he's sticking to it, and he doesn't get it! Rain with the step out! Absolutely sick from him coming back in the nick of time as well here, I think. As that defuse could have been a little bit under pressure, but Guardian, what a hero performance, but not quite enough.
Yeah, Guardian had a smoke there as well. He could have thrown that down, used it to potentially drop himself back a little bit further and find another angle. He was pinned to that box. That was a problem. Those flashes he was using, Rain was able to dodge them. He didn't lose sight, so he always knew where Guardian was most likely going to be. And once your teammates, they go down in that fashion, it gets pretty stressful for Rain, but he's able to stay cool once more, and must be all that Norwegian weather.
That's it. This is the thing, and as you said, once you see your teammates dying like this, you're like, oh god, it's Guardian doing Guardian things. It's one of those situations you're like, I know I'm going to have to clutch this. And Keo, I guess you have to just pick your poison at that point, but still, you've got to feel like this could have almost happened, and God.
The fact that he had the balls there to pick out after he was already getting shot at, so like, Rain was probably more than likely expecting him to come at that line. He's not just going to run up, balls out. He's ready for that, and Guardian still peeks into it, gets away with it, and now in the 1v1, yeah.
Rain is just so good at that, and we do have the tactical timeout coming in for Na'Vi, so probably just one, keep him phased a little bit calm here, but
what are they? They're going for a Tech 9 armor, and maybe they're going to grab a couple of grenades and try and execute of some variety. They got a couple of so might see an execute here. So, like, this is where now, if it spirals out of control, they might go back and go, geez, why don't we just take that proper eco earlier on and give ourselves more gun rounds to work with? Because FaZe are now, they're looking good. The rounds are still very close, so that's the reason that Na'Vi are leaning towards the buys, or at least the half buys, or that kind of stuff, because they know that if they win one, the dominoes will fall, and that'll be game over. AZ right now, he's going to be on a quick flank. Jacob's going to have to stall them for as long as possible so he can get in position. He's going to have one. They're going to jump out the window and get past him. Flamey will make a quick kill, but AZ on the flank is the instrumental man in this round.
Yeah, and timing comes down to a lot for him as well. Na'Vi probably not even considering this could be a factor just yet, but soon enough it will be. Edward's just going to choose to try and hold close to window. Doesn't actually get spotted out by AZ there, and now the kills come in, but it's simple. Left stand, he's got an M4, but he's also got a Deagle, and neither will matter because Alu on the retake will do the job in the end. Teammates going out for FaZe there, every single player just picking up one kill each. But the bomb plant for Na'Vi, I guess they get somewhat what they wanted, but again, Na'Vi buying up into these situations that classically you maybe wouldn't expect Na'Vi to do so. They used to be quite a classic team in that sense.
Yeah, I think it's good. They're keeping the pressure on, or at least trying to keep the economy down. It's still pretty bad for FaZe right now. We've got like $400 on Rain, $200 on Keo, $1,300 on Jacob. It's not fantastic. So the financial pressure has been applied, and the accountants have been called out for FaZe. They got a bit of money though.
All right, let's see what we can do now, Na'Vi. This is after the little timeout, so hopefully they've kind of had a little bit of a chat through of things and...
Oh, Eddie, that was a limp throw. What's he doing? Guardian, come out, get the AWP in the middle of the open.
It didn't get punished, all right? It's fine. It's fine. Didn't make a difference. Well, he could have. But now 3 players for Na'Vi through middle. Guardian's heading back towards A with Flamey. It looks like a bit of a pinch towards A now. Alu, Rain, and Keo will be the ones to try and stop this. Now, Rain and I guess Alu are kind of more focused towards Connector, but the reveal was not what AZ wanted. Seized finds him waiting. Now Keo's desperate to find this back. He wanted to punish it, but he can't find him just yet. Now 2 players through Connector. No one's checking. Here we go. The M4 comes out. Perfect spray down in the M for Keo. Finding 2, evening this back up to a 3v3, but Alu's going to have a chance at it and not going to let that one slip. Edward gets caught up on towards short, and we're down to the 2 players initially who are splitting towards A. Now Rain's position is actually pretty good here if they don't check this. And he has indeed heard it, and he can only find 1, but 1's enough. Bomb now spotted. They know the plan. And Alu, what are you doing? The jump on the mouse, not what you want, maybe on the mouse wheel there, just kind of catching that one. But Flamey now has an idea. He could probably isolate Alu here, and he does. That's a 1v1 if I've ever seen it. Now Jacob has to do the work.
Flame Dogger.
Flame Dogger, as said, the one and only. And he's got time. Goes for the fake, and can't hit the spray. That looked a little dangerous, but Jacob's going to take the fight on it. Risky play from both players.
Yeah, so just getting the bomb down meant that his team probably could have bought into this one. But when you're in a 1v1 like that, that's so important and could shape the rest of this map, he wanted to take the glory, I guess, and push his team over that line. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get it. It looked good. Once again, keeping the economy low. But Na'Vi now, they got to not panic, but the pressure's on. FaZe are on the comeback.
Yeah, this is big from FaZe. The CT side is incredibly impressive, considering Na'Vi's come into this with a really nice approach in the first couple of rounds that impressed us. It didn't seem to matter. We've had individuals stepping up. We've had teams stepping up as well for FaZe. It's not just been that one-man show that we do occasionally see. It's been a lot of players finding their form. So Na'Vi falling back into what looks like that A hit, maybe going to go for those closer smokes just to find that closer wall almost, or they could just go for the standard and try and get that bomb plant in and do some damage with those Tech 9s. Incredibly viable as well. It's not exactly a bad plan at all. And here we go. Smokes come in. Ali wants to take the fight and he wins it. Flamey goes down, and that's not the beginning you'd be wanting if you're a Na'Vi fan. And already Guardian snuck through somehow. How did he get that far? I don't understand, but it doesn't really make much of a difference. Is it really a bomb plant here would be incredibly impressive, but it's just not going to happen.
Na'Vi aren't having any luck in middle. Basically the same thing's happening to them as what they were doing to FaZe. They were getting early picks. Alu's menacing in mid like Guardian was, and that means that Na'Vi, they're not getting territory, and from there they're not able to make any executes. Maybe they need to be a little bit more thorough with their flashes and the way that they're clearing out so they're not getting picked. But I still think doing the default through mid and then being able to pinch onto A, pinch onto B, get that territory and force the CTs to be uncomfortable and take back map control elsewhere is the way to go. But now they're on a, it's not a full buy in my terms. Guardian doesn't have head armor, he doesn't have any nades. Edward only has a smoke. Simple only has 2 flashes after he's thrown one.
Look at this aggression as well. Seized, I think, might have an idea. What has gone on here? So Seized is in the smoke behind them. He's hearing all of this. He knows exactly what's happening around him. There's been mid-aggression, okay. How do Na'Vi now respond quickly? Maybe they take a quick hit towards a site. Maybe make a quick play. Sees now takes that opportunity by the handlebars and just drags it forward. Finds AZ, and now here comes a B hit. They want to make this fast and dirty, and Edward's done just that. Jumps in, takes down Jacob. That's a site completely sparse of FaZe players. Alu quickly tries to get there, but it's all a little bit late now, as Na'Vi has the plant. And you've got to say, C's may only have 1 kill, but that position paid off, and then some. Spots out 1 as well in CT. And that's actually where the last 2 players are locked in, and Caesar's hunting them down.
It wouldn't have been such a huge issue if Caesar's going to fall right now, and you want to keep those guns up, Na'Vi. Just hold on to them. You don't need to chase too hard. FaZe are going to be able to buy next round, most likely anyway, so just chill out, dudes. But Eddie's going to get caught, and he had looked like a little mouse wheel issue there too. Maybe they should hit up a better mouse supplier. But... no, like that. Them going for that mid-aggression, it was good. The fact that Seized was able to hide in that smoke, it wouldn't have mattered if they hadn't made that pick on B, right? They would have gone for mid-control, gone, okay, well, there's nothing mid. Even if Seized had lurked in the smoke, he might have been able to get in the back and killed someone, but they wouldn't have automatically had a bomb site. To retake B, it's quite difficult, especially when you're only playing 1 person there and you don't make any kills on the site. Seized in that position was just a cherry on top.
Icing on the cake there for him. And now everyone back on a buy. So no one completely suffering just yet. Na'Vi have a little bit to play with still. Not exactly perfect on the utility, but enough to make something out of this. Now Guardian going for the quick pick, seeing if anyone's going aggressive in mid again. Not going to be the case. Alu's holding the angle for the push up towards short in case that came through. Kyo is going to molly out underpass. C's going to take a quick chance to try and land something towards it. And actually Kyo gets dinked and needs to back off from this one. But good damage exchange between each of the teams. And Na'Vi do have some sort of mid-control building.
Yeah, so they've got the mid-control now. The problem is they've been harassed by players in Connector. Kyo plays that spot on the side in Connector that Taz is so menacing at, and he was able to get 2 kills, which was instrumental in one of the rounds we saw earlier. So they're going to be very scared to check those corners. And C's is normally the point man in Connector. He's on 10 HP, so he's going to want to stay away from there. But it looks like the bomb is positioned over towards B, so B split's coming in as Edward has that vent room control.
So he's going to see AZ doing these flashes. He can 100% see that. Seized, truly aware as well. Now, you've got Jacob here early and AZ both towards B. And then everyone else is kind of just dedicated towards A, connected, keeping tabs on everything. Na'Vi have kept a couple of tricks up their sleeve here. They haven't fully shown their game plan just yet, aside from that mid-control, but Kyo's going just for a little bit of a look. Is there anyone in connector? No, but I think AZ is actually boosted up towards the side. Just on the boxes, you get a nice peek towards Palace from there, or at least the B apartments. And let's see how this one works out. Na'Vi need to make that hit, and pretty soon, they're down to 35 seconds here. Edwards again provided a great chance, a great entry, but Jacob is being an absolute rock. What a turret! Coming in, 3 kills back-to-back, looking for his 4th. Simple doesn't know where he is, left, right, or center, but it doesn't matter. He quickly takes the frag, but look at this HP, 15 left between them, but still Simple frags. 2 now. Now 1v2, surely impossible. Surely can't happen. Bomb plant, Alu, you've got to finish this one off, and he does. Just gets in there with the Tech 9. Not going to wait around for Simple to get comfortable, and the defuse comes out. 12-14 now.
Yeah, Jacob obviously being a star, they're grabbing 3 frags back-to-back to hold on that B bomb site. That's what you need from somebody to stand up like that, especially when you get into pressure situations like right now. To be able to do this, like the frag on Guardian, Guardian's obviously, his job right now is, all right, guys, I'm going to watch the checkers, so you guys get in there, make those frags. Once Flamey's gone down, nobody was close enough to trade. Edward stranded at Cat, he gets taken down, and then Guardian looking the wrong way, going to be finished off. Fantastic play by him. It's going to push another force buy situation out of Na'Vi, which is interesting. They're really going all in on this. This could hurt them. If they lose this round, they're going to have to take an eco, and it's going to be tied up at 14 all.
Oh, Na'Vi, what has happened after such a big CT side? It's all falling to pieces, and Rain looking like he wanted to be the one to really hammer it home. Not going to be the case this time. Does find 1, but can't take it further. Now, Kyo knows what's up. He's been having a big game himself. Not exactly the flashy kills, but certainly the kind of meat of the sandwich at this point. And now goes up for more, on towards the stairs, spots out. Guardian gets a tag, but can't get the frag. And Simple going to be standing tall, and the 2 superstars for Na'Vi starting to shine. But there's still Jacob, there's still Alu, and they haven't let this one slip yet. The bomb is down on the side. It's not planted yet. So going to be incredibly hard for Na'Vi to find a way into, and they're desperate for a pick here. And Guardian's finding time for Simple. Simple's on the flank, and there you go. A pixel is enough for Guardian, and it's all on Jacob. Bomb's still down, he knows this. But he's going to start wondering, where is Simple? What's going on here? I need to find a fight on one of these guys. And he's slowly creeping forward. He's going to take that risk, take that gamble. And it's actually paid off pretty well here. He's found Guardian all alone. He's worked out the plan. He surely knows where Simple's coming from now. He's going to work it out now. Molly goes down, but keeping it close here. Sprays in, and Jake with a beautiful play to be able to dominate those 2 remaining players.
That's back-to-back 2 huge rounds by Jake, and basically that clutch, massive in the context of this match right now. Na'Vi have already used their pause. They might actually have to take attack, Eco. Just calm down, everybody settle. Let's sit, let's talk this through, let's wait it out, reset mentally before we get stuck into anything. That's what they're doing, thank God, because it's not that they're tilted from losing that, but this has come back from a 12-3 half. They're not going to be happy that they've let it get this close, because now they have to play with all that pressure on their back. Those buys have come back to haunt them a little bit.
Easy just tag Guardian doing that.
Nice. I like it. Style points. What's the whole style points thing about it? I hear people say, is that like a COD thing?
I don't know. Not from my era.
Not from PC COD. You
Yeah.
PC COD people are kind of okay. The ones on console, you guys got to sort your life out.
Well, that's Alex out of all of us. He's, you know.
Is he a consoler?
Well, he's the one who casted it all.
Oh.
Yeah. So he's maybe one to go to for that information. I'm not
About
quite
the
down with the
consoles.
kids.
Yeah, what are they on now? The PS72 or something?
Xbox 420, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. But I'm not too sure. But what I am sure of is that Jacob might be in for a little bit of a surprise here. Guardian just went on the other side and actually does a really big bit of damage there. But AZ going to finish off what he started. And I think Na'Vi have maybe come to terms with what they were discussing earlier on during that kind of pistol timeout, just taking their time through this, just talking through their options. Okay, let's calm down. What's been going wrong? How can we find our way back into this? They've been having opportunities, but individually, FaZe have been locking them out at the very end.
Yeah, there's nothing more frustrating, right? If you're the in-game leader or the person in charge, or it's said from the coach or whoever, hey guys, let's take a tactical eco where we just want to chill. And people are going off, they're communicating what information they're finding out as like the coach and the in-game leader, or like the heads of the team are trying to talk through the situation. People are communicating, people are dying, you know they don't have your full attention. That's very frustrating. And back when, tactical, we didn't have timeouts and tactical ecos were the go-to. If a team knew that you liked to take it, they would play aggressively at you, right? Because they know that there's a high likelihood you're sitting there looking at your your AFK,
Notepad
talking
whatever,
through,
yeah.
and they'd punish you and rush you through the situation. Obviously, we don't have to worry so much about it anymore, but the mind games are real, as Na'Vi have to come over their own mind game right now if they want to take this game 14-all. They need to get the match point to force this into overtime. It's not looking good for them.
Now, let's remind ourselves, all of these games are incredibly important as well for qualification towards those finals. A lot of other teams are looking at this with bated breath going, all right, if this team wins this game, how do we see what's going to happen here? A lot of movement can come through because of these games. So we will summarize this at the end of the day. We'll try and see what sort of position everyone gets in. But again, it's all down to that final day, which is tomorrow. But for now, as said, 14-14. We need something big from Na'Vi here. It has not been working out on this side for them. This has been an absolute travesty in comparison to that beautiful CT side they brought here, but FaZe have replicated it and then some. Aloe even fancying his odds towards underpass. Doesn't spot anything.
Look at the freedom he has just to have the balls, to get out of mid like that, be picking underpass, has no worries for mid. He's got a friend watching it, but it's hard to hit a lot of shots there from AZ's position. I know he's a superstar, but Aloe's bullet's going to whiff past the head of Guardian there and going to be flashed off. Nice kill from Edward onto AZ. This is really going to open up the round. 4v5 now. Don't give away another kill. Na'Vi need to play as a unit right now and trade out onto a bomb site. They have this advantage. They need to milk it for everything it's worth.
Now, the bomb was still in spawn, so Guardian's going to go back for that, and he normally splits towards A off the back of this. He'll kind of support them through mid early, fall back towards ramp or palace, and try and play out towards A. We've got Keo and Rain, 2 rocks for FaZe so far. They're going to commit in towards palace. This could be quite unnerving here for Na'Vi going for the hit. Keo's going to back away from that, sit on the site. Going to be the man who's just going to have to sit there and deal with what he can. 3 players now coming his way. The 2 from ramp are isolated. That flash did well. That's holding them up, actually. FaZe now have support coming in. Rain's going to be there as well. We've got a player in CT, that's Alu. Keo's going to pick his fight. He chooses ramp, he finds Flamey. Now Alu gets a lineup. There were so many, those 3 players, he could find none of them. And now Na'Vi have it all in their hands. 9 seconds left, and Jacob, what can you do? Bomb is going to be planted. 1v3. And don't tell me he can come up with something again like this. He spots out simple. He knows where he is.
Surely not.
Player on ramp. Edward comes out. He's going to be seized to close down. Now Na'Vi get themselves on towards 15.
Alu's brain must have just overloaded right then. He saw 3 people on his screen. He didn't know which one to shoot. I don't know if he was waiting for the stars to align or something, and get a triple kill, go in the history books or something like that. But oh boy, that's unfortunate for him. He's going to be kicking himself. But good round by Na'Vi.
All right, 14-15. This is the second round Na'Vi have been able to pick up on their T-side, reminding ourselves this is not a common factor. So that is a big change of events for them. But If we stick true to trend, this should be 15-15. This should be going into OT.
This is Na'Vi going back to those fundamentals I was talking about. They're slowing down the pace. They were waiting out the utility. They played a 4v5 situation very well. They went as a unit. It was nobody off doing their own thing. They've tightened it up, and that's good. The fact that they can dial back to this, I don't like the fact that they let it get to 15-14 or 14-all, but the fact that they're able to dial back, keep level heads, because we know in the past this kind of unit can get pretty fiery, but Guardian's about to find a fight right there and gets a huge kill.
Ow!
What an interesting way to pick middle. I'm going to keep, Jiggle jumping out into mid, and C's going to find Jacob. We're now on a 3-on-5 situation. Things are falling apart fast for FaZe.
And what a disastrous way to lose. If they let this round slip, this is going to be a very, very gutting game for them. And bear in mind, they still have another map to go into off the back of this. This is a very frustrating one for them. But let's see if they can pull it back in. You've still got the likes of Rain. You've still got Q. You've still got AZ up. These are no slouches in these situations. And Q's going to show that with a sick double spray. Finds C's, finds Edward. And now Na'Vi's backs are against the wall. This could be OT on the horizon. But they're going to take the chance here. Maybe a quick B hit could actually work out quite well. No one's actually playing it here. FaZe have been kind of baited in. Hook, line, and sinker to this A play coming through. And now, if Guardian feels this, if he gets that sense that there's no one here, no one's challenged me yet, he can get an advanced spot, lock off somewhere completely, commit one way or the other, whether it be kitchen or short, he can define one of these two angles. Simple is doing the same. Now, Simple's going to be getting the bomb down. Now, Guardian, which position are you going to commit to? All right, kitchen is where he's going to opt for. He's got a nice angle on this. Tough to hold, but it's a good spot. And actually, all three players are coming this way. It's Guardian showtime. Here we go. Guardian finds AZ, backs away. Simple picks up the mantle, does the damage. And you've got the two heavy hitters now for Na'Vi left standing against Rain, the clutch master himself. But would you expect Simple to go walkabouts again? Probably not, but Simple might have just been outdone here. He spots out Guardian. Now he knows where he is. Rain, you beast! Absolutely sick play from Rain. Defuse is surely going to come through here. I'm pretty sure he's got time on that. And what a beautiful way to do it. I don't think if he spotted Simple, I don't know how that just fell into his mindset. But what a gorgeous way to do that.
The level of frustration there for Na'Vi must be huge. That was a 5v3 situation. FaZe were able to turn it around, put it a 2v3 in FaZe's favor, and then they turned it back on its head. A 2v1 situation. Rain sneaks through the window. Simple must have just looked away at the wrong time, and he's able to clutch that 1v2 situation. That's huge. I was about to get on a rant about if the chemistry of Guardian and Simple, it could be one of the best duos in these kind of situations we could see. The fact that these guys are so talented, but Rain punishes them and picks up the round, forces this game to overtime.
Oh, that sort of play from Rain does terrible things for me. I'm not gonna lie, that was just sick to watch.
The thing is, right now, Na'Vi's kind of shown their hand. They've had to revert to the old style Na'Vi, quite slow, quite methodical, working as a team. And now, if you're FaZe, you're going to cotton onto that. And the counters might come into play. They might hold back on their utility for a little bit. Na'Vi are going to think we can continue this. We can use that as our play. And right now, Guardian once again is going to face off against Alu and mid. He's going to hit him through the... Was it a leg shot or through the wall?
That
but
had to be
way,
through the wall, surely.
It's done approximately 70... Keo? Dude, you're not using the silence one. We can see the traces, bruh. AZ the AWPer, mind you.
Yeah.
He's going to grab one.
Why not? All right, let's go. Double AWPs on CT side. A little bit risky because of the money. Of course, it does eventually wind down. The nade's going to find a good place there.
You know what spot where Guardian was just holding in Renegades? We called that spot Coffin. Because once you get stuck there, you're dead.
It's normally called Delpan.
Okay, so if a player does something like super sick from a spot, you can call it after them. But it gets confusing if you're playing against these types of players and you're calling it. There's one Snacks and you're versing Snacks.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is very true.
Simple's going to find another frag.
And Rain waiting in the Goblin box is not going to work out very well for him.
There you go. That should cotton on. It's a good name. If it's a spot where a guy just swindles around and hides.
It's being a bit sweaty.
I don't really look at... for some reason, when I think of a Goblin, I think of like a little guy just hiding around. He's under a bridge. He's chilling out.
Wouldn't that be a
troll? Or is that a troll?
That's a troll.
Troll boxes.
I like single syllable calls as well. I think they're more impactful. There we go. All right, nice shout out by Na'Vi there. Going to pick up the first round in OT at the moment, and FaZe just looked a little bit kind of questionable in mid there. I think Keo's kind of a little bit of a slip up. Probably not ideal, and the double AWPs actually cost them a fair bit now.
Probably not worth it to spam through the smoke like that, especially when you know they're going a bit slower. fire will be returned. And you don't know where they are. Once you shoot, they know exactly where you are. They're going to pump bullets back into you. Mid-control coming right out from FaZe here. This is going to be good. They're going to go head-to-head. It looks like a fast mid-take from Na'Vi. Jacob's going to be looking under the smoke. Going to go down to Edward there. Rain's going to grab one. A second. C's will trade it back up, and we're in a 3-on-3 situation. I hope things calm down right now, and they can take a breath. We can take a breath, and they regroup, ready to hit a site.
Well,
do it, Simple. You know you want to, dude.
No, this is not NA. We don't just come running through smokes. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Guardian?
Counterintuitive players are actually intuitive.
We had a phrase of play like an idiot, win like an idiot, and it works sometimes.
It isn't
that
a
wasn't
bad
the exact
play.
phrase.
It's not a bad play if it works.
No, exactly. That's the sad fact of it all. It does work sometimes, and right now it doesn't. Simple will get punished just dropping down from Dark, and that's in a really tough spot for Guardian to get this one back from. He's actually going to go for it anyway. Does catch a player in towards Dark. That's Keo. But Alu's going to be babysitting here, and they know where he is.
Doing,
where is C's? C's, can you bail him out here, buddy? This is the guy on matchmaking who goes, guys, B's clear. Why aren't you coming B? Because the bomb's funny enough down at A, and you're not helping. Seized? What are you doing?
That wouldn't have been such a bad thing if the bomb wasn't lost. Guardian overcommitted into that position because he needed to take advantage of the hole that had been opened. They found out where one player was because he killed Simple. He had pushed in to take advantage of that knowledge. However, because C's was so far away and the bomb was down, the rotation was obviously coming towards it. You know, they wanted to lock it down. They had the number advantage. They wanted to get eyes on. They wanted to make sure that there was no possible chance of them turning it into a clutch situation. If C's was closer on that flank, maybe they could have made something happen. Guardian could have sat back, could have waited for his teammate, made a bit of noise. However, fell apart 16-16.
Now we've got double op T-side. All right, Guardian and Simple. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got for us. Guardian this time going to face off again against Alu. He's predicting this angle because, well, it's not the first time we've seen them do this, but actually the smoke to help him cross might be a bit more of a hindrance. He's going for I was going to call it a play that I probably shouldn't have, but the sizable play there from Guardian. Alu's going to find it very, very easily. And, well, C's is going to at least trade it out evenly. So now we're back into a 4v4. There's still an AWP in the hands of Alu and one in Simple's hands here. Now, I think Rain's got a relatively decent idea of maybe what's coming his way. Just be holding the angle anyway. Lovely X-ray work there, Rush. I like the rave effect. Thank you. And, well, the flashing lights.
Once again, spamming through. His dot would have shown up on the radar, right? So that he spammed off the back of that. But the advantage went to Flamey because he was watching the correct line.
There you go. Lines are actually pretty important in this one, especially for those sort of angles. But 3v3. Bomb now making his way round towards A. You've got Keo trying to just isolate this one player towards Connector. He's done perfectly at that. Takes a bit of damage, but that's cut off the approach. And Keo...
What's going on?
What? Is your mouse okay, mate? All right, Alu's going to lock down ramp, and Keo's mouse recovers well. Stops spinning around 360ing, and he will find Simple in the end. So, Na'Vi picking up one on their T-side there. Not bad enough, but you know, not bad at all. But I don't know if Na'Vi's going to remember how good they were on the CT side after what's just happened. They've had a long run since they were in control here, and FaZe have got that confidence, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, and they may have been humbled a little bit, so we might not see those flashy plays which did help them win rounds with that, like, not over-aggression, but they were being more aggressive in the way they were playing their CT side Na'Vi. So they'll probably dial it back, which could hurt them. They had a good rhythm going. They were making good reads. They were, you know, the way that they were playing the map was dynamic. They were doing different setups. Now they start again. FaZe know what their go-to setups are. FaZe also showed that the aggression was the one thing which we really saw work for them. That fast A split where they came up through connector, had a couple of good smoking off jungle, that kind of jazz. They can replicate a fake of that. They can turn it into a B split. There's a lot more for FaZe to do, I feel, than there is for Na'Vi to do on their T side. So it's going to be a big guess from Na'Vi on how they want to play the start of this. And I would probably not opt for that double AWP straight away. If it was up to me, I'd probably do more of a gamble, like a gambit, maybe like a mid take, maybe play a heavy A setup where you don't worry about mid so much and you get the AWP up on ticket booth, AWPing towards connector and cat. Do something a little bit different. And the reason I say that is because you have to guess right now what FaZe are going to throw at you. You don't know. We didn't see anything creative from them. Whereas Na'Vi, they probably should have won that last round. They went back to their style. We know what their go-to is now for the rest of this game if we go into more overtimes. FaZe, we got no idea.
No, FaZe, it's up to you. Can you throw us a nice curveball here? Give us something to look at. You've got the round to play with, so you've got an additional to work off the back here, and we do have the double AWP instantly for Na'Vi as well. So Simple going to go to that. No utility purchase, really, apart from the kit and the full head armor. There we go. Does actually eventually go for the utility, but Guardian going to try and stick on the nice basic version so he can keep having the AWP throughout this. But 3 plays through mid, and this is the flash that comes up. Normally, there's the nades, and here we go. The double nade towards window destroys Guardian, and it's down to Edward, but he can't suffer through this one. Only finds one, but sets up Simple well to come in from short.
Chill out, Simple, dude. Take a breath.
He does need to overcommit on that one. He can depend on the other teammates to really step up to the plate, and they do. As said, he didn't need to go too far. That could have given a little bit of a chance for FaZe there.
I think he actually made that kill because Flamey got 2 towards one. I think it was 1 towards connector and 1 towards a ramp. I think I could be wrong there.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I can't join in game for some reason. I can't open console. Thanks, Gabe. But just a small thing for people who might not have noticed it, they actually C's dropped the AWP for Simple. The reason for that is to buy the AWPs in overtime, it's very expensive, especially on the CT side. You're not getting plants, you're not getting your money replenished in that way. So by dropping the AWP for your teammates, you're helping them keep their money up. They can, you know, if they die or you lose the AWP or whatever, he's going to still have money himself to buy it later down the track. Also, you don't necessarily have to buy 5 defuse kits on the CT side in overtime. You want to keep your money. Utility, very important, but you could run with 2 defuse kits, maybe 3 if you were really worried about it. Because if you get down to a situation that's potentially a clutch one and you're not doing things that are overly aggressive, within rotations you can pick up defuse kits off of your teammates.
Yep. Now, Guardian's seen at least 2 cross now towards top mid. Alu's yet to really show much, so he could maybe actually punish here if Guardian doesn't expect it, but Guardian's going to back off from this one.
Decision.
Deep smoke comes in.
He blocked it, actually.
That's not on at all, actually, and it doesn't matter because Renzo hits the shot. That's incredibly frustrating, I can imagine, for Guardian. But Edward is there. He will kind of soothe what was starting to begin for FaZe at this point, but they do have a good shout towards B here. If they can get past Seized and Simple, and they can't so far. Seized is locking them down. Simple does not hit the shot he wanted to, and now Alu will punish us down to Seized here. He's got 3 players encroaching towards him, and he can't handle it. Alu just providing kill after kill. Edward showing him how it's done. All right, Edward. Let's see what you got on the AWP. This is not something you see very often. And now what can you do here? Would you dare? Would you dare go for it? Okay, Edward. That's a shot and a half. Keo gets absolutely wrecked, and now Hazy's in the 1v2. You can guess where they are, but getting past them's another sort of matter here.
So much utility right now between Flamey and Edward. So if the bomb does go down, they can isolate him. He's been spotted, but the shot's been missed right now by Flamey. AZ gets a free duel, gets away with his life, and he knows where both players are.
Hello?
Nothing hitting from either player right there. A little bit of damage going off, and AZ... What is happening? Just tapping away. That reminds me of Happy Gilmore, you know, where tap, tap, tap in. Don't you want to go in your home ball? Have you not seen that movie?
I don't recall it that well.
I'm so
are you a big
old
fan?
now.
How old are you?
I'm 27. When I reference things...
26?
Yeah, I know, but when I reference things and other people don't get it...
You feel older?
Or when I referencing to people who are like 18 and they're like, you what, mate? Anyway, this is a really high... This is intense. It's going to be an A execute right now. Throwing everything at it. This is the round where they had AZ lurk through mid, grab a couple of kills, and they pin to the side. Looks like we're going to see a similar play coming out. The Dak is going to be punished by Flamey, and the A take's on. Edwards now turned his back to mid, and I believe Simple's also ran past.
Na'Vi had no one really in A. They had that one player waiting, which I think, I'm not even sure who it was. I think it was Simple at some point, but it doesn't matter. FaZe have bulldozed through. It's down to 2 players on the retake. Seized and Guardian still have utility, so they can molly out that Goblin box like there's no tomorrow. But Ace is in a good spot to watch the cross, but Jacob still fights out of this, and it's down to Guardian, 1v2. What have you got, Guardian? Show us what you're made of.
Has to go for it here.
Now, AZ still waiting towards connector.
Use the smoke, Guardian. Smoke off connector.
AZ, do you have a headset? Do
Nice.
you not hear that? How did you not hear him just running down the steps? And now he's going to have to try and find this last kill. Jacob's got a cheeky spot. That's not going to be predictable. And there we go. Jacob evens this one up.
And we're going to double overtime. If you weren't excited, you better get there. You know what's happening right now? This game is going to be delayed. Well, not. It's going to take a while. So that means that all the other matches will finish. Gives me time to calculate, you know, the best possible matches for tomorrow. So thank you very much, Navi and FaZe. I appreciate what you're doing. Keep up the good work. Navi, to me, you know, that round right there, it was in their, well, it wasn't in their favor. They lost a player, then they turned it around with a couple of trades, and then it became that 1v2 situation. It's another close one, but that's the thing that I'm talking about in this overtime situation. You're starting to gamble. You don't have a rhythm. You haven't forced the team into a poor... Like, they weren't in a great situation economically, but in terms of strategically, you're only dealing with 3-round chunks at a time. So you can mix it up quite a lot, and it's harder to read because you haven't already gone through all the motions. It's a reset, basically. And Navi, I think they're going to need to have a clean sweep on this CT side if they want to take this one.
We'll find out if they do. Going up on the buy now.
Yeah, once again, so Seized, you would have just noticed that there. Seized bought the AWP, drops it. Has Edward? Is Edward? Oh no, there we go. It's finally made it simple. But they're going with a double ult setup again, and once more, that's just to buoy? Which one? Anyway, maybe I'm using Australian terminology again. Basically, to float Simple's economy, give him a bit more money, make him a happy man.
That's the right word.
Yeah.
Nailed it. All right, Edward. Going aggressive now with Flamey.
We saw this setup before. This is where they exploited Kiyoshima earlier, but right now there's more members that they have to deal with.
That might not be a bad thing. I don't know if they're going to read into it, if they can still throw back their memory to what happened before, but Flamey's come up with the goods. That's a brilliant start for them. AZ goes down early. Now, an early round advantage on a round like this is not what FaZe would have wanted. They're playing quite passive throughout this entire map, but they're slowly encroaching towards B now, maybe going to try and make a play off the back of the information they've... what are you doing, Flamey? Caught with it. Well, your pants down. Yeah, he's going to have to respond to this. And look at the response from Na'Vi. 4 players still on A, where the rest of FaZe are still looking towards B. Keo doesn't know where to go. He's like, I don't know if I really want to go A right now. And maybe just seeing if they can find an opportunity, even up the score, do something to kind of sell this one. As Jacob's gone down, surely this has to be that B hit, but there's still C's. There's still Simple.
Simple's well out of position here. I don't like this.
Simple is not comfortable here, but then again, he still hits these kind of crazy shots that, even though he shouldn't be in a position that works, he will make it happen somehow, and doesn't land a quick flick there towards the truck. Seized is there, and as you said, it's not a comfortable position for him, and now he's going to just go forward. Why not? Just go aggressive, hit the no-scope. A little bit of a quick scope, I guess, but still, job done. Na'Vi secure with 5 alive as well, which is incredibly important to keep that money afloat.
He's a combat AWPer. I love to see him doing that kind of stuff, getting stuck in there. It's always fun, you know, when they run in with the hand cannon and they're pulling off no scopes and they're able to flick around. It's good to see. People with young eyes, they're able to hit shots like that.
Just feeling extra old now, aren't you?
Yeah. Somebody got my Happy Gilmore reference.
There you go. Oh, there you go. Who was it?
Andreas.
There you go. Shout out to you, Andreas.
From Twitter.
Good job, buddy.
That's good.
Make Sponge feel better about himself. He needs a little boost every now and then.
Just to note, if people were confused why Flamey was kind of, you know, stepping out towards A-ramp and not expecting anybody to be there, if a team's doing a standard default, you pick out, you kill the guy holding the A-ramp position, you don't really expect somebody else that close. I think it was Jacob was able to find a footing there and take advantage of them being complacent and not expecting things. Bad A-ramp smoke is going to be exploited right now by Keo. He's going to throw in a nade. It's not going to do any damage, but still a 5v5 situation. Making the CTs relatively uncomfortable by exploiting the smoke. And once more, they're getting caught with their pants down from this A-ramp situation, and they will get punished this time.
Yeah, they really are. But to be fair, Na'Vi have completely absconded away from holding anything towards mid. They've left window open, ladder room open, Guardian's now playing from A. They had the 3 players there. As we noted, Rain already found Edward, just kind of flashed up, got a little bit caught out, spotted him anyway. But now down to a minute. FaZe don't know that much about where Na'Vi are, but Na'Vi's starting to unravel what's going on here. Flamey's playing by the Goblin boxes, Guardian's watching CT. And Seized might just be making a huge difference here. He's been heard, he's been heard every single step of the way. Rain's going to make easy work of that, but will they still find these 2 players on the A side? There could be something to be found here.
Guardian can be pushed away and he can't help his teammate very easily. That Molotov will come into force out of position. The Goblin box is going to come into play here as Flamey steps out, grabs one, spams down another. AZ will get away with his life, but unfortunately only 12 HP. 2 AWPs now on the retake. We saw how this didn't work before, but that's Simple will find one.
It's going to make it tougher for them. At least that's the bomb down now. So, bomb's been recovered.
Listen to the thunder.
Oh my god, the tag almost came through there, and sadly the thunder will be halted.
Jacob came up the rear. Put him to bed. Well, we call flanking something else in Australia.
Right.
I don't know if I should.
No. If you're already questioning it.
Yeah, we'll leave it.
I think Sadicus approves of this, though, apparently.
I've been a good boy.
You have been. Compared to your normal, like, off... I guess like off the mainstream casts, you've been very well behaved.
I'm colourful for the fans.
That's what we like to hear. All right, we might have to fall back into that as soon as it goes to another round of OT. It might all fall apart and we'll both become the complete mess that we actually are as humans. But for now, we have 3 scoped weapons up for Na'Vi. So we've got the auto sniper with Edward, 2 AWPs, one with Guardian, one with Simple, and I guess you got to go all in on these. And they've already got the first towards AZ.
I want to see people buy AUGs in overtime.
Neo went through a phase of doing it.
Yeah.
A couple of other players did go for it for a little while.
Get involved. So you see how this smoke has a tiny gap, and I've seen it happen a couple of times. Occasionally there's been a gap, or there's been like it's been a misthrow. If you're like a CT or even a T, you can throw a smoke. It'll be perceived as a misthrow, and you're actually exploiting the gap in it, right?
Yep.
Yam always used to like do it on Cache. We'd throw like a bad mid smoke on Cache, and he'd push up and pick into warehouse. It's quite good. I'm talking over some really important trades here. We're in a 3-on-4 situation right now. FaZe are collapsing right now on the A bomb site.
Look at Seized right now and Alu. They are in such a weird position now. Alu's going, guys, why is Seized in our spawn? But he still hits the shot quickly. So that threat is now removed. We're back down to the situation we were in just last round. Simple with the AWP, Guardian with the AWP, and Rain is clinging to that wall for dear life. Shots now coming, ringing in towards Simple. He's got to back away from this one, but there's not much cover to be found here, and he's got full utility, but that molly will do enough. The nade actually got him in the end, but Guardian now in the 1v2 has to go big here. And what the hell was that? Almost hitting the shot through. They're going to try and isolate them, keep them locked in towards the side, at least from one side.
Jesus.
Molly goes in. He's fighting tooth and nail for this. He's still hitting nothing, no. Actually, he might have hit Alu there. I'm pretty sure he's hit him through the box at least once to get him down to this HP, but nothing more to be found. And there we go. FaZe now with the advantage, 20-19.
That's not a nightmare, but Na'Vi, they're not doing good. They're not doing good at all, to be completely honest with you. They needed the 3 rounds, I think. FaZe are looking in a commanding position right now. Just some other things while we're waiting for this other half of overtime to commence. Just some other stuff to keep in mind. When you're playing the CT side in overtime, when you get to the second round, so let's say you win or lose the first round, doesn't really matter, the second round or the first round, you don't need to buy, it's not essential to buy that head armor, because you're versing AKs again. If you get bankrupt, or if you had a close first round or whatever, or you lost that first round and you're buying head armor on both, you're going to really be hindering yourself, lose a couple of utilities going into the last round of overtime. If you win that first round convincingly, you hold onto a lot of guns, sure, then you can maybe invest into that head armor because you know you have enough for everything for that last one. Just something for people to keep in mind while they're playing. You want to try and make sure that you can keep as many utilities in your hands as possible. It's very important.
This could be a long old game here, Chad.
How many overtimes would you like to watch this evening?
I'm up for anything. I don't really mind. I slept pretty well.
Jeez,
I woke up at like.
You want to be throwing out there.
Look, when you talk about OT, I'm up for anything. All right. Very specific here, Chad. Get your mind out of the gutter.
My mate Steve from Australia.
What's Steve saying?
I retweeted what we call flanking in Australia. So if you want to check it out,
Big Steve.
Follow me on Twitter.
Yeah.
@Sponge.
Oh wow. Yeah, guys, go follow him, not me. You know, I'm almost at 50k. Don't worry about it.
You can.
What are you up to right now? 42k. Nice.
Don't follow Lauren. She keeps calling me Sponge.
I called you Chad for like the last 10 times. I called you Sponge once today, and I'm getting grief for this.
All right, looks like we're seeing
don't try and put it back in now. You can't just throw it. No.
Default coming out once more from Na'Vi. Guardian going into mid by himself, going for the picks, and a couple of members behind him ready to back him up and make the trades. AZ playing in the smoke like a bit of a goblin. We call them moths. They gravitate towards those smokes. Any smokes get thrown, they're heading towards it. He will find 2. Almost a third onto Eddie there, and we're now on a 3-on-3 situation.
There we are. Kio's going to try and pick up where they left off, or at least where AZ left off, but he's not going to have as much luck, and that nade is appalling. Actually, no, it kind of did work towards underpass, I guess, if anyone was there. No one was. Bomb's still at the top of mid, so really, Na'Vi still have a little bit of work to do to get this round in the bag, and that shot just not landing first is going to mean that Rain takes the lead now for FaZe in this round. Keeping the one-man advantage going to be big. Edward's down 8 HP, but he showed some surprising class on the op in just a couple of rounds ago. So I wouldn't write him out just yet, but C's is still here too. We've got some mollies up on the deck, we've got some nades, and we've got some play to be had. Rain's in a situation, or at least a position, that's going to be incredibly tough for Na'Vi to work their head around, but they're actually going to take a fight towards jungle, and Keo just backs right into it. And now 2v2. Pick your poison here, Na'Vi. Where are you going to go?
Rain's in such a dominating position right now. Even if they take the bomb site and get the bomb down, they then have to worry about Palace, A-Ramp, a potential flank through connector, a player jungle, or CT. They don't have any real map control right now, and they are heading towards that A site. The scope from Ed will probably be heard by FaZe, by Rain if it's done again, and the Molotov's going to go off. That's going to give it away. Rain's going to fire them before they cross to the side, actually. He's going to be punished for that C's with a huge headshot. That is massive right now. A lot of utility left as well by Na'Vi to isolate and potentially delay Jacob, who has been the clutch man himself with a lot of nades.
Okay, Molly smokes and flashes, and a kit as well. Now, Na'Vi, look at their position. We've got seized by Dark, so going to be basically watching the cross towards the site, and Edwards just kind of the ace up the sleeve, but none of them seem across this far. But there it is, seized. A tough position to hold as well. That's kind of the most vulnerable position to be in if players are playing back in, but just not expected, I guess, at that point.
He grabbed 3 kills that round. I think all of them were extremely instrumental in making that happen. It was a 2v3 situation that they were left with players on low HP, so to isolate them, find 1v1s. A lot of those kills were made while the players were either, you know, looking the wrong way or stepping out ready. So they had really good timing and positioning, and C's hitting those shots was hugely instrumental.
And this is about to get into kind of the longevity of a team. How long can they keep this one going? Alu's going to have to back away from mid, duck out of that. Doesn't take too much damage, though, and the underhand smoke might give away a little bit of an idea that someone's close to ramp. You can see Na'Vi responding to that by falling a little bit away from ramp here, just keeping tabs on that smoke in case someone pushes up. And FaZe actually across the board, playing a little more attentive, a little bit more aggressive. Jacob's going to push up towards B-Apps. That's great for him. Instant information if they come through, and a nice contact piece if he needs it. Be able to call out to AZ, Alu, Keo can all rotate off the back of it. Rain's doing the same towards Palace, and I like this small adjustment at this point. However, look at Na'Vi. What are they up to now? It looks like, again, a bit of a mid-pinch coming through, and Flamey could be in trouble if Rain gets there in the right time. But timing is going to be everything across the board now. 1 minute remains, and Rain's going to hear those steps. He knows that Flamey's backing away. He's going to try and catch him in the heels, and he does exactly that. Flamey goes down. Maybe the plan is up here. No one else spotted towards A. That can give freedom to Keo and Alu, maybe to keep their eyes towards mid a little bit further. And Alu, unlucky on the timing. They're going to back away towards jungle and find a new angle as Na'Vi get halted towards connector. They're in trouble here, actually. They've got 3 players trying to make their way through connector. Rain's actually in towards sandwich. No one's actively playing towards jungle either. They're giving them just enough rope to hang themselves with. As now Na'Vi's going to have to make that side hit fast, and FaZe already responded. The information came passing through by the
seized again.
By the gallons, and there you go, seized with the impactful frags at the right times. But can he find so many more? 4 players in their way here. Simple and seized have to be the ones to come up with it.
Rain's always finding himself in these awkward spots for the T's to clear. He is going to get taken down by Simple, though he's been punished the last 2 rounds in a row. Really holding strong lines, but not able to make those frags. 2-on-3 situation now. AZ paling with HP there. Paling with HP, regardless. Anyway, we're getting intense. And Simple, lurking out, pushing for a bit of information, seeing where he can find it. If he can get AZ right now, we're in a 2v2.
Yeah, they're so late to this rotate, and that's it. Simple takes a lot for that, but good enough work. And C should have heard this coming, but Jacob still hits the shot. It's down to Simple, 1v2. Now, where's that bomb planted? Decently for him. Simple. And a quick pickup towards Alu. Means this is near on getting to an impossible situation for Jacob. He's going to have to land a blinder because time is against him. And Simple, he knows what's up. He spots out the fake. He backs away. He's playing the time, as is Jacob. That bomb is ticking. I don't think Jacob's got the time. Surely not.
He's got it. Simple's done it.
There it is, Simple with the big play in the end. 3 for him. And what was it not a 2v4 then?
I'm pretty sure that was a 2v5.
It actually might have been. It might have been.
That was a 2v5 situation. I don't think they had made a frag at that point, and then it kind of all just fell apart right there for FaZe.
Unreal.
That's 2 times in a row they've had such a man advantage. Rain's been playing these weird off angles that are hard to check for the T's. He's gone down without, doing a lot of damage at all, and Na'Vi are feeling it now. Simple will be fist pumping, I bet.
That's got to feel good coming off the back of this, but instantly Alu does not care. Straight in towards the apps, finds a gun, backs away. All right, damage done. There's a good start. Nothing else played towards A as well. They can take a gamble off the back of this. AZ is doing that mid thing he likes to do, just getting up in the smoke. And he can be a huge nuisance here. He's one of the only players with a rifle. And what a way to use it. Finding Guardian almost instantly. Edward can't get the job done. And now FaZe, even though they were down in a dire situation, they've pulled it back into such a great position for themselves, spotting out C's towards B as well. This could sell a little bit of a misinformation almost.
It hasn't worked for them so far being up in these rounds, so
yeah, you're right.
I'm holding my breath. Let's see if they can grab two more kills. If they can make it a 1-on-5, then yeah, maybe.
Is that what you start believing?
Maybe they'll win.
All right, Edward, what are you going to give us here? Rain just run across with a 5-7. And of course he hits it. Why not? CSGO pistols these days are just a glorious thing.
That timing.
And yeah, Simple's going to be kind of frustrated at that one, I can imagine. But now C's left in a 1v4. This is not going to happen. There it is. FaZe bringing it back through. And my word, what a round to win in. This game's going all the way, buddy. This could be a long night, isn't it?
I think Na'Vi are going to come out of the gates right now. They're going to win 3 straight and win the map. Yeah, because I'm really excited for Dust too. It's going to be another good one. I think both these teams are strong on these 2 maps. You know, we're not playing on a map that either squad feels uncomfortable on, and it means everything to both these guys. It actually, if I've been looking at the standings correctly, it means more to Na'Vi. They don't want to go past that 10-loss threshold because right now, if Dig win their 2 games versus Envy, they can go 16-10. Envy right now are playing against Heroic. They've taken that first map, so they're currently sitting at I think it's either 13 or 14. I'm not 100% right now. But if Envy lose the map, it's not the worst thing in the world. They can still potentially get a 16-10 finish as well, and that's possible for a couple more teams, I think. So this means more to Na'Vi because if they lose this, it's going to put them on the same kind of scoreline as what we're seeing. You know, where VP will probably end up.
So it puts them into almost like tiebreaker-ish positions, possibly.
Yeah.
Or out of it.
It's difficult to speculate, assuming this hasn't been completely updated yet. But considering where FaZe are already at, they're at 15-7. So them losing this it's not the end. winning it is almost guaranteeing because their final match will be against Flipside, and I'd put them to at least win that series or you know, get a 1-1.
Yeah. Now, just to quickly remind you guys, if you're just tuning in now, you're like, okay, this looks like a sick game. Let's remind ourselves the first half, Na'Vi went 13-2 up here. So FaZe have been seemingly playing somewhat against the odds until it seemed like overtime, where they've kind of taken the momentum into their hands. Now, do you split kind of regular time and overtime into two separate categories almost, or does it kind of mesh into one here?
So Yanko and I are having this discussion when we were doing, I think it was Bucharest together, but how when you analyze a game like this, you basically have to throw away regulation and you only look at the stuff you saw in overtime. And this is where it becomes more individual. It becomes about players making clutches, becomes about players, you know, doing individual plays and winning rounds almost themselves, right? But in this situation for me, because Na'Vi played their T side so loose, you know, not very Na'Vi-esque, they were doing things that we don't really expect of them. The overtime has actually been them on their T sides reverting back to how they would normally tackle it. And they're probably kicking themselves right now that they had those couple of... I can completely understand and sympathize and look at it from their perspective on why they were doing those force buys early on. They had the economy of FaZe almost in the bin. You know, it was teetering right there on the countertop, ready to get thrown in. And if they had just broken that money, they would have finished the game. So I'm all on board with what they tried to do. It came back to bite them, and this is the nature of the game. But right now, we're seeing a more structured, more prepared T-side of Na'Vi coming out. So maybe they now need to throw in a bit more loose style because they've only been winning the rounds because of clutches in at least the last set.
Here we go. Right, another round of OT. We've got Na'Vi kicking this one off now into their T-side. Double up on the CT side as well, going straight in for FaZe. So AZ and Alu going to pick that up. Rain going for an instant peek towards ramp. Wants to get some sort of a little bit of an aggression building, but already I'm going to see some B apartments aggression coming out from Jacob and AZ. Well, not aggression, but at least like actively peeking it. You've got AZ holding the peak, and then kind of Jacob holding the push. So C's has to be kind of careful how he approaches this. And Na'Vi, with that slower tempo, coming in with somewhat of a maybe a more classic style of what you'd kind of expect from previous iterations of Na'Vi. Taking their time, they can play down to those 40-second markers, but the mid-aggression coming out from FaZe has been annoying for them. It's generally been AZ doing it, but this time it's actually Kia wandering his way up. I know it looks like he's got a couple of smokes being put out now. I think Simple utilized one of his quite possibly, so allowing a bit of a play towards mid. Edward's going to use that, and we're going to start seeing a bit of a build now from Na'Vi.
Yeah, it looks like they're heading towards that B side. Just to point in FaZe, when they haven't had utility to deny territory, they've done a good job of having information to supplement that. So they've had somebody aggressive being able to listen or peek late and give them that information. So their CT side's been really helped out by that, especially the few rounds with Rain being pushed up. Guardian's going to find AZ though, and Jacob stepping up in that position. He's going to find one, bound onto a second, take two easy frags there and not get punished for it.
That's massive from Jacob as well. Two there, makes it a third as well. What an absolute bastion of hope for FaZe on this B site, leaving C's now in the 1v4. 20 seconds, bomb loose, surrounded on all fronts, and Jacob, what a sick round from him.
Oh, Jacob, you've done it again. That you guys went. This is another one.
More references.
Yeah, McCain's, you've done it. Is it you've done it again? I think I could be anyway. Some people from Australia are probably watching. It's like 6 AM or something. Yeah, so once again, just another little fun financial fact. Na'Vi, Guardian specifically, he's just buying the AWP and no utility, so he can keep buying the AWPs. That's just another point there, so we make sure he can get enough up. That B hit, they obviously don't remember when Jacob slowed them down in regulation. He got that massive 3K. Once again, doing an amazing job, halting the... what are you doing, Flame Dogger? Don't run out on your own.
No, not when Rain's in this sort of form. He's not going to look that chance down. A nice old clean pickup, no retaliation. Lovely. Bit of that all day, but C's fancies a bit of himself. Easy. Out in the open, this is where you see that kind of real grind starting to kick in the OT times. Now we're down to 3 for Na'Vi. Guardian, Edward, Simple. And Alu just takes off Guardian's head straight through the smoke, I'm pretty sure. I think that was in full place at that point, but maybe just spamming down, hoping for the opportunity to land, and it does. All right, 2v4.
They won't make these same mistakes. You know, FaZe, they gave away a couple. They were not good rounds to lose, to be completely honest. But they'll approach them differently now. They won't be so scared. I think they'll be more opting to fight, and when they know where that information is, really act on it. Smoker's come out, and Simple's pushing up with the bomb on his own. He's got a bit of territory towards Tetris right now, so this is good if somebody peeks an awkward angle late and he can find their head. He has seen Rain sneaking up on him here.
There we go, one shot to the dome, nicely done, and the connector player down! Simple, what a play, opens up the A side completely, and now it's Jacob up against Edward. Where's your money on this?
I don't want to bet anymore.
All right, no betting, no easy skins, no easy life for either of these players. And Edward gets a nice tag towards Jacob, but Jacob can still come back into this one, and he does! 2 kills for Jacob there. What a beast bit of play. Edward had every opportunity to get that one done, but FaZe's going to really slip into the lead here. He's got the defuse kit. That's going to come out. And Jacob again, overtime king right now.
He's playing very well. If we can bring up the scoreboard, Mr. Rushley. Thank you, my friend. He is he's doing a lot of work right now. Him and Keo are making, well, actually, because we're in so many overtimes, everybody has big double digits. Yeah. Flamey, very quiet for Na'Vi in that sense. We've seen him performing quite well, but he obviously has either been caught out of position. We saw him just run up a ramp just on his own, untradeable in that situation, maybe trying to open up something for his team, but he's not feeling it right now. If he can get his rock-like form back, we might see Na'Vi picking up some rounds.
We'll see soon. They need some pretty darn quickly. 23 to 21. So much OT. Rain. Going to be looking for a little bit of something again, a little bit of play. Towards ramp.
AZ doesn't get punished with the AWP this time. He's able to go aggressive and pick up C's there, who has been menacing towards that B site. But Na'Vi, they look like they're going to go 0 and 3 as AZ pushes out and kills Edward sitting coffin. Can't get anything done from that position. And now 3-on-5 situation. I don't see FaZe getting punished from this point. Flamey is close to the ramp. Going to find a kill, get traded quickly by Alo, and now it's a 2-on-4. Simple and Guardian though. You know, the Guardian of Hope. Not so simple.
You're getting the puns down. You'll be a play-by-play caster in no time. Most is going to be worried. You know, he likes to play that kind of in-between role. But
this is the Taz spot that nobody checks.
And again, Keo gets away with it. Last time he got a double from this, just spraying in towards short as well.
The bomb's at his feet. Look at him. He can't be happier.
Exactly. He's having a whale of a time. Now, Guardian, pick your poison. Left, right, doesn't matter. Guardian with a 6 shot. All right, what can you do here? He's going to be expecting one close. Flash comes. Oh, Guardian! What is that? 2 kills now.
Time is against him.
1v2, 25 seconds. He knows where the bomb is. He doesn't know where Jacob is, but he can get a good guess, but it doesn't matter. Alu stops it before it starts, but that sort of play always gets you nervous when it's Guardian doing those things.
I'll tell you who's nervous. Na'Vi right now. Need to get 3 in a row.
Yeah, no easy task either. Look at this shot. Can we just take a second to appreciate? Not this one, not even this one. It's that.
That one, that's huge. Just a casual flick, head through the wall. Why not? Every day of the week.
Why didn't you hit those, Chad?
I wasn't an AWPer.
Doesn't matter.
I wasn't a lot of anything, but...
It certainly wasn't that.
I've been having more fun with my Counter-Strike lately. It's all good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I don't hate myself anymore.
That's always a nice bonus.
Yeah, it's good when you wake up in the morning and you're not loathing everything.
Yeah, I'll tell you what it's like when I get there. You know, the ESL dream still waiting to kick off.
See, people get my McCain's super juicy corn advert as well.
Oh, look at that.
Everybody's getting my references.
Guys, you know, Chad's a sensitive soul, really. Please boost his ego by following him on Twitter, @Sponge.
I'm like a child from a third world country, but social media wise. Help me. Feed me with your follows.
One follow equals 1 meal for Chad a day. Every follow helps.
I shouldn't compare stuff like
that.
No,
you
that's
really
horrible.
shouldn't. That's
no,
appalling.
that's horrible.
Really, really bad times. Yep.
Donate.
Yeah, no, we're not going to do it because it's bad.
What, to who? To children in Africa? You think that's bad?
All right, I'm not Leah. I'm not that bad, but, you know.
Not to me. I don't want them to give me money.
Do you remember you were really happy with your career? Now you're just like insulting your starving children.
This is a slippery slide that I'm going down right now.
Yeah, it's the casting life, you know. I'm surprised you haven't been corrupted yet by like Sadakist or Henry or Alex. You know, I'm the least of your worries.
I'm a very responsible adult, and I'm trying to turn these people's lives around. I'm trying to make them reevaluate where they're at and really be responsible.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice thing to do.
Not
there.
even being facetious.
No, not at all. Sponge is a good guy. But yeah, do make sure
Why are
you
you doing this, Lauren?
What?
Please.
What? Doing what?
Yeah.
You're the one checking Reddit right now going, has anyone picked up on my dank memes?
No, I'm looking to see all the good
news. Look at you scrolling
There's
away.
2 fantastic places for news. One is the esports, the Score esports, sorry. They send you push notifications. I just got one before saying Maniac HS part ways with Rogue Victor Bubble on trial. So I got that information. The other best form of information is just the news section in Reddit, because these guys, they don't sleep.
Let me check this out. Right, let me check out new right now, because I know Reddit, I know new. I don't believe it's going to be the best information.
Rain 1v2 to take it to overtime. Fantastic round. Rewatch that one. What other news we got here? We got
G2, please update your bio on Scream.
Sure, that's a good one. We've got...
Rank 1 rage cheaters in matchmaking. I think that's content I need. Bring it back.
Okay, cool.
Just going to read into that.
I was going to say, out of all the MP9... What? Why is this guy... The thread is called, out of all the MP9s, the MP9 has the best jumping accuracy.
I think his brain didn't work on the first MP9. I think he meant SMGs?
Yeah, probably.
Or maybe this is just like some sweet meme I just don't get.
Yeah, I normally don't get... Well, if you just go to the front page of actual CSGO Reddit, we've got Valve doing some PR.
Oh, yeah?
Vitali, he got stuck in. Ido, Brian.
Oh.
Brian's funny. Brian looks like Torble.
I always just got on with Matt Wood. You know Matt Wood?
Yeah, Matt Wood's doing VR now. He's
not
ditched
around.
us.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
I'll just give him a message on Steam like, scumbag. Way to
Well,
go.
I wouldn't call him a scumbag.
Nah, I'm going to say Sponge has been really insulting you. Where is he? Matt. He's not online right now, so I can't rat you out.
He's probably not. Is Steam Dev Day? I saw that somewhere, isn't it? In Seattle, they do something today.
Maybe.
They probably have a party. They do like wall sits and stuff. Do you guys do wall sits in the ESL office? They try and keep you fit.
Do what?
So you sit up against the wall, right?
Oh,
so
and you just kind of like
and then
crouch on it.
Yeah, you do that, and they were telling
Pretty sure
me
that was just torture when you were in high school.
no, because the Valve office, they're very responsible people. They look out. They know that they sit down a lot. They make sure that they do stuff for their wrists and they keep them active and whatnot. And
They do stuff for their wrists.
I don't know. I made that up. But they do exercise in the sense because I was there with them and they jokingly said, "Oh, you should do it with us." So we sat there and we did the wall sit. And
you sure they weren't just messing with you?
They probably were.
It was like, let's mess with the new guy. By the way, we are switching servers at the moment, if I'm not mistaken.
I get paid to talk, so I'm happy to sit here.
Yeah, we can discuss squatting against walls. That's a topic we always like.
What one?
Squatting against walls.
Yeah, that's a good one. People might be interested in that. Like, I know that there's going to be a couple of salty kids in Twitch, like, put the game on. All right, dudes, you got to change server.
The game on.
The players want us to change the server. That's what we're doing.
All right, guys, you can come back to us for a second,
right,
just so they can change the server. Because
I'm sitting casually.
yeah, we just need the solo shot in chat. You need that?
No break.
We don't need a break.
I don't want a break.
We're chatting about Reddit and squatting. What more do you need? Like, that's why Matt's interested.
Matt, you got
He
any
had
topics?
squats.
Well, you're meant to go home and go to bed.
Yeah, what are you doing here, Matt?
Ooh.
A massive face just appears. It's like the Teletubby sun just comes shining in from the side.
We've been eclipsed. Ah, there you go. There's one, the Teletubby son.
Yep.
Did you ever watch Power Rangers?
Yeah.
They're doing a movie. They're doing a new movie.
Have you seen the trailer?
I haven't.
It's really, really good. Actually, a really good trailer.
Yeah.
Good
I always
stuff.
liked the Green Ranger.
Green. Didn't everyone have a crush on the Pink Ranger?
No.
Wasn't she like the childhood crush of everyone?
I
need to
What do you
look
mean? A
this up.
childhood crush?
How
like
old
a
were you?
6-year-old. When did Power Rangers come out? Like 99?
Something
No, it was
around
earlier
that.
than 99.
Google it.
Power Rangers.
This is the content you're here for.
93. I was 4 years old.
Yeah, but like everyone seemed to have a crush on this girl. Like I remember, like in school, everyone was like in love with her.
I was 5 years old.
I don't know like how mature you were, Sponge. You could have been, you know, right at it.
They're getting younger and younger, but not that young. So.
Christ. All right, let's not entice Matt back to the
All right,
conversation.
back to Counter-Strike conversation. So if
Yes,
you're
bring back in
just
line.
tuning in, I've heard Henry do this one. He's gone. If you're just joining us,
You're just joining us, guys.
we're into overtime number 17 with Navi versus FaZe on Mirage. A very important match for both teams who want to make their way to
Nice recap.
Brazil,
I like
to
that.
Sao Paulo, to say vamos.
Why are they French?
Parlez-vous français? Bonsoir, monsieur.
I can only really swear in French or do anything.
Sit tomorrow, mate.
Cheers.
Have a good one. What is that? Okay, let's break down.
I don't know.
the
I don't know. You talking about the choose thing?
Yeah, because like you hear it and it's like an awkward cheers. It's like, so to say goodbye, I'm sure you do it in the UK as well. It's like, yeah, all right, have a go, mate, and then it's like, oh, cheers, mate, and that's it.
Yeah.
You don't need goodbye. Cheers is like
That's
it's like
a nice
an
response.
end.
It's a
It's
clean
an end.
response.
We're good to go. See you later.
Yep.
But they do it here, and I'm like, what are you guys even saying?
I don't know. I've just picked it up. I don't even know what it really. I know it's just a goodbye thing, but it just sounds like choose. Choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great.
I
but
know.
yeah,
I know where I live now. I can tell the taxi driver.
that's good. Probably don't say that one on stream.
Hoiningaveg.
You're just
There's
begging
lots
people
of
to turn up.
lots of houses on Hoiningaveg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not gonna be like an Australian flag just
No,
outside
no,
one on the balcony or something.
I'm very discreet.
Yeah, you were so discreet at the early events when you used to turn up with. What was the inflatable kangaroo's name again?
Kev.
Kev.
Yeah,
Big
Kev the kangaroo.
Yeah,
we gave him away.
how's
So we
Kev?
gave Kev to the interviewer from ESEA, the American dude. What's his name? Why don't I know his name? Tall guy. Yes. So we gave it to him, and then there was when he was going back to his hotel, there was a girl, like a young girl in the lobby who saw it, and she was fascinated by it, so he gave it away to her.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's nice.
That's a nice story, isn't it?
I have all the blow-up dolls to give away. That's probably most appropriate, so that's good. Did you have any other sort of props? There was the flag for a while as well.
Yeah, the flag used to wear that as a cape. People thought it was pretty pretentious. I'm sorry that I'm patriotic.
Don't trigger Sponge.
Sorry, you guys are from poor countries. Not poor as in financially. I mean, like, as in...
Would you like a shovel to dig this hole any deeper? Like, there's probably one over there somewhere.
I don't know. It's probably people from America having a go at me because apparently I said bad things about them.
Yeah, if you want to insult Chad as well, follow him on Twitter.
You can send abuse to me and I'll block you.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm not muted yet, to be fair. Like, I was excited today when you were going through
my
the mute
muted list.
Everyone does that, right? Everyone's got that slightly shameful mute list of people you can't unfollow because, work, right? But you got to mute them because they're really obnoxious on Twitter. Now, there's a couple of names that were kind of across the board, which was quite funny. But yeah, it was good fun today. Good fun. But getting back to the game, I'm going to try and find out if there's a server. There's just some connection problems. So
Old Mate Production, can we throw up the updated standings? Has it been updated with the other games that are currently going on? Because I believe that, what do we got here? Heroic and Envy, they finished their first one.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look through the admin log and see if that's been updated.
Thank you very much.
Check them out right now, because obviously this is a massive deal for this game as well as to what gets affected by what happens.
So I believe Fnatic took both maps off of Flippy side, F3.
Flippity flop side, yep.
Yeah, so is that right?
Has that been updated?
That doesn't add up. That hasn't. It should be 17. Is 17 and 7? Is that maths? 17 and 7. It's not maths. Okay, it's not all updated.
Okay.
So I think Fnatic are 17 and 7. I think because they beat Flipside on 2.
I don't want to make too many assumptions after everything comes in.
I'm going to go with that because I'm never usually wrong. So let's say that Fnatic are 17 and 7 right now.
Yeah.
Wait, bring it back up.
Come on. Help him out.
Leave it up. I want to talk through it. We're going to talk about the standings because it's very important.
Yeah.
Unless we're going back to the game.
No.
It's okay. It's fine.
It's fine.
Okay, so NIP and Mouse have guaranteed their spots. Their matches don't matter. They're following their matches tomorrow.
They're fine.
When I say it doesn't matter, of course it matters in the sense of you want to get a higher seed as possible, or if you're a team who they're versing, you don't want to get relegated.
Yep.
But in the sense of deciding the top 6, they will be in the top 6. They've already guaranteed their spot. If I'm correct, Fnatic are 17 and 7. They've also guaranteed their spot. FaZe, if they lose these next 2 matches, they'll remain at 15, and they'll be 15 and... will it be 15 and 9? I think.
Probably.
Yeah, I think it'll be 15 and 9. If Envy win their games against Heroic, I think they should go up to 15 and 9, so they'll be the same as FaZe. Dig are sitting at 14 and 10. They don't play again until tomorrow. VP, their last game is against G2. They're currently sitting at 13 and 11. If they can 2-0 G2 and other things fall in line, like we see a couple of 1-1s, we may find them in a tiebreaker scenario. But right now, not seeming very likely. No. There is a small hope that they can cling on to, but they need to make sure they annihilate G2. Now, I'm going to get this wrong, but it doesn't matter. When you have the tiebreaker situation, so if you're tied on points, right? So your points are made up of the games that you've won. If you're tied on the points, the round difference, it doesn't actually matter.
No, it's tiebreakers are done on total rounds scored in regulation time. Overtime counts as a 16-15 as well, for example.
So rounds 1. So to explain that, if you win a game 16-4, you get 16 rounds. But if you lose a game 16-4, you get 4 rounds, right? So that's how the round system, the rounds 1 adds up. Because when I first read it, I was an idiot. And I went, well, of course everybody's only going to have won 16 rounds. I was like, well, okay, you're a moron, Chad. So that was fine. But we deciphered it. So if there are tiebreakers, that's what it goes to next. And then if they're tied in that regard, we go to a playoff, a head-to-head battle. Which would be very exciting. Sudden death. Yep. So yeah, VP, they're not completely out, but they're on the cusp. Na'Vi, if Na'Vi need to take these against FaZe, and if they take against FaZe, they can slot in at that 16-10 mark, where Dignitas, if they beat Envy, will be sitting. Man, I've been looking at this stuff way too much. G2 are done, Astralis are done, Hellraiser are done, Heroic's done, Penta's done, and Flipside are done.
Okay, so just so you guys at home know, we are going back into the server now. I think the players are almost ready, so we're just waiting on the GoTV to catch up and get this one started. So don't worry too much. We'll be getting this underway. If you're wondering what's happening, I think they just had to change servers in OT, so that's happening. Currently, it's 24-21 to FaZe.
How many overtimes is that?
I don't know. I'm really bad at counting these.
Is it 4 overtimes?
3 OT so far.
Maths wasn't a strong point.
No, me neither. I did English, and now I can speak word good.
I used to be able to speak well.
Yeah, what happened?
I played way too much Counter-Strike. You don't need as many things to say in Counter-Strike.
No? Like Goblin Box.
Yeah.
Keep it real
That's
simple.
about it. You just need to, say rush B, rush A.
That's how it works as an in-game leader, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was that simple. I always did wonder why my Face It or ESEA event just never went so well. It's probably because I'm not clear enough. Just one or the two.
This is the problem with the people in Europe, not the...
Here we go. This is great.
This is the problem with matchmaking in Europe or ESEA or any of those other competitors of ESLs. If you speak a different language than me, and I don't know your language and you don't know my language,
yes,
it's very difficult for us to communicate. Even if we can say A, B, middle, rush, so the Inglando is the common ground.
Inglando ist good.
Yes, it's the common ground, but it can be very frustrating, very difficult. And I would dislike that. At least in Australia, we all speak Australian.
You speak what?
Australian.
I thought you spoke Inglando.
No. You speak Inglando.
Right, you speak Australian.
Yeah, and then in America, you made English, but for some reason it's called English. So did you know that the Americans, that's their language? We all just copied it.
I'm not even going to fall into this sort of bait.
You don't know it? Google it. It's true. They made the language.
No.
Before, we were all speaking gibberish.
I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to insult America. My steam pattern's so messed up. All I do is talk to Americans right now. I need to keep them on my side, guys. That's it. That's what I got to do. But no, the one thing that I've always noticed is in a lot of other games, even the previous games I played, was that even we had a lot more mixed teams of nationalities. Whether it be just purely European, we had a lot of not just locked in country kind of teams as such, because even though communication is incredibly prevalent, most people understood it at least relevant to game sort of play.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm kind of surprised we don't see as many more mixes than we do right now. I guess FaZe was always the kind of huge example of people taking a gamble on it, but at this sort of level, when people have been playing this long, most people at least have that sort of in-game communication, right? I don't know there's a better way to put it. It's not obviously fluent English, for example, but it's what's being discussed.
Yeah, I think culturally as well, it's quite diverse, and so the UK compared to say somewhere like
don't pick up UK players.
But my point is that every culture has different ways they view things or different work ethics. For example, I don't know if this is a work ethic thing, but with Oscar compared to the way that the German prevalent team of Mouse Sports, they wanted to address it. It could be an age thing as well, but I'm just using this as a bad example. That could be a factor. Some teams might, the Swedes, they might go, well, we are the gods of Counter-Strike. We only want to practice 6 hours a day. Whereas the Germans, who are known for being notoriously online, are we need to practice 12 hours a day if we want to be any good.
So let's...
Do you like that little spicy?
I do.
Thanks, Rush.
That's really... Is
that
Goblin?
for Halloween?
That's Goblin Box.
Oh, okay. I thought it was for Halloween.
It. Oh, well done, Rush.
Do you reckon Rush is one of those guys that dresses up in the clown uniforms and stands and scares people in the street?
I'm 100% certain that is actually him. He's been flying back to the UK to do it. You know what I mean? He's been that guy on the kind of university campuses.
Yeah, we copped that all recently, didn't we?
Yeah, I think it's been kind of...
America and Canada was where it first started, just like everything, just like Englando.
Like Englando.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, this is great, Rush. Thank you for this gorgeous
all right,
story.
Rush, are you able to...
What are you going to do for us?
What can we do? What can I talk about on this map for Rush?
I just want more pictures.
No,
is
I
that
don't
the
want
green
more,
goblin,
pictures.
Or it looks like a cactus that's
It probably
had issues.
is the green goblin. That's why he's picked.
Was that what you went for, Rush?
I think goblins are green. Yeah, notoriously. All right, Rush. let's fly over to middle.
Thanks to middle.
All right.
You can do it. No.
No, I'm going to talk through something.
Come on, buddy.
For
Get to middle. Off your pop.
Don't be a spud about this. All right.
The thing is, if you ever got to actually speak to Rush, it all makes sense.
Okay, so when teams are doing mid control on this map, the smoke lands where, Rush? Let's see if you've been paying attention. Okay, they throw that smoke, and the first team that I ever remember seeing it done was Hellraisers. So we would call that in our team the Hellraiser smoke.
Is it coming back to us, guys?
Just as I tried to help people.
That's the problem. You want to bring it on track. These times are made for nonsense talk.
Right now, I'm looking. Who left? What is that?
Who was sat there? Was that Henry or Matt? No, that was Sadakist. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm the one who's going to get sick.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you got that mic right up in your face.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everyone's basically ill apart from me and Chad, I guess. Well, Henry's tired, but he's fine.
I think he's just being a whingy pom.
Stop insulting everyone. You were trying to be like everyone's friend at the start. When you first got back into like casting, you're like, oh, I'm friendly, Chad. I'm nice and
friendly.
stuff.
It's just
and now you're
banter.
like, let me insult every nationality other than mine.
No, Australia's
Spiraled real quick.
we got things that are wrong with us.
Oh, we all do. We all do. But you like to point about others, you know, that's just cruelty.
That's what makes us so good as a world, that we are different, you know? That's why we're unique.
Diversity.
Everybody's messed up in their own unique way, and that's being normal. Everyone is. That's just the way it is, people.
All right, I'm just checking on the best source of CSGO news.
HTV.org? No, sorry, the Score
that's
Esports.
Reddit. Yeah. People are discussing question about lands. Here you go. It's
yeah,
one
no,
for you.
maybe we could bring up the Twitch, and we could bring up
that's
the Twitch.
Ooh,
That's okay.
God.
Is it?
Ooh, dangerous.
What do you mean?
Twitch chat? Should we?
I'll read it.
Oh no, I'm diving in
I'll
now. I'm
filter
diving
it.
in. Like, no, this is my life here.
People are
Kiss
spamming
cam.
kiss cam.
That's not going to happen, is it?
No, unfortunately.
No, we're not quite Matt and Henry level, nor Anders and Semler.
No.
If it's not gay, it's just not going to happen.
If you guys have legitimate questions, though, that you'd like to ask, I'm sure that we can answer them.
So, okay, here's the deal. If you guys have questions for Sponge, we can literally do this. We did this with Yanko before. You tweet at us. So, at Sponge, at They Call Me Pansy. Literally just use those two and we'll answer it.
Use
or
the hashtag.
Hashtag ESL Pro League or Pro League. What is it? Pro League right now?
Production?
Dead silence.
Hashtag ESL Pro
All right,
League.
so either tweet at us or use hashtag ESL Pro League. Any questions about CS, it doesn't have to be Mirage-based, but ideally it is because we can discuss it here. Anything you want to ask, whack it on there and we'll answer it and we'll give you guys a shout-out.
Apparently, G2 can still qualify at this time, provided they win the last two and Dig or Envy lose all. If VP go 1-1 and the same happens, then tie.
Are people doing that thing where it's like, if this happens and, you know, 20 other factors fall into line?
If the sun doesn't come up tomorrow, it's very unlikely.
Yeah.
Okay, there probably is a possibility, but it's highly unlikely. Whereas the VP one, you know, that's going to be it's going to be a banger of a match. A banger of a match. But I just feel that the likelihood is so slim that if it comes, we'll act like we didn't see it. It'll make it more interesting as well.
Okay, let's...
I don't know if that's true either because I haven't done the mental maths.
No, we were still meant to be, you know, casting the game because we've got like 1 million OTs. It's almost midnight now. We've got a whole new map to go.
No.
By the end of this, I reckon it's going to be midnight and then...
I got to call the Brazilian embassy in Australia. So the longer this goes, probably the better.
What is it, like 7 a.m. in Australia?
So plus 9 hours for the East Coast. So
East Coast. I don't know.
if we can finish this up pretty soon.
That'd be nice.
Because they close at 3. So I don't want to go too late.
Well, you know, I can solo cast. I can throw back. It's fine.
Cool.
We'll just record you cool.
Somebody's using flattery. Why are you so cute, Sponge? Thank you. I love that. You need the ego boost every now and again.
That's it. This is what we said to people, is just make it happen. You're just tweeting at us with hashtag ESL Pro League.
It's okay.
That's
somebody
okay.
Somebody asked a question. It says, why don't teams... I'm assuming... okay, sorry. Why don't teams throw a smoke closer to the barrels, top mid on Mirage? It offers a lot more coverage.
For the cross? I don't know.
Because you're more worried about window. I know what he's saying. You can actually throw a smoke that lands like a little bit further back.
The higher vertical one that comes.
And and covers off, so the connector player can't or is less likely to get you jumping across that mid box. But most teams negate that positioning connector by throwing that Molotov. So that's one way of dealing with it. But good question. Keep them coming.
Also, thoughts on the new Inferno? Because I'm a huge fan of it personally.
Yeah, we were frothing about it before.
Yep.
I really like how clean it is. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays, though, because of how open the map is now. Yep. So that B bomb site, if Banana control, I think the Ts are going to have a lot more control easier.
T-sided, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the Jules are going to favor them in the sense of you might see it get dialed back. In 1.6, you went through different iterations of you were either playing heavy mid or you were playing like transitional, you were playing close mid, then you drop back to sites, or you just play from the sites like pit or in the actual bomb site a lot.
Do you think it's going to revert to that sort of thing?
I think you'll probably have to play heavier in the sites because the Ts, they can bust through smokes, and the smokes, mid, you're still going to be able to lock it off. But once you get in that area, jungle, what do you guys call it? Long side? Arch side? It seems like wider and probably more expansive. And especially now, porch side, it seems like it's bigger. You know, the CTs don't have as many locations.
Can we just get Inferno on
from.
Rush? Can we just whack that?
No, you can't because I have to close that and open the beta client and stuff.
Yeah, that'd be a shame. That'd be good to see. But no, I think it's gonna be a lot more T-sided. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how it plays out a little bit here. The one thing I'm really excited for. I'm really excited for is actually seeing teams like NIP getting back on it, because that was when Threat came into the lineup as such and kind of reworked NIP, and Inferno was this huge pick for them. You saw the kind of massive execution, the theory craft, and they had that beautiful piece coming out of Apartments, for example. They had everything really coming back to life for them on that, which was like one of the big first displays of everyone getting really excited about NIP again. So yeah, I'm looking to see these maps being picked up again and kind of working back into the pool, hopefully soon. But yeah, lots of questions have come in.
We could have the discussion. Someone said, do you think Inferno will be replacing Nuke in the competitive map pool?
I think Dust 2's next.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I've spoken to Valve before in the past when I actually qualified for majors about, you know, the way that they were going to go with maps. And they said that after Nuke, that Inferno was next because they're having a lot of issues with the way the smoke's being used. Players were complaining about the map.
Yep.
Then, however, they did the bomb timer change and the smoke change, which helped the map somewhat because you couldn't, you had to use your smokes more tactically. You couldn't just throw them there, just go through the motions.
For the sake of it, yeah.
Exactly. So that change actually helped the map and the way it played. Unfortunately, Nuke, it's slowly being, you know, people are slowly adapting to it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I'm not playing it, so I can't argue about that too much. But it looks like the community is split. Like, people with loud voices are saying it's bad, but at the other time, there are other people who are saying it's good.
okay.
So you got a clash there.
Yeah.
Dust 2, the only thing I remember them updating on that is, like, significantly is like the doors, right? The doors
Yeah,
used
and
to be wooden.
didn't they open up one skybox towards A as well?
So
But
very small. So I think that'll be the next one to go. The problem is, well, not the problem. You guys have to remember that Valve usually throw these things in after a major. They're not going to do it. It would seem highly unlikely that they would throw this in before.
didn't
at
Cobble
this
come in
point.
before one?
Yeah, but
I think they learned from that, hopefully.
Yeah, I feel like we're maybe too close to throw. I could be completely wrong. They might go, Chad, you're an idiot. They might send me an email, get the bat phone out. I hope that they don't throw it in for the next major. I feel there's not enough time because this is the thing. With the major where it's placed, teams are you're gonna take time off for Christmas holidays. Everybody should. You know, if you don't believe in that form of celebration, that's fine. It's still a time of the year where everybody has holidays. So I'm not being discriminatory. But they're going to have a break. You know, they're going to have a 1 to 2 week break. They're going to spend some time with their friends and family. Then they're going to get back on the circuit. There are going to be teams, though, who are going to sacrifice that time and prac hardcore.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really interesting to see, like, leading into that major, who's sacrificed time like that to be with to be without their family and really push it hard. I kind of transitioned away from the discussion there. But Dust 2 should be next.
What would you change on Dust 2? Like, for me, instantly it's getting Skybox opened up by B. So, you know, that source sort of smoke that you can go right over the top. E's done. You can actually open it up to a little bit more nice plays. Widen a couple of the approaches. Anything else that you think? So I don't think it needs a big change for me personally on Dust 2. I think people, initially everyone said Dust 2 could do with an update, I was like, no, Dust 2 is a classic map. You can't change it. But it doesn't need a big change for me. I think it needs a small tweak more than anything.
Yeah, I think, like, obviously re-skinning the map in the sense of making it look like what they've done with Inferno is great. The map looks fantastic and it's open and clean. If you run around, there's not clunky stuff. It doesn't look like you're going to get caught on too many things. It's clean, it's open.
Yep.
You can do a very, very similar thing with Dust 2. For example, I think if you turn the B doors around the other way, right? If you turn the B bomb site doors, if you turn them around the other way, you'll be able to peer from B hill, is what I call it, to dark, right? So to give you an alternative way to hold B. If you could AWP from there towards dark, the players would have to pick you from there, and you could do a retake setup. It could open up more retakes towards B.
Yep.
If you noticed what they did at Construction or Ruins, whatever you want to call it on Inferno, there's actually a pane of glass that you can spam through now. I would like it if at B-side as well, they added, you know, something which was spammable there. That was one of the most spammable spots in 1.6. And it's like, if you're going to use the M4A4, you have more bullets, so you can use that there. If you had the M4A1, you're probably not going to spam it. You know, it can play into tactics and stuff of how you use your rifles.
They could literally add like a, you know, like not a fake door as such, so just a fake door as, you know, not being utilized, but something that fits into the style. You obviously can't. Yeah, you can't open like you can't put a window there because it just look random as hell. But you could easily put like a doorway or something that you could easily look at and go, okay, that's spammable. That's something that we could approach because I feel it's a little bit boring at the moment. Dust 2 for me.
Mirage is a good example of how they did it. They added the wooden bit near connector.
God, Mirage got changed around.
So,
I watched the first iteration not too long ago.
Yeah, so that's something small that they could bring into it. I'm not really a fan of headshot boxes, which is where you stand and your head is the only thing
just
picking over.
showing it.
I don't really like that because I think it promotes. You're almost in an punishable position, right? You can't spam through a lot of the boxes that are like that, especially on Dust 2, like the brick boxes and stuff. You can't shoot through those. Like the wooden ones, yeah, you can get punished with an AWP, but still not hugely. I don't like the type of gameplay that promotes. I think if you should be peeking out to the side of it, I might be well off, but that's just my opinion. What else do I think should be slightly... Are they ready to go?
Not yet, but we can still discuss a couple more questions if you really want. Because at the moment, I think they're still just getting into the server.
Okay. Is this them here, but?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're almost ready.
Yeah, we're almost there in the server. I think they're just getting everything sorted out. All right, if you could change one thing about CSGO, what would you change?
I went on a big rant about the pistols. I just think that none of the pistols, besides the Deagle, should be able to one-shot headshot you with head armor. So the 5.7, it shouldn't be. It should take 2. That's fine, because if you get that first one off, then you just land another one anywhere on the body, you're going to kill him. Just think putting them on par with, say, the M4 would be sensible in my mind. So yeah, nerfing those would be my one go. The thing is, Valve want to make every single round in the game viable, right? They want to make it. They don't want to make it so that you win every eco. But the question that they posed to us was, how many out of 10 ecos should a team win, right?
Yeah.
And I think they wanted to get it up to about the 3 to 4 mark, right? So it's still rare. It's probably more like 3. It's still relatively rare, and you need to do good things. Like, you need to hit good shots. You're not just running out like spastics. Yeah. You're actually having to put some kind of semblance of a round together. But that was the number that I think they landed on. Whereas in 1.6, you'd probably win like 1 in 10, or maybe Source as well. Like Source, and
it'd be
the only
very,
ones you
very
win is when you bought Deagles. But we're getting back into the game.
Guys, wait, Staris is still on the roster.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm not sure. I'm going to give it a couple of seconds before I fully believe. Yeah, this is what happened. You had faith. What are you doing? Why did you believe?
They'll just reload the E-bot. This is very easy. I'm proficient at adminning, analyzing, casting.
You can do it all. Jack of all trades.
People looking for a product, man. Nah, I'm all good. I'm good.
All right, we are getting almost ready to get this one started up again. My UI's
This has been a long break, so it's going to be interesting to see which team is feeling. I think FaZe are one who build well off momentum and being warmed up. Na'Vi are probably happy because of their slower play style. They can come into this, after... No. Wait, no, I'm talking about
it's good.
Jeez, I know Counter-Strike, mate. I've been playing it for 14 years. Yeah, I think that Na'Vi being a slower-paced team, they can slowly ease themselves back into it. This might hinder FaZe. They were looking strong.
Strong. It's a good word. Good word use. All right, I think we're actually going to be going live off the back of this. I'm pretty sure.
So
guys,
Na'Vi need 3 straight?
Yeah, 24 to 21. I think if FaZe win another, we are...
They're donezoed and on to Dust 2.
That's it. All right, let's find out if that's the case. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I am. We'll find out. And Rain is going...
aggressive as hell.
Big in. This is live. This is nuts. All right, Guardian's going to pin him to a wall. It is not over yet. FaZe going to have to pick up the pieces of this round, as now we're into a 4v3. FaZe left with Jacob, Alu, and Keo. Bear in mind, they are on 24 rounds here, as you can see on the scoreboard. We've got this one right back into place. Thank you, sweet, sweet E-bot. But the bomb is in a bit of a treacherous position. That's now going to make Alu have to commit towards ramp. This is a huge issue, actually. This is a massive problem. Unless Keo can bail them out of here, I don't know what Alu can really achieve.
Yeah, he was cooking with gas there as he's copping a tickle from those flames. But like you said, he's completely pinned. It's on Keo to open this round up for them. And he's lurking towards middle right now behind a smoke. If he's going to drop off and make some noise, or is he going to continue his little movement towards the... there we go. He's going to find Edward, and it's a 3-on-2 situation now. Somebody oversteps their bounds. Alu could nip them in the bud with an AWP.
And I like the way that Alu switched up the position as well. He's not going to just stay at ramp. He's going to try and switch towards Palace. Find a new way without overextending. Keo can't hit the shot and sees. That was an angle he couldn't work around, but Alu finds it towards Guardian. Now 1v2. This is possible, but pretty tough. 45 seconds as well. Going to drop out the molly, show presence from Palace, and then back off from it. So he's trying to keep them guessing. Trying to deny them having an angle like Simple does. And let's see if he can make this work for him. 2 flashes. He doesn't want to give away that he's coming from ramp, so he might have to take a straight fight from this, and he is. And here we go. Simple is not watching it just yet. I think that was maybe a misclick. I don't know what. But he gave away the spot, and Simple will not turn that opportunity down. So...
Aimlock fans be like.
Can't wait for those clips to be on Reddit.
Get on Reddit new. All right, clawing their way back, Na'Vi. They want to force this to yet another overtime. That was a really good start. The aggression by FaZe was intentional. It was to catch Na'Vi running into position with grenades out. Unfortunately, Guardian, he's always ready. He sleeps with one eye open. He's able to grab 2 nice early frags there, and he's making his transition towards middle now. And things look like they're going to be slowed down by FaZe as they are posturing towards that B-bomb site with one player. I believe it's probably... who normally goes over towards A? I think it's Keo. I can't really see.
Yep.
He's normally that A lurker. He made a little bit of noise, made a bit of presence, and it looks like they're all dropping back towards the B side of the map right now. Mid control is had by Na'Vi at this point.
Still in their hands, but FaZe look to try and take it over soon enough. First smoke goes in, that's from Keo. That's going to keep Guardian having to watch a slightly slimmer angle, but he's been hitting these shots. Don't doubt him, and he hits it again. Rain falls. Now, 5v4. FaZe going to have to try and pick up the pieces here. Alu doesn't have an AWP this time, so he's running with just the AK, and that smoke's not quite one way enough for Edward to be able to peek over the top, just a step above them where it should be for him to be able to utilize it. But he's still pretty present in towards Connector. That could still be an issue here. FaZe splitting up a little bit, though. 2 towards B-Apps, 2 towards mid. And a much slower pace than what we saw towards the end of the last couple of rounds of OT.
Yeah, this is the drama that we had with FaZe early on. They were doing this default towards middle. They're getting picked off one at a time. And there's not as much confidence being displayed by Na'Vi right now. Edward does get isolated on his own. He will grab one, and now Caesar's in a perfect position to take out Alu in the back. Alu will grab another in that time. It's a 2-on-3 situation. The Bomber's heading towards B. Simple will grab another, and Caesar will finish it off with a nice headshot there into AZ. Clean round, and this is what they need right now. They can't get caught off guard by any aggression. Everybody needs to tighten up. They need to be ready for this and make sure that they're not overrun by Tech 9s or the low buy that FaZe can scrap together.
And this could be another OT. This is such a long night. Guys, someone order pizza to the ESL office.
No,
this
I
is
don't want
going
pizza
to be.
again.
No, what do you fancy?
Let's get. Is Alex still here? I wouldn't mind some second meal at Macca's today. That'd be top
Oh,
notch.
that'd be spot on. McDonald's delivery, anyone feels like it, always going to be appreciated. Right now, we'll see how far this one goes, because the FaZe are certainly not giving up just yet. They've got the 4 rifles, actually, tell a lie. They kind of skimped on the utility that they've already put into place, the thin amounts that they have, and they're just going to go for it. Guardian knows what's coming his way, though. He can hear those kind of little steps beneath him, those little rats running through the underpass. He can feel them coming closer. AZ, Rain, Alu, all lining up here. Edward's going to be the one in towards Connector, keeping tabs on this as best he can. Now, the rest of FaZe are going to put up smokes, probably maybe one towards... It looks like we've got jungle and stairs, maybe CT, actually. I'm not too sure. We'll see what they go for in the end, as it looks like, again, they're not fully committing here just yet. Oh. And Guardian's found AZ. What a way to kick this one off into this round again. Alu needed a rifle. That doesn't look all that easy to pick up for him. He's going to try it, though. He's going to go on the long walk around. It looks like a pinch towards A, but look at the positioning already from Na'Vi. Guardian and Flamey towards CT. They've got a feeling, they've got that kind of sense of what's coming in their way, and they can definitely handle this one. Flamey just needs to get the timing right towards Connector. Rain's already up there. Flash in. Edward not going to build off the back. In a good position, but Guardian's fallen. And now suddenly the A side becomes a little bit more available, but Edward can't stop it all. And now it's retake time for Na'Vi. Simple and Seized have to go big again.
It's all on the line right now for Na'Vi. This is do or die. This is their hopes potentially slipping away. As Simple, the man who's done a lot of work right now on these retakes, is coming from jungle. Not his patented CD position, and Caesar's going to get found. It's a 1v3 situation. Can the young man Simple do it? He's taken one.
Oh, this is going to be so tough. 11 bullets in this as well. 2 flashes, gives away his position, hopes someone would peek, but he doesn't expect Jacob to be there. And there it is. A hell of a lot of OT, but in the end, FaZe close out. And bearing in mind, at the start of this, in the first half, it was a 13-2 score.
But 12-3?
13-2.
12-3. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. It's fine. I promise you it was 12-3, because they lost that last round. It should have been 13-2.
Oh, you're all right.
Yeah, it's okay, though. It's been long. It's been long. There was lots of rounds. Overtime was interesting. We saw Na'Vi have to revert back. They're going to be kicking themselves because if I was right before, they're now on 11 losses. So the likelihood for them is slipping away very quickly. They need to recoup. They need to sit there, have a long look at themselves, and take this next map if they want to have any chance.
Well, Dust 2 is coming up. Guys, we're going to take a short break, but when we're back, Dust 2 will be on the horizons.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
He's gonna get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh, Tofu, love that!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Pro League. It has been a monstrous first map.
Some monster plays being made by both teams. Unfortunately, Na'Vi are going to go down in, what was that, triple overtime?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
In the end. And we'll be going to Dust 2 as the next map coming up between these two. Now, I guess the gloves are off as such. For FaZe, that was an incredibly important victory for them.
Well, yes and no.
Here we go. Chad's been staring at this for a while.
They could have just beaten Flipside tomorrow and they still would have qualified.
Okay.
Na'Vi really needed that to push them up into the, I think it was going to be the 16-10 bracket, 16 wins, 10 losses. However, now, here's the scenarios for those playing at home, which I'm assuming is all of you because we've got to focus on this stuff. This is where my cable comes out. All right, so tomorrow, if Dignitas and Envy, who are playing each other, which should be the hot match of tomorrow, not official hot match, but just it should be the best match. If they go 1-1, those two teams will both be sitting on 15 and 11. VP, if they take 2 maps off G2, they will also be sitting at 15 and 11. And Na'Vi, assuming they take Dust 2 right now, come on, Cable, and then win tomorrow 2-0, they will also be sitting at 15 and 11. So we'll have a 4-way tie for the last 2 spots. So Mouse, Fnatic, NIP, and FaZe have all qualified at this point. And if my calculations are correct, we could potentially have a 4-way tie. If Dig or Envy 2-0 each other, whoever 2-0s in that scenario qualifies straight away. Then it could potentially be a tie between wherever VP and Na'Vi come, assuming they win their appropriate matches.
All right, I think we're actually live in this.
Are we?
I think so.
Sorry, people.
No, it's good to get clarity on these sort of things, and I'm almost certain this is live, and so we can jump into it now. But we will be kind of recapping that whole table at the end of the day. As Alu shows them dominance towards short, already going to pick up towards Simple at the top of mid there. Now Guardian and Seized. And have to try and keep this one together, and Alu's hitting some blinders.
It's good to make those pistol headshots. It's very satisfying, the USP headshots. You shoot them in the head and they fall to the ground. It's almost as good as like a Deagle 1B, but I think you see a lot more of the USPs just slamming out. We saw Jacob on Mirage cop a quick triple with it.
Yeah.
It wasn't as clean as the ones that Alu just took then, but it's always nice to see those. A lot of UMPs being bought by the side of FaZe. They did the same thing in the previous map. It seems to be the go-to. They don't opt for the MP7. They don't really like the MP9 so much. They like the ARM. They like the armor pen, and good thing it's going because there's a couple of sets of head armor by Simple and Flamey who have picked up some digs and P250s and that kind of jazz, and see what action they can make happen.
Oh, we saw the Na'Vi can do damage with these, so certainly not going to turn your nose up at it. So you've got to be careful if you're FaZe. You've got to keep that relatively in mind. Now, they've no one playing actively towards short here, up towards Catwalk. Absolutely fine. So Alu's the first point of contact. Now, he's the only one with the M4. Now, Rain's pretty spotted, already heard some of this, but there you go. There's those deagles we're talking about. Seas finds a quick one towards Rain, and now it's down to Alu to hold on to it. That meant to be fake almost out there, or at least the commitment came in from Seas, maybe just to find a frag back. Gets thwarted by AZ, and now the 3 remaining players from Na'Vi might have to fall back to getting those picks rather than trying to make that hit towards the A site.
Yeah, they're happy to grab one, but the Deagles need to find the head of a few more if they want to have any chance. There's still a minute to work with. Jacob will probably take... Sorry, I was saying that Jacob will probably get taken down by Edward, and now we're in a 3-on-3 situation. Cap control is had, and Alu was pinned in the site there. He had nowhere to go. He either fell into city spawn or tried to get some map control, and Simple's having none of it. The A-bomb site is now in complete control of the terrorists that will go down, and when you have Eddie in pit like that, he's got that long control, you pretty much sorted.
All right, so bomb's down. Pretty safely planted here. Ace is going to find the first step in the right direction for them. And that's actually the M4 loss. That fell in the hands of Simple, so he tried to take a bit of a risk. I guess a gamble there, maybe a bit of an overstep.
Not necessary.
Yeah, really not at this point. That's left Guardian and Edward in a really tricky predicament. The point is that a UMP on distance is not going to work out. And AZ landing the shots now. Guardian gets swept aside. And the defuse will be coming in. Kit in the hands of AZ anyway. He gets 4 kills on this retake. And to be fair to Na'Vi, considering what that round was, they made a wonderful display of it nonetheless.
Yeah.
But you felt as though they might have been able to win that one.
Well, yeah, a little bit of a misplay there by Simple. Could have played more reserve, played with his teammates, used that M4. The guys who didn't have the rifles used them as bait, you know, then made the frags when they were coming to get him. So unfortunate that unfolded, but good damage nonetheless. And the Deagles will come out once again. Simple has gone Deagle head armor again. I hope they're not tilted from that last match. That would be very unfortunate. It's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds. It looks like FaZe are willing to play spoiler to Navi's dreams. You know, they've come off the back of winning ESL 1 New York. They would love to be in Brazil, you know, trying to defend a string of titles, I suppose, or at least claim a string of titles. And it looks like it might all be spoiled here. There is actually another scenario that I missed while we watched this potential dig around go down. Alu's being pushed back, flashed back, and he's doing what he can. Rain, he'll show you how to use the MP9. That's its main use.
Yeah.
You don't normally want to keep your feet on the ground with any weaponry.
He's
as
done
he grabs the second one.
And a third. Rain, I thought they fixed the jumping accuracy. No, maybe not. Maybe Rain's good. Just doing it. Is it gonna be 4? You're gonna. This is nice to watch. Sure, I really missed COD 4.1, so it's nice to see it again.
That was cool because, okay, so now there's obviously, it's still possible, right? But this is a weapon that you only really see get exploited in this scenario.
Die to anyone else, please don't.
I drink the Valve Kool-Aid, all right?
Since you become a caster, you become tame. Look at that.
I love it.
Great
That was
stuff.
fantastic. I want somebody
More
make a
of that.
replay of that. No, seriously, that was quite cool. The fact that, what other gun could you do that with?
Hopefully nothing.
Yeah, but so that's why it was good to see.
I would really like that with like a nice MLG montage over it, maybe some Skrillex, a bit of lens flare.
Quick, I gotta get this in quick. I'm sorry, Lauren.
Go.
Okay, if VP get 2-0'd by G2, G2 will be on 14 wins. If Envy get 2-0'd by Dig or vice versa, and Na'Vi do not pick up this map, there is a very small possibility that G2 can be in the mix as well.
So that's...
So G2, Na'Vi, Envy, Dig, and VP, they're all still in it.
And last Pro League, G2 were the last to qualify and they went on to win it at the London Finals.
Oh.
So again, they were the last people through and the ones who finished first. That was that kind of incredible game that we saw in the finals where Body really stepped up. Shox had that big game. So who knows how this ends? It always gets close at the very end of the Pro Leagues. And this is why we always say at the start, it's kind of important to get those early wins under your belt and be it against smaller, more farming teams. It doesn't really matter. You've got to get them. Now, this double play on longs actually could be really good for FaZe, and we could see that wonderful MP9.
It shoots quite fast, and if you put the bullets in the head, you're still going to get the kill. So let's not, you know, take too much away from it. As Rain, he does spot one. He's going to spam away, gets taken down by Edward. Jacob stepping out for the trade. The Norwegian duo going down as Guardian puts him to bed, and Alu will grab one, but the Finnish star is dead also.
Yeah, so bomb planted towards the A site, and I was going to say this retake was going to be halted before it started, and there's probably the blow that they were waiting for. Simple finding AZ is going to kind of leave Keo reeling off the back of it. 1v3, how do you feel your odds are here, Keo? Let's see what you're going to go for. Maybe find an angle, find a way.
33.33% recurring.
We'll see. That might get a little more likely. He doesn't quite find anyone there. It'd be Simple, who'd have been the low HP player, but he's going to put himself towards Pit. And Keo wants to keep the AK, and I can't really blame him.
Understandable. He's got head armor, diffuse kit, little flashy bang. Gonna get it done. But yeah, it's good that they've grabbed this first gun round. They still will be able to buy the phase unit. They're going to phase up into the next one and upgrade those weaponry. They won't be rocking an MP9 again, I'm sure. Just like to note with the way that Simple didn't have any or much utility going into that round. So now they're going to be able to buy up and get more flashbangs in their hands, more Molotovs, more HEs, all that cool gear that you want. So we'll see if they go for a more set strat or they go for something relatively loose and hope for trades, because that's basically the one in that good fragging ability.
And now we've got AWPs on both sides, armor, aplenty for either. Alu actually no head armor.
That's a really bad knife.
It is a horrible knife. No one likes a gut knife.
No.
But Alu's got a really nice angle. Gut knife or not, he's going to find Guardian very comfortably and looks actually for more. Doesn't quite find Seized just before that flash kind of popped in his face. He has to back away from this now. He doesn't want to outstay his welcome. Will get caught up early. Him making that opening kill is huge. And look at AZ. Now, I like this. This is what used to get me excited watching the French side. They used to push through B halls. They were very aggressive with the likes of Existence. It gives you huge map control. And AZ, ballsy as you like, finding Seized there, just walking right through, leaving Na'Vi just in a world of trouble. What can you do with this? You've got 3 players. You've got 2 smokes. Okay, that's still something. But I'm not sure what you can build off this one. Alu's playing a lovely contact position as well. You should be able to get a shot and back away from it. Does exactly that. Finds Flamey. Now they know what the plan was. Now they can respond accordingly. You can see Rain, Keo getting to good positions. But Edwards, where is Edward right now?
Just chilling in the backyard.
All right.
Oh, I think things are falling apart, unfortunately. I don't want to get in there too early and say this, but signs aren't looking good. They didn't have any map control. It was very difficult for them. It was very difficult for them to recover from that once AZ had made that risky move. And we've seen Alu pester like this before on Dust 2. It's very annoying. Repicking. This is the thing. I go over this every single time. If you want to be a good AWPer, watch what these guys do. They pick a line, they get a kill or don't get a kill. At least they put the fear of death. They make the enemy team use utility to retake that ground. They move back to another line. Same situation. Even if they're not making a kill, they're stalling up the other team. They're making them play safe because the AWP is such a scary thing. And especially now that it sounds like Thunder, you need your Thunder buddy.
And Keo knows exactly what's coming his way. AZ is in a gorgeous position. Look at the time. 8 seconds left. Easy for AZ. Massive impact throughout that round, playing through the B tunnels there, finding one in the back, and then just kind of putting the fear of God in Na'Vi, knowing that Noah was safe. Edward had to take all that time to even clear out the B tunnels. And now, well, what is that by?
Have people made the joke, like the Norwegian, or not Norwegian, in the sense of Vikings, like when they died of fire, like a Viking's burial?
No, I don't think that's been done yet. You might be able to start making that point pretty soon.
Yeah, because you're going to die to a molly. That's better than the morons in chat saying 1G.
You do get a little triggered by the 1Gs, don't you?
I'm a fiery strain.
That's it.
Guardian has the AWP, grabs an opening kill. A tilt buy coming in here. The economy of FaZe is really not in any rough position, as a no-scope by Alu is going to get landed onto C's. Mid control's coming in as aggression's being taken by Flame Dogger. He has found himself another pistol, but will go down in the hands of Alu.
Look at that bait. It's just that AWP's there, sat there, and they're so just ready to try and pick it up. I was actually going to back away from that.
Probably good decision making. I'm very curious. I can't actually press tab right now to see what the money situation's looking like for Na'Vi, but I'd say not very good at all. We maybe want to see them take a pause to reset themselves, because I hope they're not tilting, because they still have a chance. I don't want to see them throw this away. They're willing to fight for it though, and that's a good sign.
Yeah, they're down to currently in this round 50, 100, 150, 400, 150. So
money's in the bin.
Yes.
Down the gurgler.
That's the one. Now, no idea what you just said, but I'll agree.
The drain. Gurgler. Make the noise it makes. Gurgling noise.
Got it. Very literal.
As water goes down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Getting it. Now
another,
the shadow.
Frag. Yeah, good one.
Yeah, I'm going to give it away there for Edward. Bit of a shame, but nicely played out by Alu. Good round from him to keep it pretty much under control completely throughout mid. And a bit of a shutout for Na'Vi. And the thing we said there, or you highlighted more than anything, is the money for Na'Vi is absolutely gone. We're down to 2K.
Buy.
How tilted are you, Na'Vi?
It's simple. Sound simple, please, Rush.
Rush, simple?
Oh, sorry, he's moving. I thought he was just potentially walked away from his screen for a little while, but he's back. We're happening. Thank you. I just was checking.
Oh, Alu.
Alu with more aggression, and AZ, the secondary AWPer, helping out. Alu's going to get rushed down. He's 5 HP.
Oh my god. If they weren't tilted before, they're tilted now. Alu is bending them over backwards up short. And oh my word, that's one way to lose a round.
Point blank deagle headshot.
That's it.
Gotta love it.
That's it. Oh man, that's fun. And let's talk about tilt then, because this looks a little like that round, meh. But
yeah,
Na'Vi's bicep, yeah, it doesn't really matter so much. But let's keep our eyes on Na'Vi as how they play this out, because it is quite curious, because they can still stand a chance, but if a lot of things need to fall in place. So if you're Na'Vi, you've got to pull yourself back in from this. But after a very tough loss just before, it's not easy to pull yourself away from that sort of mentality.
No, so having them just go for Guardian on the AWP and other people upgrading on pistols, that kind of situation, like, it's fine. You can try and make a play like that, but the idea is to give the AWP as much room as humanly possible to make picks. We had 3 people go down before Guardian had died when they had done that. That's not the situation you want. You need the pistols to open up space, but not run into death. Obviously, you can't account for the aggression of Alu and him poking and prodding and being an annoying force with the AWP. But if you do a risky buy like that, then same with when you buy deagles on force buys and stuff, allow those players to have a chance to contribute. Don't die before they've been able to take any or get any work done.
Now, this is a good map for Alu, bear in mind. One of his arguably stronger ones even prior to FaZe. So wondering how he sees this one play out here. Team Flash actually caught a lot of the Na'Vi members then, and again, these flashes coming through have been hindering their progress. It's allowed Alu a position, but it doesn't matter. Edward rips his head off, and now the site is Na'Vi's. Rain can't stop this from happening. Quick flash to allow the exit, and now you can already see Caesar's waiting along, so that's going to be just trying to be a bit of a nuisance on the retake to deny at least one of the angles, or pressure along when he feels like it. We'll see if that comes through, because FaZe look like they're going to go for this one as best they can. Flamey is not taking... Why is he taking that fight?
Absolutely unnecessary.
I don't get it. He's given them a chance now. There's that really slim window of opportunity. Now, Simple's going to make up for it quite nicely. The aim's certainly there to back up this aggression. But again, stepping in towards the likes of AZ. Guardian leaps in. This is some weird individual choices, but it's worked out this time. Now, Keo in a 1v2. He's got a kit, but no utility. And time is running out, and Edward is there.
So that's never really a duel you want to take. It's hard to get the guy in pit, especially with a one-tap. With an AWP, you know, you might back yourself in. It's still a very difficult pick. Now, I'm going to jump in the corner of Flamey right now. Maybe the call was, okay, well, we've taken short, we've taken side, we've gone through cat. We can't just sit in cat because they can retake on us. We don't have any utility. They had seized in the very instrumental position to negate any retake or play clutch or, you know, spoil that. So Flamey didn't necessarily need to do that. What you want to do when a team is playing retake on a site and they're closing in, you want to make a risky play. Like a couple of you maybe just jump down into CT and trade out as many kills as you can, because that ruins their retake. It takes away potential utility. Alu going to land a nice shot on Simple, not waiting for the Xbox smoke, getting a little bit eager. You need to dot your I's and cross your T's when you're doing defaults on Dust 2, especially versus AWPers who are playing like this. You want to make sure the Xbox smoke comes up. You want to make sure the cat flash comes in before you pick. You can't just keep getting shredded like this, and you're running into the grinder right now that is FaZe.
And the man at the helm on that wheel grinding them down is Alu at the moment. I've got to give him so much credit on this one, because normally if you look at Na'Vi on Dust 2, for me it's always Guardian being a huge impact factor, such an incredible AWPer, specifically on this map. But right now, it's the Alu show for me. He's been getting these impact frags joined by AZ towards mid as well, and Rain's now fancying a bit of his odds. Working out, hey, look, we've taken over the map everywhere else. Where's Edward going to be? Well, there's nowhere left apart from long. So Jacob gets punished from it. Quick flash out from Edward, but it's only been met by Rain. So FaZe take a commanding lead so far. I've got to say it feels like Na'Vi...
Take a pause, boys.
Yeah, they're feeling the brunt of that previous map here, because... Okay, before today, there's been very few occasions where FaZe have ever won a map against Na'Vi. Just historically, if you go on HFTV, look it up, they just don't manage it. It doesn't happen. Be it on this lineup or the previous one, doesn't really matter. Didn't work out for them. Now, you don't see these sort of scorelines normally against Na'Vi. Not on Dust 2, not in this sort of form. They're in a great position right now, but this is not a good start for them just yet.
Rushley, hit tab for me, bud.
Goes to Nico, mate, don't worry.
No, this is the problem. Simple. No money. The tilt, this is trademark tilt. He's buying Deagle head armor. The rest of his team is on relative eco. Someone else is down to 750, so they're not, they could have said, oh, we're going to take a double eco, so maybe he's gone for it then, but even still, he's not going to have enough money to get, you know, AK, or maybe even like double AWP or utility and stuff that they might need to potentially pull out these rounds. It seems like things are slowly crumbling apart for Na'Vi, and that sucks, because these are one of the teams that are hot prospects right now. We want to see them at these LAN events, and I'm being relatively biased. I would have loved to have seen them in Brazil.
I agree.
I think they're the top contender at the moment, along with SK, and it's something that, unfortunately, it could be slipping away from them very quickly.
Yeah, one smoke, one step, one flash at a time. Alu is pouring at the chance to get more, and he's going to get it. Edward falls. Now, Guardian's going to reply, but Alu's going to pick up the mantle. Nade goes out. Good damage can be found. That's the bomb loose, and now it's simple. The guy went on the head armor with the deagle. Gets nothing for it. Jacob... We'll find him, and Na'Vi again
This
in
is what we'll
dire
see
straits.
if I'm theorizing correctly or not. So they would have had enough. If he had taken an eco with the rest of his team, they could have gotten up like Galil, you know, a couple of AKs.
Yeah. Shoddy buy, but a buy nonetheless.
Yeah, so now I don't know if they've been forced into a double eco or if it was said beforehand, but they are choosing to eco again, and the lead is slipping further and further away from them. Loza.
Yeah, Chad, this isn't looking brilliant. AZ's also got the AWP coming out towards B, so the double AWP's in practice. Kind of missing a couple of shots there on Guardian. Guardian's making it hard. He's like, this is normally my job. You can suffer. You can suffer this horrible fate of missing shots and looking like an idiot. This is what I go through. Welcome to my world. And while this happens, while this kind of a cat and mouse game over on towards the B horse is happening, the rest of Na'Vi are kind of piling... AZ, just stop. Just tell Keo to watch it. Just give up on it. It's fine. Now Rain's gonna know what's happening here. He's gonna flash through the smoke. Might take a peek on it. He does actually. And Simple will find Rain. So now we're gonna see Keo swinging into gear. He gets the job done. The threat is concealed, and seized will get found in the end.
The fist is firmly secured right now.
Where?
In the flank of Na'Vi.
Ah. 9-2.
Here we go. A decent buy. Good utility. AWP on Guardian, the man. What can they get done here?
The man, the myth, the legend.
Where will Ali be with the AWP? That's the mystery. Can Na'Vi solve it? Detective Starrick's on the case.
So far, Siege tries to take a little bit of a walk through, and AC going to be forced off a mid here. This is a very quick play through from Edward and Simple, simply chaining flashes back to back here. They're just going wild on this, and they just get deagled out. And what is going on? Flamey's going to find a...
There we go, Flame Dogger. That's what we need. Seized is potentially able to spoil this one for FaZe. Drops down. Alu's ready for it. Alu God. He's going to take one, and now it's a 3-on-3 situation as Guardian gets aggressive, takes down Rain. We have a flank coming in from the upper dark as Jacob is making his way. This HE is going to blow Flamey up. Good night, Sweet Prince.
Down to Guardian.
Oh, that was very unlucky that he took the pick and fell back. Because what you're expecting to happen is you make that kill, the other guy runs in. If you're an AWPer, you shoot and you only get like a split second, right? You have to wait for that bolt action weaponry to be pulled. And he was accounting for that, but Jacob was ready and waiting.
10-2. This isn't looking good.
They bought again. They have enough to put this buy together because they have that loss bonus. I really wish I could have got into Counter-Strike. I need to get my hours up. Yeah, they've got it's not the full loss bonus, but it's decent enough to give them this scrappy buy. And at this point in the match, a lot of people are like, oh, why don't they take an eco, this, that, and the other? But you need rounds at this point, and you have to throw together whatever scrappy buy you can. They're doing a contact B play right now, but it's a heavy B presence.
But look at the low B tunnels as well. It's just littered with FaZe plays. You've got AZ down there, Rain down there, and you're not going to expect it. You might think one maybe, but you know, Seized, it's such a rough game for these guys now. And okay, Rain, I thought they were going to stick around on that then. They do just put the smoke down for safety to exit out. Still going through the motions, but Guardian's selling a bit of a kipper here. He's just be saying, guys, I'm still trying. I'm going to smoke the cross. I'm going through the motions of what we're going to be doing. But actually, I wonder if Na'Vi are going to go off this now. They're going to actually rotate players around. Edward's back in T-spawn, and this is the fight. Guardian does find relative safety there for a second, but nothing else was spotted. So again, FaZe might start questioning, where's that bomb coming from? What are Na'Vi up to? They have no smokes left, so it's going in dry now from this point onwards.
You never want to go in dry, and the utility by FaZe is going to negate and slow down an already slow team of Na'Vi. Guardian poking and prodding now. He is the action man. No head armor or Kevlar in sight for him. I think he just made noise on that car. That information should be relayed. It has been.
Yeah.
Rain's setting up ready for this.
But I like the way they're not taking Keo and Alu away just yet. They've not seen Bomb, but Guardian and Edward are doing big work here. But now they need to watch for the rest of it, because Keo needs to be on point here. And now there's going to be a problem. He's lost his position, and it's all become apparent pretty quickly here. The bomb's in the hands of Simple. That's on the side. Flamey is watching this. If he goes in alone, that could have been a problem, but no, just going to kill Simple anyway, and Flamey now getting spammed out through those doors. Not for much, but still enough to keep him humble as he goes for the fight. Takes down one, can't find the second. Rain's there nice and quickly. And Na'Vi again with quite the diligent split off the back of what Guardian made happen, but it doesn't matter because they don't have the round.
They made it work, you know. They made those frags. Rain traded them out pretty quickly. It forced the rotation, like you said. Keo did get moved out of that bomb site. However, he did enough to make it work. If the plant was stuck then by Simple, like if he got that bomb down, the timer then begins, right? But he's got the plant down, he's hoped to make a kill on somebody getting aggressive at him. Could have planted safely behind that tall box. Gotten it down is a long play coming out right now. Rain's about to find some action. Shooting into the bedroom, gonna get killed by Guardian, and now Jacob is stepping up to the plate. He's gonna spam and do a little bit of damage, but we'll go down once more. It's a 3-on-5 situation in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, okay, let's see if this goes any further. The bomb's still at B. So I'm not sure if they've seen that. We only saw 4 players. We didn't see the bomb, and that's why they're keeping Keo late, which is actually not a bad assumption.
This is a matchmaking strat.
It literally is. This seems like MM. This is like my guys, rush B, I'm going to go A with bomb or something. You know what I mean? Like, and it's worked. In a horrific manner, it's worked. Now, Alu, do me a favor and do something about it. He can't. Edward's going to find it. Bomb goes down at B. This is what we saw Happy do. I can't remember who it was against. It actually might have been against FaZe. And so FaZe always have these horrible things against them where people always do these kind of like quote-unquote ninja-ish plays.
Yeah.
It's like you saw Verse Pro doing it to them on Mirage. We saw, I think, Happy doing it before as well. They always seem to be kind of suffering in the hands of it. It's not anything of their own account, but it's just most teams don't ever do that sort of, as said, matchmaking style kind of plays. And
yeah, well, like we said earlier, if it works, it works. We can't really question it. But, you know, Na'Vi needed something, and Edward stepping up there, grabbing 3 kills towards the end of that round. And another fast play by Na'Vi. This is so uncharacteristic for them. They're switching up that pace, and they straight up cat.
What?
Jacob, the AWPer. He's going to cop one onto Ed Dog, and Flamey's going to get taken down as well.
And Jacob is now just the big dog AWPer here. Not gone so well against Simple, but it's just Simple. So really, all in all, not a bad bit of a display, but a bit of a tickle of the molly there might give away the position a touch. But 1v4 is not going to be all that easy, and the bomb's in such an awkward position. fighting for every step he takes at this point. Smoke comes up. There's still another in case that's not bad enough. One player into a low dark. Simple can't adjust quick enough, and there's the CZ instantly in his face. And, well, that's a half that Na'Vi will not want to be remembering for too long. 12-3.
That's the cursed scoreline, if my 5 weeks of Pro League have taught me anything. 12-3 is not good.
No.
That means we'll probably see overtime. Or 16-14.
4 of overtime,
yeah.
so I reckon.
I don't think so in this case. Na'Vi look done. They look cooked. They look like they're on toast. They're ready for breakfast.
It's almost breakfast time.
12:30.
I'm ready. I might go get a nice little bit of brekkie.
Marmite?
Oh, all day.
Every day?
Love it.
Every damn day.
Love a bit of Marmite. Guys, we're going to take a quick break on the half here. When we're back, we'll be kicking off to see if Na'Vi can recover. Right now, it's not looking so good, especially with only 3 rounds in the pocket. Do stay tuned. We'll be back in a sec. All right, guys. Welcome back to the game. It is Na'Vi up against FaZe. It's map 2. I am Pansy. I'm joined by the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Dazed. How are you doing?
I was going to put on an American accent, but...
Oh, please do. Come on, it's gone midnight. We might as well.
Glocks!
Nice. Nice. That was great.
Thanks.
That was really good.
Yeah. That's my Raptor impression as well as my...
That was quite close to a Raptor,
my Dazed Glock impression.
Did you see that video that went around?
Lose to Glocks.
Yeah, did you see the video that went around? The guy did the impersonation of the T-Rex and the Raptor. It was like I think it was like a road worker guy. It was incredible. I'll find you the video. Don't worry. I'll look you up. It's quite impressive.
Hopefully
all
more
right.
exciting than Navi's T-half.
Yeah, 3 rounds. Let's get back into this because this is the second map, of course. Mirage was the first affair. Gorgeous game. Lots of OTs. Brilliant stuff. Na'Vi looking shaky on halves. FaZe looking shaky on halves. We saw like the best of both worlds almost, or the worst if you look at it that way as well. But into this one, Na'Vi look shaken to the core here, if I'm honest.
I still really want them to get this one because I need them to have that chance to qualify. They're a team who is doing so good at the moment, and I'd love to see them in Brazil. They definitely want to be in Brazil, and that's probably why we're seeing this adverse reaction from them coming out now. A bit of a tilt. It looks like a tilt anyway, from my perspective.
See, this is the thing. Now, obviously, they're an experienced team. Let's discuss a bit of tilting, because as much as you may not see it as a team element, surely as individuals you still feel it, because they are still individual players. right? It's as an individual, you may not play the same way you would play if you're completely calm, cool, and collected, right? We saw Simple maybe making purchases that you wouldn't often see, or maybe it was a call again. This is just stuff for theory crafting. Again, though, even the way you approach the game, mentality of it, it's pretty late right now. Even Cologne, I think these guys are playing even later. Surely this all plays into the factor, and we just lost that OT game. We're up massively on the half. Like, as an individual, how do you reset out of that?
This is where the experience comes into play, and it also shows your demeanor or like your person, right? Really, what you've developed into.
Of, I guess. Yeah.
And I believe that the people who are quite fiery or have been reported to be quite fiery from interviews that different members of this team have done over the past, it would have been Flamey. I've heard he can get a bit tilty. I think Edward would probably just sit there quietly. I can't really see.
Always seems calm.
Yeah, I think Zeus was probably, he could. It seems like he's a guy who get quite aggressive with his teammates, who things were going quite well. And Simple, we know he can have issues. He's young. This is stuff they have to be able to develop, though. These aren't factors in the game that you can go, we tilted and we lost. You can't tilt and then lose an important match like this to send you somewhere. I really want these guys in, so I hope they've had a chance now to mentally reset with this little break we've had and get some frags on the board because they're struggling.
There you go. Yeah, this is a big round. It looks like Na'Vi going to throw straight up, play through mid. 3 facing then. Flamey, Simple, and Guardian all faced middle, and now FaZe kind of having to re-account for things here. Ace is down incredibly low, but Rain's got the deagle to start with. Expects the close peak, not the far peak, and now Guardian gets the better of him, dinking another. Is there any more going to be coming through from this? And they're going straight out aggressive. This is kind of mad sort of play, and it's kind of chaos. And what on earth is going on here? Jacob's now got the deagle, and there's 2 players pushed up close. I don't know what is this round. Edward's now splitting from lowers, and now Jacob's got 2. Alu finds Edward. And what has happened this round? Everyone went incredibly aggressive, and to merely their demise, Alu just blisters it through the double doors, and Cease finds him no problem. Now, Jacob has a chance here, to be fair.
Yeah, well, Flamey, he's just a tickle away around the toe for him dropping to the ground. So Jacob's going to have the bomb. He's going to make his way up the stairs, and he should be able to get that bomb down. If you can get that bomb down, your team can force buy into the next, or you can buy early on that third right now. So we'll get that down nice and easily, and 2 players from Na'Vi will be retaking together. They're not splitting up, they're staying together, giving trade potential, and Seized will put a nice little USP bullet in the head of Jacob, and they will secure the pistol round. So a good start for Na'Vi. Let's keep the ball rolling, boys. Let's have a competitive match.
Yeah, that was quite unique as well. We saw the incredible aggression throughout mid from Na'Vi, this kind of like all-in play, this very committed sort of thing. And Flamey just giving us the show with the deagle. All right, so first round on the board, first step on the road to competitive matchup. Yeah, I guess you could call it that at this point. It's just kind of keeping ahead in the game. Now, FaZe, whenever in this position, particularly on Mirage as such, it was Na'Vi who were up on the half and then kind of left everything trickling behind them. So it's on Na'Vi just to pull this one back here. Look at the buy, 2 rifles.
FaZe aren't messing around. You notice they're opting to go for an early buy. They want to get their financials. Sorry, dude.
Ouch.
You got caught off. Nice. Guardian's going to make up for that with a nice scout headshot. Caesar's pushing along with the M4, and they should mop this up pretty nicely. But FaZe are not expecting too much out of this one. They want to wait till they get the guns up.
This is a reoccurring theme, isn't it?
I'm sorry. I was drinking the Valve Kool-Aid. I was like, this doesn't happen with all the guns, and Eddie's shown us he can do it with the UMP.
That looked kind of nice, though. Eddie had style points on that.
Yeah.
I like the little run away. Yeah, it was kind of cool rather than just AZ just jumping up and down. You got to make it look good if you're going to pull those things off. You know what I mean? Like, you got to
maybe it's the kangaroo play.
We could call it that.
We could.
You feeling that? I don't think I can appoint it the kangaroo play out of both of us. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if anyone else can pick it up. Edward again, though, going to be playing on the edge of the smoke, gets absolutely wrecked. Alex is going to take him down, and now what? 4v4. But the problem being, Simple's taking a lot of damage early on. Na'Vi's going to read wholeheartedly in this. Look at the reaction. 4 players.
They're not messing about.
Towards A.
It's good that they're sticking together, just as long as they don't give away any picks. Nice. Guardian's going to find one. This is good. This is what you want to avoid if you're FaZe. You want to stay as a unit, and you want to be able to trade. Rain taking a duel on his own that he probably shouldn't have. He was already tagged. He could have hidden in pit. He could have had a teammate come and help him. But they will land damage on Guardian now as well. And 2 members of Na'Vi are limping as Flamey's going to grab one onto Aloe. I was a bit worried for him there. He lurked into that smoke. I couldn't see. Oh, no.
Oh, no. All right, here we go. AZ and Keo. Yeah, this shouldn't happen. This should be a lockout. This should be fine. And there's the first step for it. That's good. That's good. Flamey finds AZ. Now, Keo's left in a 1v3. He's got the bomb, but 0 step towards anywhere on the map particularly. And you can see Na'Vi already looking for this. They're looking for that chance to punish now. So, C's just be holding this angle. He doesn't need to move. He doesn't need to blink. He needs to just hold this angle. He starts to move, but he comes back at the right time. Keo gets found. Na'Vi get another on the board. This is the scoreline that seems to kind of take us all the way through these maps.
C's had 1 kill last half. He now has 5. So he's playing to win.
Yep.
He's up and about. So we're going to see an eco coming in right now from FaZe. They can grab a couple pistols, maybe a few flashes like they did before, and pounce somewhere as a unit, try and make the most of their aim and their skill. Do have a deagle on AZ. So like I said earlier, allow AZ to use that deagle. Give him the opportunity as Guardian's pushing dark with the Pro 90. This is my kind of play. Eddie's pushing mid. He's just aggression coming out of Na'Vi. They've given up an M4 now, so they do know Dark's clear. Guardian is already in T-spawn. He's in backyard. He's pushing behind. He'll be able to get this flank on nice and swiftly.
And Flamey's done that. What is this running up mid thing?
I am really confused as to what's happening right now.
I guess they just want to get the game done, whether it be a win or a loss at this point, it looks like. But this is how you can qualify to allow. What is this?
Please kill him, Guardian.
Just don't let it go too far. If you... Okay, there we go. 1 down. Nice. All right, but still 2 left. There we go. They just wanted to set up Guardian for kills.
That's why that is the greatest gun in the game.
Oh, don't you dare.
I would really endorse people using that weapon as much as possible.
Yeah? Over the AUG and such?
No, the AUG, I think Auto Sniper first, then the AUG, then probably the P90, and then the Julies. That should be the order of weaponry being picked up, depending on your financial situation. But now we're seeing a gun round. Ali will have the AWP. He's going to be smoked off, so he's not going to find much through that. A boost short's coming out right now from Na'Vi. So Na'Vi, when they knew they were on eco, were playing aggressive. They did that twice. So maybe now against the gun rounds, they're going to slow it down a bit. And, hold like we expect them to.
Okay, let's see how this one goes down. Looking at FaZe, no particular huge investment anyway. Just playing throughout the map. 2 towards B tunnels. You got Jacob and Keo kind of watching for that push-up. Again, if Na'Vi set some form of precedent of aggressive plays, you want to be careful for a little while. You want to take a little bit of time. You don't want to get caught off by random people just being up in your face when you could have easily gone around it. Now, a little bit of damage has already come through towards FaZe, bearing in mind. Rain's taking a bit of damage, as is Keo. Probably from a nade at some point, but for now, that'll be totally fine. They can still work around this. They've still got plenty of mollies, plenty of time. And they're going to start building up that mid-control, slowly working into this. No real risk taken, but this is the risk. Jacob might just be able to bait himself in, basically, to allow Alu to take the shot. He steps out. Guardian does not care. That's obscene that he hits these sort of shots, backs away, and well, there you go. There's the first nail in the coffin of this round.
Who's in set up with him? Is that Seized in the A-bomb? It is, okay. I thought it might have been simple, them doing like a crazy double AWP setup in the A-bomb site. We've seen them do it on Mirage.
Overpass style as well,
yeah, why not? Let's just play together. We're a dynamic duo who can get things done with the big green. Looks like FaZe, this is not, I would call this trademark FaZe. They like to rotate back towards the B-bomb site late in rounds after doing a default, use very simple utility to clear out close quarters, and then just bust in. And a Molotov will come in. It's going to push Simple. Where's he going to go?
Where are you going to go? He's cooking. Make your choice, Simple. He tries to take someone down with him. He did at least take down Rain, but now the B side is theirs. Unless C's can spray through like a champion. It actually did do a lot of damage.
Go for it,
Jacob's out. He's gone for it. He tried to stop the plant, tried to hold it before it even began. Now we're in retake territory. Problem being, Guardian's got the AWP, but it's still Guardian, so I wouldn't quite write him out of it yet. Jacob's HP is low as well, so it becomes more and more viable. And Guardian, this is a terrifying play for you, but you hit it. Of course you hit it, and the second. Guardian is a monster. The first kill he got was just disgusting on short. He just wrecked them. And then those two, what a player. No one else can normally hit these sort of things.
The problem right now, see this replay, if Simple had killed that guy like a split second earlier before Flamey had a chance to shoot, then Flamey could have caught them off guard. The problem is, he made the kill, then went down, and Flamey's isolated. Nobody's there to help him. They're stepping out already, ready for that angle. When you're a CT and you're holding a line, you have to stay focused at your crosshair the whole time. Whereas the Ts, if they're running out with intent to check the line, they have the advantage because they know exactly when they're going to pick.
So,
Na'Vi get this round, it should force FaZe onto a low buy or potentially an eco if they don't get the plan.
Yeah, this is game on now. Here we go, Edward. Let's see if you can get this one. Nice flash in for him. Doesn't matter. Rain.
Sweet Prince.
What an execution from him. Just takes the head off. That's still rolling down the bottom of the pit, but there's still 2 players on long. Guardian's going to try and flash in Seized here. May not want to work off the back of that. Maybe just to hinder FaZe more than anything. Give Seized an angle, but he doesn't know which one. He's got players left, right, and center. Spots out one towards the right. Can't land it on either. And now it's down to Guardian, but what a man to be able to greet them with a smile already waiting for this. And Flamey's found Keo, so that's another approach cut
I really like that play going for information along or trying to retake it. because it's such a pivotal point in the map. If the T's can control it, they can basically dictate, and you don't take any other territory, they can dictate how they want to pincer you and squeeze the life out of you. They retook it with numbers, they stacked people towards it, and they traded out really well. Seized, you know, he got one, he got taken down, but it doesn't really matter because the Orc boys, the Orc brothers, the Bash bros, they finish off the round.
Oh, well, 12-9. Are we going OT again?
Let's do it.
Like, I'm real. I'm going to give out the ESL headquarters address, and someone needs to get some cheeseburgers out here or something.
I don't think they do delivery at McDonald's here, unfortunately.
They do, but I don't think it comes out this far. I know they do Burger King.
Nothing comes out this far.
No,
it's like we're in the abyss.
That is what it's like working for yourself. It's a black hole.
All
right. Simple's going to hear the bunny hops coming up. Guys, Foon is en route. Someone's doing it sideways. Seas needs to now back away. Guardian's going to be watching it. And we're going to see if this works out for them. They're actually going to get a decent drop towards Seas here. So many people out. It's going to be hard for him to hit anything. He's in such a bad position to get caught there. However, Simple in the heels, Guardian at the front. It's a rock and a hard place, and both of those sides are certainly painful.
Nice.
And there it is. Clean shutdown. Na'Vi keep this one in their hands at the moment. This is so reminiscent of the first map already.
The reason that ramp play that Seas was doing is usually really good is because the people are too busy fighting or scared of the AWP. They weren't scared of Guardian because he was hiding watching the line, and Seas popped up. As soon as they saw him, they were like, well, you're the first target we've seen. We're going to shoot all at once, and got taken down. He did do a bit of choke spam, though. Like, he panicked. He tried to... Alu, going to start it off nicely. Get a kill on Guardian, getting over-aggressive through the smoke. You know, they're not rushing into anything. They have a lot of rounds to work with. I know the score now looks much closer than it was, but FaZe is still in the driver's seat at this point.
They really are, especially after that CT side. Probably still echoing.
Oh, look at this.
Fine, Simple. Be careful. Rain's just on that other side. He knows what's going to be happening here. He knows it. He can hear now, Simple. Just spamming away with that 5-7, but Rain against Seized here. Which battle would you prefer at this point? Seized could be holding the angle. That's fine for him. FaZe still have to fully commit, but I feel as though maybe Na'Vi going to go for some aggression here. You can see Simple and Flamey considering it towards B. Not going to be where the actual play comes from. And actually we see a spray finally coming out as well.
That was a cool one.
There you go. Yeah, that's quite a nice one.
This is where Simple, Seas needs to push mid now. He needs to take a gamble, get some information to get the flank on. AZ, however, could be in lower dark at any given time. He's sitting watching that upper push. These nades are going to come in. It could... The bomb is there, and it looks like they are committing.
And there's no one on A. There's Edward on long, and C's now in CT, so...
He's been really noisy as well. They know... Oh! He's walking with a nade out. That's a bad habit, especially when you're trying to stay on top of those rotations. But Flamey runs up. He gets one. He gets two. That's huge by Flamey. The situation is a 3v3 right now. Jacob will find Edward. The bomb site is in control of FaZe.
Simple and Flamey surrounded as well. This is going to take some of those nice individual plays that we know these guys can achieve. The mollies come raining in. Simple is isolated all alone. Burning, AZ puts him out of his misery, and now Flamey left in a 1v3. It looked like somewhat of a possible situation before. This might be just that bridge too far, and there it is. AZ says no. Finally, FaZe find a way back in after what looked like it was going to be Na'Vi's game to run away with.
Now the issue is they can't get reset right now. So if Na'Vi managed to put this one on the board, they don't get too over-aggressive, they don't give away that 4v5 so early, they grab this one, you reset FaZe, you put them on that hard reset, and you can string together another few rounds, and this thing gets even closer, and closer and closer to that overtime dream.
I actually wouldn't mind at this point, you know what I mean? Like, I'm
Why
committed
not?
to being
We're
up
full
late.
committed.
Yeah,
You're
let's
gonna
go, Edward.
play H1 anyway, so...
You know it. All right, Eddie, let's see you undo this one. Someone flash him up, someone do something. He just tries to jiggle peek it, it doesn't work out. Jacob's watching that angle like a champion. Keo's found Simple, and the dreams of OT are being ripped away one kill at a time.
Yeah, it seems like this aggression it's mindless because they've had success holding, and they want to, like you said, I don't know if they want to finish the game quickly or whatever, but they're just running at a brick wall that is the FaZe default right now, and they're being picked apart. And we have a 2-on-5 situation in favor of FaZe, who can simply walk into a bomb site as a squad, even trade out like 2 for 1, and they're still going to win the round.
All right. I don't know what's happening with Na'Vi. It's kind of weird. You bring the game back this close, and then you still do kind of curious plays, let's say. We can dissect that in a moment's time, because right now we're going to see FaZe getting the plant for short, perfectly fine, perfectly safe. No need to venture into what could be a disastrous play towards long. There could still be someone waiting, and there is. It's seized. And for him, really keeping this AWP is also pretty much essential. So looking towards what he can do here. Jacob just by the box. The smoke's pretty much incredibly strong for him in that position as well. He can peek into that. Guardian's got an AWP too, so really they just want to keep hold of this one. And Seized might be in trouble trying to keep this, because Kyo's not far off. And there it is. So Kyo's going to take away that AWP, and Guardians might not be his to keep for much longer, but he might be okay to keep this.
He can kill Kyo here, should be able to save it. Oh. Thing is, the T's don't have a lot to lose. Yeah, they're trying to chase it down. It's not the end of the world for them. They know they're going to be able to drop right now. They're strung two together, sitting pretty, whereas the situation for Na'Vi is dire. They have double orbs, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to string together a full buy in any regards. They have a CZ on Seized. Flamey has found himself an M4, and he did drop an AWP, I think. So Simple and Guardian have the AWPs. Eddie on a Deagle. It's not a great buy. And a lot on these AWPs, a lot of pressure on these two guys to hit their shots.
Oh, and Flamey's going to have a world of fun. 3 players about to burst in towards B. They're just walking in. This could be just like a contact piece off the back, and they're going to have a lovely bit of time here. Flamey, though, finds a burst, adjusts for AZ, but he can't land the shot, and now Simple's under pressure. Goes back in for more. You're not Guardian, Simple. You're not going to hit that one, but he does find Rain at least. Now, that's something. Now, the volley goes in. He can't peek from window. He is tagged up. So, what do we have left? 4v3. Bomb about to be planted whenever they feel. The thing is, C's in a good position, but Alu's already looking for this. He's trying to find a... What was that, Alu? All right, misses that one.
Guardian picks corners. He's so unique in the way he does it. It catches people off guard all the time. It's different.
Well, to be fair, I'll follow up in a second. AZ's now left in the 1v3. As the bomb's taken to his favor, he's going to have to go big, and he's not going to get it. Guardian, of course, will land the shot. And this is something that Guardian said a while ago, back when he just kind of really came into his own with the AWP in CSGO, is that he wanted to find his own unique style to warping.
Yeah.
Like, he wanted to find his own way of doing it that no one else was doing. And I think that it shows here. This guy is very unique. There's other great AWPers, but no one quite has that Guardian approach.
AWPing, there's so much pressure on these guys in the sense of if you structure your team around these AWPs and you want to get double AWPs up as much as possible, if they're not hitting their shots and they're not able to contribute in that sense, and you're investing so much bank into getting these up every time, you're going to find yourself on eco a huge amount. And we did see that, you know, last week or the week before with these guys. Oh, look at the aggression. It's always someone. But yeah, the double AWPs can be costly, and they made it work just then. Can they make it work again? That's the question.
We're going to find out in about 1 minute and 28 seconds, at least the end of it all. Edwards now, yeah, again, that long aggression kind of weird here, and AZ knows that he's going to be waiting for that, so AZ just steps out, takes the fight, and is very, very alone. Now, Guardian's the one who's got it all to do here. 4 players on long, good flashes, good timing. He has to back away. He can be boosted up towards the site, that's no problem. Swiftly does that, quick flash over, smoke towards short. He's safe from one direction, wants to peek the other, and now swings out. While he goes in towards the cars, you can see the individual kind of mental game Guardian plays. So aware, so hyper aware that we have no info on Cat. We've got to be careful of that. And still, FaZe not really committing here. And look at the utility they've used.
They've full stacked A again. They did this before when one frag went down and they all rotated over to that A bomb site. They better hope that that lurker in dark doesn't find his way into B and get all that information. It still looks like they want to hit towards A, but the over-rotation, you know, wearing down the clock here has forced Na'Vi to have to go back. Seized is going to find a nice kill onto Kyo, and Guardian's going to follow up onto Alu. This long rush is being taken down.
That's the Guardian we're looking for. 2 more, 1 more, make it Jacob. He's got to know where he is, and he can't find the frag, but he knows now exactly where he is and what the plan may be. And look at who's waiting. Flamey in a gorgeous position, takes his time, does the job. Nicely played out in the end by Na'Vi, but it's a gamble the way they're playing. Those massive over-rotates, pouring into the sides like they do. If FaZe caught onto this somehow, I don't know if they could at any point. Their money's now broken, but they can discuss it. It's kind of worrying.
To make a massive call like that, to stack that bomb site so early after only losing 1 player, for me, that's Starix doing his homework. That's him relaying this information to the team. If this happens, they like to wait and then still hit the same site. That's what that looks like to me. I'm speculating. I don't know the inner workings, but to make a risk that big in this kind of pressure situation, I feel like you'd have to. It's not a guesstimation. There's a little bit of knowledge going into that one.
They certainly do their homework. Already Flamey going to find Rain, but this was something when I think it was when dropped the ball. Oh my God, Guardian. Okay, a little bit of a deagle play coming out from AZ here. Not going to find much more. It's down to Kyo. Nicely handled. But yeah, when someone was actually, I think it was Drop the Bombs director was out filming at one of the Star Ladder events, I think it was. He was speaking to some of the Na'Vi guys. He saw the playbook that they had. And I mean, it's every single team has, you know, stuff written through. It is pretty robust for these boys. So again,
it is a full-time job. There's a lot of little tendencies that you can look at and stuff. And the game is very deep. On face value, it's 5 dudes shooting 5 other dudes.
Got to click heads, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like a game of chess. You're forcing people around the map. You're playing mind games constantly, and then on top of that, you have to have good mechanical skill to be a top professional player. That's why I love this game, because there's so much to it. It's so deep. I'm glad you left that one alone. I was going to make a One Direction joke earlier.
I know. I saw you kind of just...
I was like, I really like Louis. I hope he stays in One Direction.
God. I actually don't know any of One Direction apart from Harry Styles. That's all I know about them. I'm not up to date on them. But what I am up to date on is the score, and it's 13-14 here. FaZe is still in the lead. The smoke comes down towards mid, and C's takes that as the perfect opportunity to try and get some damage done. Can't find the frag, but finds enough info to sell up Flamey now with the idea of what's coming his way. Going to take a quick fight towards one.
Flamey.
Beautiful adjustment towards Rain. And now you've got Alu and AZ trying to make their way through, but their approach has been cut off now. Flamey's run out of bullets here, but just goes straight in with the B250. Okay, the flash is still there. Why not? And he's going to not find AZ in the end. And
This
it's
is
that
doable.
Curious opportunity.
Definitely doable for AZ.
There's a man watching the cross. That is Guardian. That could have been worse. AZ still stands.
Pushed out.
And he's found an angle. I don't know if Guardian expects this or saw it or maybe predicted it. I don't know how this works with Guardian's brain, but AZ now needs to fall back in line. So let's look at this. Bomb goes down. He knows roughly where Guardian was. He's not going to be able to move from there.
Where's Edward going?
Are they both going to come around towards mid?
But the Dark would have been so advantageous. The reason they're doing this is so that they can peek out together, whereas Dark, he could have isolated 2 1v1s. But Edward was so close to being able to flank and get in his face that it seems like an interesting move. And now AZ could potentially get a double up. He's going to find one.
Oh my God, it's a 1v1 and Edward. He is there.
Stressful as it gets.
Yeah, it's the Na'Vi don't make it easy on themselves, do they? They like to play these kind of terrifying rounds sometimes.
Alu did hit a sick one tap onto the back of Plat on Simple. He popped out on the corner of the smoke, hit that one tap, then he got chased down by the P250. But without that one tap, that probably wouldn't have happened. He channeled his inner scream.
14-14, what a scoreline. And FaZe gonna buy the hell up. We have the smokes, we have flashes, we have mollies, we have everything they can afford, but no guns, of course. Just the upgraded pistols here, and I want to see if they have a plan in mind as to how to use them. And I'm praying the Na'Vi don't just run at them. I pray to sweet CSGO Jesus that they don't just run into these boys, because we know what they can do with these sort of upgraded pistols.
Do they want us to cast the NA matches they're on later? Because we may as well stay here all
I'm
night.
good. Like, no one wants to hear, you know, who is it at the moment? We've got Blue and the Bears.
Well,
Like, the Bears is cute.
I'm dazed, so I'm doing
That's
both
true, you're
anyway.
there.
Anyway, they're going for a cat play right now. They've got utility to do a full-on execute. The biggest drama for C's, if C's gets to Goose, it'll be perfect because it looks like they want to do the standard drop down, push up through CT, isolate the AWPer. C's, he isn't going to do that. He's going to stay on the ramp. So Guardian sees a little glimpse through the smoke. He's able to take down AZ with an amazing shot. They have got a player dropping down. He will take down Seized, but Guardian's crosshair is literally everywhere on every single target you can possibly imagine.
Guardian's such a beast. Look
Keep
at this guy.
killing him, dude.
Go on, we'll bang it.
Shoot it through
Bang
the box.
It. Do it. Do it. Go on, Guardian, just do it. You want
He
to.
wants to.
Go on, just do it. Why wouldn't you do it? Come on, Jacob deserves to die here. This is what happens. Bang the box. Oh my God, Guardian. It's just disgraceful to watch this guy
I gotta
play.
look at your thing. What's his score?
For God's sake, mate.
Oh, thank you, Rush.
There you go, 31 to
31 frags. It's the Guardian Show. Welcome. You can catch all his stats at the Score Esports app. Download it from
Google Play and the
Google
iOS
Play
App Store.
and the iOS thing.
Yep, that's the one.
Check them out. You get all Guardian stats and more.
Just look at this. Like, God, if only he'd done it.
Hello.
I wanted him to do the...
Wouldn't it have been sick? And then it'd be Guardian aim lock. Guardian's cheating. Herp derp.
Herp derp.
Alrighty. They have got the plant. So they have got the money. And they've got the guns. This is for the overtime dream that everybody here at the ESL studios currently at almost 1 a.m. want to see.
I'm about to call Alex Nair to get some cheeseburgers in here if this goes OT because I'm ready. I'm ready. FaZe, you've got to win this one. Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if they can pull it into OT. Double ops up for Na'Vi.
5-man cat play.
They're going big. I guess go big or go home. Where is everyone else for Na'Vi? Let's have a look. So we've got Guardian on long. Edward down there. Guardian's going to fall back towards the cars, but already Oh my word, he
Almost
finds one,
a
almost
double.
gets one for free. That's going to be Rain reeling off the back of that. Lines up another. Guardian is not going to let this one slip. He wants the win, and he might just get it himself at this rate. AZ takes down Edward. Now Guardian wants more. He knows he can fight for this one, and he's going back in for it. The bomb's not crossed out. He's seen where he's come from, and there it is. He tags him up. Kio's now down to 18 HP. This man is a one-man army, and this army was about to march towards that bomb site, but Alu finally stopped him. It's a 3v3 now. Bomb is planted, and Na'Vi have to play retake without that superstar that's been incredibly valuable up till this point.
Good opening there by Seas. It's now a 2-on-1 situation. A simple, somehow last man standing with the AWP. He needs to have flair in this last round. Can he find it? We can't. We're going to overtime. Guardian did his best. He really wants that Brazilian booty, but unfortunately he couldn't do it all. The rest of his teammates are happy to take that European stuff and settle for another OT.
Right.
So strap yourself in, boys, girls, ladies and gentlemen, anybody still awake with us. I'm really glad that we said, hey guys, we know you're not feeling very well. You know, we'll cut back on the death segment.
We were
do
nice
it.
people, and look what's
you
happened.
guys need to take some rest. We understand, and yeah, cop that, guys.
Yeah, we got screwed on this one. But to be fair, it's a good game, so I'm fine
I'm loving
with this.
it. It's good Counter-Strike. I'm glad we get to watch a fantastic game of CS, and I hope the others rest up well and feel better tomorrow. Anyway, getting straight into it, no messing about. Get that AWP onto Guardian. Get him some more kills. This man, he is hitting everything. Get him around the map. Get him causing chaos, because I'm excited to see some flicks.
Look, as long as the CS stays like this, I am perfectly happy. Right. 15-15, OT begins. Alu, of course, will be straight on that AWP. Simple and Guardian doing the same thing on the other side. So double AWP for the CTs here. Now, bear in mind, we had, what, 3, 4 OTs almost on Mirage. So this is quite a... Oh, my word, Simple.
Jesus,
Around
Joseph
like this,
and Mary.
Simple's, he's been flashed as well.
He
He's going to start wondering.
He has been spotted.
He's still going for it. He finds one. 1-for-1 trade. That's the best he can hope for after being spotted. But what an incredibly risky play from that man to just push himself into that position. Now, 4v4. They still have Guardian towards A. They still have Seized and Edward here. So 3 players still towards A. Seized is going to have to peel himself off and surely watch from CT towards mid because they have very little eyes on it. And Flamey is feeling pretty isolated right now. And that's where the bomb's actually heading. Still towards those B tunnels. Seized, going to see the flash come through. Jacob didn't even need it. He just lands the shot regardless. Smoke goes in. Flash to follow. Alu finds Flamey and oh my word, FaZe. They're on for this one. Guardian, again, how big can you go? Not so big.
Everything really fell apart right there for Na'Vi. That initial exchange did not work in their favor. It's a risk going lower dark with an AWP. You know, if they're not there, you can get the tunnel control pretty easily. You can get your teammates to rotate, fantastic. If they are there, getting 1 kill was huge by Simple. You know, the risk, however, doesn't outweigh the reward. What happens is it forces your teammates into a position where they have to get information. When trades happen like that, I was watching the minimap the whole time. Edward felt that he had to push long as soon as C's went down and somebody was waiting for him. Alu's going to push in front and he could cheekily find a frag.
Timing. Seized is as long as
he's not ready. What are you doing, Eddie?
Edward, no! I don't know if he thought Seized was further out. Watching it, the timing was all off, and now it's giving a huge chance for FaZe to make this another round on the T side here. Quick aggression up Cat. They're not going to waste time here. They know that Seized is very, very alone, but he does have an AWP, and I don't know if he's going to be quite up to the Guardian task so far, but Flash to buy some time. That's reciprocated as well. Simple's now going to pull himself over here. Not going to land the shot, and FaZe taking steps, taking leaps, taking bounds towards getting another on the board, but Flamey still stands, and he's standing tall here. 2 left alive, 1 on the side, can't find the fight, and Jacob's going to close it. FaZe looking good in OT now.
Look at the money on Na'Vi.
Oh, no.
This is going to be a 3-0 sweep right now. I can't see them doing anything with these pistols. FaZe are going to pick up the death squad of sniper rifles and pummel them through the doors as they try to cross that B site. It's not looking good for Na'Vi. They're gonna be facing some real firepower as Flamey probably breaking his monitor right now. Gets taken down by the Dak, named after the lovely sound that rings out. More frags for the Dak of Jacob. He's going to find 2 at long as Guardian and Edward align, and Seized and Simple with a lot of work to do. A Swag 7 and a CZ in hand.
God,
getting picked apart right now.
Yeah, how frustrating is this? You make it into OT again, and you get done over like this in the first half of it. This is probably a very mentally taxing game for Na'Vi. This is not a pleasant time at all, but it's their turn on the T side coming up pretty soon. So we'll see how this one shapes up for them. Of course, we are just waiting on the second half to kick off. Do not fear, it's not started yet. But for Na'Vi, you'd think, okay, they finally get their hopes back in. They finally have, you know, a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel as such. And then OT kicks in, and this is when FaZe decide they're going to pick it up again.
Yeah, so Guardian basically put the members of Na'Vi in his backpack and tried to carry them to Brazil. However, I personally have discovered it's quite difficult to get into Brazil. So FaZe are the border security, and they've said, you got to get through us first, mate. Tandy, he didn't pass the test. 3 straight right now, and this is where they had their original struggles. The CT side was what really got them to this point, and unless they can... Are they serious? Na'Vi with 3 AWPs, a Dak, and an AK.
I guess it's all in time, and that's just going to spur on FaZe. They want to get that final nail in the coffin. They want to hammer that one home. Boost towards mid, gets denied by Alu, get wrecked simple. And now Jacob wants to punish. This is Na'Vi falling to pieces and FaZe laughing in the face of it, but Guardian's still alive. So keep in mind what he did before in regular time. It's not over till Guardian goes down at this point. He is such an influential factor for these boys, and now I think he's got an idea that... I don't know what you're expecting to hit there, Guardian. I'm really not sure, but oh, Alu doesn't care. There it is. FaZe close it out in OT.
You said that was an all-in play right there. That was an all-out play as Na'Vi have found themselves going down 2-0 to FaZe. They needed these wins tonight, and they definitely not disappointed, but they will be disappointed.
Yes.
They played a good brand of Counter-Strike. Unfortunately, things fell apart for them on Mirage. They had very good resilience to bring it back on Dust 2, but then in overtime, it was all FaZe's way. And FaZe up, how do you do it?
I don't know.
I'll just do the parlor thing. Anyway, they go into Brazil. Na'Vi have to hope for a lot of luck and get some W's tomorrow in their final match versus Heroic, I believe. I can run through...
We're going to find out. All right, I'll leave you to dive into it while I wrap up the show, because it's been a late one today, guys, but 2 incredibly good games. Let's have a look back at today's matches in case you missed them. If you only tuned in for the last few, this is what you missed out on. The hot match started off, and it might be a lie compared to what we saw, which was a pretty hot match, was Envy up against Na'Vi. At the end, it was a bit of a 1-1 split set, you know, good match all around. Envy picking up Cobble, and then Mirage falling towards Na'Vi. And then you went into Mirage for the second time around after Na'Vi's start being phenomenal in their first half. Didn't quite make it out in the end. The OT was incredibly punishing. A good old long game there, but off-stream games came up as well. There's been a lot to be played here, so let's check out how these went down. So FaZe initially started off their game with a 2-0 as well, so they picked up the win over Hellraisers. Good for them. They get another one on the board. I'm going to blister through these. So a 1-1 split between Envy and Heroic. Wow, okay. And Heroic trying to play Nuke, losing out. Very, very curious stuff. Again, I want to watch some of these. And then Fnatic being dominant on almost both fronts there against Flipside. No real surprises.
To be expected.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, the table now, it's pretty much, it's not set, but tomorrow we know who needs to win what or all the scenarios. I'm going to go home, I'm going to write them all down.
So I think we can look at the table, actually. I was about to hold up a nice Blizzard Entertainment piece there. Love a bit of StarCraft, me. Let's actually look at the table now coming up, because it will kind of start to show. I think this is the updated table, so if I can get clarification on that, that'd be great.
Updated?
So this is updated. This is what we're currently at right now, and it's top 6 qualify, correct?
Yep, and the first 4 that you're seeing there are 100% through. Nobody can catch them, nobody can touch them, nobody can knock them out. Right now, those teams are fighting for seeds. We have a potential, now that Na'Vi have done that, I haven't done the calculations in me brain, but it's possible, it's still possible in a number of different situations that G2, Na'Vi, VP, Dig, or Envy, depending on how the matches roll out tomorrow, there could be like a 4-way tie for the last play. There's so many different scenarios. I'm not even going to bother right now. You guys can sit there and work it out, do a bit of theory crafting of your own.
Yes.
I'm sure Graham Messioso will be
on
tweeting some stuff soon to get all those followers, but make sure you tune in tomorrow, because that's when the last 2 teams will get decided.
Yeah, so a lot to be seen. That's all for tomorrow. So guys, again, if you are really wanting to see who gets qualified, tomorrow is your day, and we'll really clarify everything, because we'll get all the admins to look through it. But again, it's not just about EU, this is also about NA as well. So we will be seeing the NA games coming up later today, which has just as much weight to it, I'm pretty sure at the moment. I'm actually not too sure on the standings out there. I have to check those out actually myself and see who's 100% confirmed, who's left to qualify, because I think there's still probably like 2 slots available, I can imagine, out there as well. Yeah, it's not all locked in,
There's quite a few.
Yeah.
I think there's only 2 that are currently 100% locked. I know that there's still, I think Immortals are pretty close to being locked.
Yeah, they are.
NRG need to beat my boys Renegades tonight. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, you don't. You don't reckon?
Nah, because Australia. Liquid could limp in there. Echo Fox as well.
So yeah.
You know,
oh wow,
still,
Cloud9 have absolutely trashed it, 23-1.
Do you know? I think SK since like this, they lost a couple early, but then I think there was like 2 forfeits for them, and then after that they'd won like basically everything. They really wanted to get back to their home country and get in front of their fans.
That's it.
Down the bottom going past right now is all the games for tomorrow. So just to explain how this is going to work, so nobody can throw a match or nothing can seem like, you know, we don't really care how it ends up. Everybody plays at the exact same time. So you can't see how another team did to affect how you're going to go.
You can't throw someone under the bus or something like that.
Exactly.
Yep.
So everybody plays at the same time. All the matches are scheduled for the same time slots. We'll be peaking overnight. I think we're probably leaning towards the Envy Dig game because those two teams...
almost matchups as to
Yeah, so that could be the one that we get tomorrow, but things can change. Don't quote me on anything. That's my catchphrase. But yeah, they're all the matches in the bottom. Check it out on the Pro League website.
Yeah, exactly. So that's EU. Let's actually take a look at tonight's NA games as well. So in case, well, it's only going to be starting in like an hour or so or something, so why not just stay up for it? You might as well. Winter Fox up against Immortals now. For Winter Fox, it's just staying away from that bottom of the table. They're still fine, to be fair. They're pretty comfortable at this point. I'm not sure if they're in particularly qualifying positions at this sort of time. I think they're almost out of it.
Yeah,
but the big one is the Renegades game. That's one to keep your eyes on there. Cobble and Mirage, what are your thoughts? Do you think they got a good shot there, Renegades? You reckon they got that one?
Yeah, they've been looking really good lately. I know Godbeal put in a whole heap of work into this. We copped this last season. We finished in 7th last season. I think they want to try and finish a little bit better than that. And Godbeal was the one that stopped us from having a chance of getting the finals there by preparing very well for us. So I'm assuming he's going to do his homework. There'll be two very close games, but PK, the coach from Renegades, he will have done his homework this time around.
Yeah, so a lot to be seeing, guys. So, again, if you're interested in the NA game, stay tuned pretty much on this channel. You'll be perfectly fine to catch it there or wherever you feel like. But all in all, it's been a great day of CS. We've had some incredible games from start to finish. But if you want to find out who qualifies to Brazil, it's tomorrow you need to be watching. That is where we'll find out the final of this incredible story we've been building for weeks and weeks and weeks. So, guys, thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure casting with you. I'm not going to shout out the Score Esports because you know what? It's Alex's job. He loves that app, not me. I like it, but it's all Alex. I know you're a big fan,
I love it. Yeah.
He's got it on his phone, to be fair. And, guys, you can check that out as well if you want to see the standings for yourself, of course, available in the Google Play and the iOS App Store, because I'm a sellout as well. But, guys, thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time, so do hit the follow button on Twitch or just tune in. See you there.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
have a smoke for this overstay. Oh, love that!